Lord of Mystery, Paradox Pathway by author D. Nan. Chapter 561-600. Chapter 561, The Long-Awaited Killing Moment. Monday afternoon, Backland time, exactly 3 o'clock. Streaks of crimson light rose punctually on both sides of the bronze long table, solidifying into blurred figures. With Miss Justice's usual, though no longer quite as light-hearted, voice, the members of the Tarot Club began to bow to Mr. Fool. Ever since Miss Hermit submitted an entire Russell's diary, even Mr. Devil, a major diary provider, rarely submitted any. After a brief silence, everyone, at Mr. Fool's signal, entered the trading session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a commission. Moon Emlyn straightened his body, looked around, and said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Which shaman king do you want to hunt? Hermit Catalya asked, cutting straight to the core based on her understanding of Mr. Moon. Emlyn froze for 2 seconds before recovering from the shock of her accurate guess. He maintained his elegant smile and forced himself to say, "You guessed correctly." Miss Hermit had no particular reaction to this, merely nodding slightly and saying, "What kind of reward can you offer?" Emlyn was speechless again, a little ashamed to voice the words he had prepared. Just then, Mr. World at the very end of the bronze long table suddenly spoke. "You've partnered with someone from the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought." Emlyn breathed a slight sigh of relief and immediately nodded, "Yes. Then I can accept this commission." Klein immediately took the initiative to accept the order, then added, "Of course, this will require a certain medium." Saying this, he didn't give Emlyn a chance to respond, and directly looked at Miss Magician, saying, "You should prepare in advance." Furs, who had been watching the entire show, was suddenly caught off guard, her face full of bewilderment. Seeing that this lady hadn't reacted yet, Klein had the dummy world add, "You don't need to be present, just summon my historical projection in advance." Okay. Furs nodded in quick succession. As the group finalized the reward and began discussing the details, Mr. Devil, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "If we hunt a shaman king, will SUA appear?" Ah. Emlyn was slightly stunned by the question, almost asking the embarrassing question of who SUA was. However, Mr. World immediately realized that the foolish moon was unreliable and quickly took over the conversation, saying, "It's not impossible. In fact, if we attack in 2 separate groups as planned, there's a high chance of drawing out their backup. Balam is the Rose School of Thought's stronghold, they can't remain indifferent to this. If that's the case, count me in." Snow's tone held a hint of excitement. He curled his lips and said with a slightly excited air, "If SUA appears on one side, you can summon me by chanting my honorific name." Saying this, Snow turned to look at Mr. Fool, and with his permission, materialized his new honorific name. The observer of all things, the embodiment of probability. The miracle that wanders in the gaps between life and death. Another new honorific name. It's already a 3-part honorific name that only angels and true gods can use, but this honorific name doesn't seem to be from the secret supplicant pathway. Observer, sounds like the spectator pathway, probability, sounds like the fate pathway, and gaps between life and death, sounds like the death pathway. Except for spectator, none of them are adjacent sequences to secret supplicant. Could it be the paradox pathway that Senior Paindrax left behind when Mr. Devil left? A strong curiosity arose in Klein's heart, but he immediately wrote down this honorific name. Not only him, but even Furs, who was least sensitive in this regard, firmly committed it to memory. After all, with a powerful ally who possessed teleportation abilities and exceptional combat strength, how could she not remember his phone number? What price should I pay for this? Although Snow offered to participate, Emlyn, who was already lacking confidence and had been teased by Mr. World with, "You can only afford half a demigod," still asked this question. In his heart, he thought that if he couldn't afford it, he would go to the members of the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. Hiring an angel to help might even earn him a kickback. However, Snow's answer surprised him. "It's fine. I already intended to hunt SUA. You can also consider me using you as bait to draw him out." Of course not. Although Emlyn was arrogant, he still knew right from wrong. Moreover, in a way, Mr. Devil was his father-in-law. Being a bit more humble might even give him a chance to customize a doll in the future. Everyone was slightly surprised by Mr. Moon's humble attitude, but considering that Mr. Devil was already an angel, such an attitude seemed appropriate. After settling the matter of hunting the Shaman King, the dummy world brought up the topic of hunting the God of Wishes. However, to Klein's disappointment, Mr. Devil showed no intention of speaking this time, which left him to ponder how to strive on his own. Back in reality, Snow immediately tore open the traveler's door and returned to Black Swan Castle. With 3 pig-headed men building a wall, he took out the most dangerous items he had. These were a gold coin, a box made of a true god's scale, and a golden crucifix sealed by layers of thorns. According to his original plan, he intended to lie low until he became a Sequence 1. But now, he suddenly changed his mind, not because of greater profit, but simply because SUA was a very good target for practice. After all, his subsequent plans basically had no room for error. Even with the ability to manipulate fate through different paths, same destination, in the face of historical trends and the involvement of multiple powerful figures, the chances of success remained concerning. But with a test subject, everything seemed less dangerous. Although one trial might not be significantly better than a single, all-out effort, at least he would have a better understanding of the situation. Placing the Wisdom Angel's halo on his head, Snow's soul split into 2, then 4, then 8, constantly dividing. Under the influence of the Wisdom Angel's characteristic, each split soul entered an overclocked state. A large amount of information appeared before his eyes, reconverging after verification. Although the original plan needed some minor adjustments for SUA, the general direction itself didn't need to change. As the plan gradually perfected, Snow suddenly took out candles, set up a simple altar, and chanted in ancient Hermes, "Great God of War, symbol of iron and blood, master of turmoil and strife." As Snow chanted, the candles' color suddenly turned fiery red like fresh blood. As a bloody scent spread, a handsome young man with short red hair emerged from the flames. The Red Priest pathway has high control over flames. Little Red once mocked Little Klein, saying, "Using flame jump in front of me," which shows Little Red can also use flame jump. He first looked around, glancing somewhat warily at the dragon-scaled box. Then, realizing that Heaven Manufacturing was not present, a glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately raised his head, pointed his chin at Snow, and said in an extremely annoying tone, "Brat, you actually came to me on your own. What do you need? Speak up quickly. If your tone is sincere enough, I, your big bro, might consider helping you. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and start a fire. The furnace made by the iron-blooded knight isn't enough." Snow rolled his eyes, and with one sentence, he made Medici's emotions incoherent. He froze for a moment before understanding what Snow was saying, and immediately glared, saying, "Brat, do you want me to teach you how to ask for help? Oh, so you're not going to help?" Snow narrowed his eyes, and in an even more annoying tone than Medici, said, "Mr. Red Maid, you wouldn't want the Lord to lose a chance to experiment, would you?" Chapter 562. The performance begins. Not bad. It seems Lavish's remaining people still have some brains. In Backland, Snow scrutinized the intelligence reported by Military Intelligence Section 9. A slight smile played on his lips as he read about the workers' movement's preparations to organize a large-scale parade. People must rely on themselves. If they don't have this awareness, and instead rely on Miss Justice's hints and hypnosis to push them, they will always remain numb. They must realize that by uniting, they can generate enough power, and even if they fail, they will leave behind a spark. Of course, this plan is still too simple. It needs to be refined. The main contradictions and goals must be clarified, and riots and stampedes also need to be considered. Snow picked up his fountain pen and began to optimize the action plan on the back of the report, distributing it to the workers' movement and enthusiasm. Finally, he prepared an emergency plan and sent it to Abaddon, as any clear-headed individuals would need specialists to handle them if things went awry. The workers' movement and enthusiasm were not without their own power, but the relationship between these two organizations and Snow was too deep. Having them cooperate secretly was fine, but if they were brought into the open, or even actively made a move, it could create a misconception among the nobility that, this is not the power of those commoners, but the king wanting to make a move against us. At such a time, Mr. Victory, who had made a grand display of his abilities during the Backland air raid and gained sufficient public support, had arrived to fulfill his historical mission. After completing all this, Snow continued to read the next piece of intelligence. The sequence 1 potion he chose was Hand of Order. Considering that he might not have time to act after his advancement, he had to complete this part of his acting in advance during this window period. Maintaining order, controlling order, becoming an extension of the power of order, as a real power-holding class in a country, acting as the Hand of Order was not difficult, especially in this era of war. Because considerable chaos had appeared in various places, restoring order through various means, this feedback was already no less than directly acting for a high-level existence. As the government affairs were handled, the dim yellow afterglow cast through the window gradually disappeared, and the crimson moon once again rose into the sky. Snow sealed the remaining documents and then stood up, stretching vigorously. Although such work should not cause fatigue for an angel, what he was focused on was not just Backland or Loan, but the higher-level state. Ordinary rulers had to consider the country and the people, while he had to consider the possible impact of every step on the true God, and of course, slowly infiltrate his plan. Turning to lock the office door, Snow walked out of the Parliament building. Around him, there were many other members of Parliament who had also finished work and were preparing to go home. The light at the top of the Parliament building was still on, and there was no doubt that Prince Edsac, he was now the king. His Majesty the King was still working diligently. However, no one knew how much of it was for work and how much was to avoid going home to face the Queen. Just as Snow was silently complaining about the strange relationship between Edsac and Triss, a murmur suddenly reached his ears. A slightly ethereal voice, with a tone that seemed to be mixed with static, recited ancient Hermes' words in his ear. Observer of all phenomena, embodiment of probability. A miracle wandering in the gap between life and death. They've already made a move. Snow raised an eyebrow, tearing at the air with both hands. A light door leading to Black Swan Castle opened. Without hesitation, Snow tucked the 2 items that Little Red had worked day and night to create into his pocket. Then, using Klein's memory, he directly teleported, outside Vantek City, the Rose School of Thought followers and their subordinates, who had originally planned to follow the resurrected corpses to attack the Loan army's defense line, began to kill each other madly, completely devoid of reason. These people, who were originally ordinary humans, some bent their backs and grew gray-black wolf fur, some had their skin dyed black and became as hard as iron, some lost their hearts and fell to the ground, yet got up as if nothing had happened, some became transparent and ethereal, as if they had turned into phantoms. Snow's figure popped out of Klein's historical projection at this moment. Seeing the scene before him, he immediately wanted to unleash an AoE attack, but before he could even raise his hand, these strange creatures had already turned into rabbits, goats, and fat pigs. Good heavens, Sua has descended in his true form, hasn't he? Snow followed the gaze of the creatures afflicted by the deformation curse and immediately saw an incredibly bizarre body. It was like a giant tree poured with crude oil, its spreading branches made of countless arms, each adorned with protruding skulls, bulging eyeballs, and spiky tongues. On the flesh-cast trunk, on the surface of the viscous, crude oil-like black liquid, countless bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled around, emitting invisible but deadly curses. The other party seemed not to care about Snow's presence on the battlefield. Dozens, even hundreds, of its arms rapidly extended outwards. Some blocked the high sky, some drilled into the earth, some surrounded from all directions, and some directly grabbed at Klein, the coconut tree, and Snow. At the same time, a roar that pierced the spirit body emanated from Sua's giant tree-like body, instantly causing Klein and Miss Coconut Tree to freeze. The crimson moonlight in the sky grew thicker, as if a phantom appeared on the red curtain. The core of that scene was a mummy wrapped in yellowing bandages. It was pierced by countless brown branches and suspended in midair. Its belly was swollen, and at times, certain areas would bulge and then deflate, as if new life was being conceived within it. The mummy's mouth opened and closed, constantly emitting screams. Although there was no substantial sound, everyone present could feel a resonant pain within their bodies and souls. That was the feeling of bearing what the mummy was experiencing. God of Bound. The connection between spirituality and the spirit world was instantly locked. Klein immediately pulled out the outer deity box from the historical void, but just as he was about to use the second layer's spatial displacement to escape the influence of the God of Bound, Snow's hand pressed down on his movement. "No, I'll take the damage. You two help distract him." Klein and Miss Coconut Tree exchanged glances and then decided to trust Snow. After all, both of them were historical projections, while Snow had arrived in his true form. No matter what, Snow couldn't possibly be setting them up. Snow's body suddenly expanded, and bizarre light curtains descended from the sky. Golden glowing walls, with the crimson curtain in the sky as their boundary, constructed a giant theater. In the nearby fortress, the Loan soldiers who were not qualified to watch this play were all isolated outside. Now, the show begins. Chapter 563, Substituting the Sky for the Day. As Snow declared, Miss Coconut Tree, who had transformed into a giant doll resembling a castle, took a sudden step forward and opened her mouth, which seemed to have no seams. A silent curse emanated from her mouth, and Sua, like a twisted tree, violently swayed as if struck by a surging flood. Endless anger, hatred, and malice transformed into power, eroding Sua. However, this was not enough to pose a significant threat to a great archangel of the aberrant pathway, who was naturally burdened with curses. Moreover, at this moment, the Mother Tree of Desire was constantly projecting power from the sky. High-sequence existences always possessed extraordinary suppression over lower sequences of their own pathway. Miss Coconut Tree's desperate attack not only failed to inflict sufficient damage on Sua but even provided the latter with a powerful curse ingredient. Sua's bizarre, branch-like limbs swayed, emitting a terrifying howl. The silent curse Miss Coconut Tree had unleashed was amplified and bounced back. Miss Coconut Tree hastily tried to retreat, but just then, Snow's body suddenly appeared in front of her. In his hand was a golden cross, entangled by countless thorns. As each thorn loosened, dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the night under the red moon. Sua's curse paused under the light, and this brief skirmish gave Klein enough opportunity. He dodged the blood moon arrows created by the Rose School of Thought Shaman King, extended his right hand, and forcefully pulled at the void. This time, he didn't pull out anything. However, he didn't pause for a moment. He activated a flash with the creeping hunger, then repeated the previous action. This time, he successfully dragged out a figure, Ariana, the leader of the ascetic monks of the Night Church, an angel of the hidden domain, dressed in a simple linen robe with a bark belt. Ariana seemed to have already known the situation here and, without hesitation, plunged into the battle between Miss Coconut Tree and Sua. With the support of the powerful reinforcements, Miss Coconut Tree finally overcame the disadvantage brought by sequence suppression. Meanwhile, in his confrontation with the Shaman King, Klein once again pulled out two figures, Death Consul Azek Eggers and Snake of Fate Will Osepton. In just a few short seconds, a situation where four great angels besieged Sua had formed. However, even so, Sua showed no fear. With the Mother Tree of Desire continuously projecting power, it was almost invincible. Help restrain it. Suddenly, Snow, holding the radiant cross, shouted. Klein, without any hesitation, immediately commanded the historical projections of Will and Azek to launch a siege. Adrian's eyes, where consciousness had descended, turned pure black. As her eyes closed, Sua's consciousness wavered for a moment. The phantom of the Snake of Fate formed a ring in the air. Sua's body, as if experiencing a glitch, swayed back and forth. Azek's eyes flashed with a cold light. The power of death, along with the Rose School of Thought members who had transformed into livestock in the vicinity, were also killed. Sua now had thoughts of retreating. It let out an indescribably terrifying wail, and the phantom of the God of Bound in the sky also emitted waves of shrill screams. Through the God of Bound, the Mother Tree of Desire transmitted more power to Sua, but at this very moment, the opportunity Snow had been waiting for finally arrived. The shadows, which had already spread across the entire land, suddenly opened countless eyes. From each of those eyes, with their distinctly different forms, projected substantial gazes. These gazes, like spider silk, bound Sua, and the ends of these threads were precisely the golden cross in Snow's hand, emitting dazzling sunlight. The light of the cross shone on the bound Sua, casting a dark, cross-shaped shadow on the golden light curtain behind him. The shadow became increasingly viscous and profound, eventually seeming to solidify into a tangible substance, pressing against Sua's back. Sua, at this moment, was as if nailed to a cross, letting out futile wails. The God of Bound in the sky let out terrifying and shrill screams. The bulging pulsation in her abdomen became increasingly violent, and drops of viscous liquid seeped from the mummy's bandages. Simultaneously, the mother tree of desire's extreme rage descended. But, preparation complete, Snow swung his arm, and a scarlet long spear, covered in rust and bloodstains, was clutched in his hand. An aura of disaster and ill omen entwined around the spearhead. That sharpness, capable of piercing even a god, made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. Flakes of rust spread from the long spear up Snow's arm, and a strong smell of blood accompanied the iron filing like skin peeling from Snow's arm. Sua's struggles became more violent. Even with the support of the mother tree of desire's power, he was not confident in withstanding such an attack. However, Snow, surprisingly, did not immediately thrust out the god-slaying spear in his hand. Instead, he pulled out a coin with a simple drawing of a baby from his pocket. Roar! With the appearance of the coin, the projection of the god of bound in the sky suddenly began to distort. But by this point, Snow naturally wouldn't give the opponent a chance to retreat calmly. He violently tossed the coin into the air, and the god-slaying spear in his hand accurately pierced through the coin, then, in the next moment, plunged fiercely into Sua's body. Mushrooms spread across Sua's body, and the projection of the god of bound in the sky also flickered. Just as the mother tree of desire was about to completely abandon Sua, a white mist suddenly appeared above Snow's head. Shrouded in this mist, Snow uttered a neologism. Stealing the sky and switching the sun. Instantly, the projection in the sky began to distort. Sua, struck by the god-slaying spear and covered in mushrooms, suddenly vanished without a trace. And the mummy, pierced by the mother tree of desire and constantly undergoing fetal movements, suddenly stopped wailing. Her withered bandages suddenly burst inch by inch, and her shriveled, wood-like body abruptly swelled. Mushrooms sprouted from her body, and hideous tendrils of flesh violently pierced out from within her. The tendrils of flesh expanded rapidly. Skulls, three-dimensional eyeballs, and barbed tongues sprouted from the tendrils, accompanied by wails utterly different from before. Although no one could understand the specific meaning of the wailing, everyone immediately realized that the one wailing now was Sua. Numerous gazes suddenly turned towards Snow, whose right arm hung limply. However, he had no intention of responding, merely silently displayed the cross in his hand. In the center of the now lustreless cross, at some unknown point, hung a small figure wrapped in pale yellow bandages. Chapter 564, The Bound God. I think I said too much. Seeing Sua being sent away for surrogacy, the shaman king of the Rose school of thought was completely stunned. How could a mere sequence 4 like him face the siege of 5 angels? Is it still not too late to surrender? He originally wanted to ask that, but obviously, he no longer had the chance. Klein used a historical projection to collect the spoils, intending to first offer them to Saphira Castle, and then distribute them once everyone's true bodies arrived. However, Miss Renique Tinicole's historical projection was firmly fixated on the cross in Snow's hand. Or rather, she was looking at the small mummy, wrapped in pale yellow bandages, on the cross. God of bound, it seemed like a murmur, yet also like calling out a deity's true name. Miss Renique Tinicole's tone held a hint of confusion within its reverence, but the small mummy wrapped in pale yellow bandages gave no response, only emitting silent cries of pain. Miss Renique Tinicole, like a ragdoll, raised her head, her glass eyes looking at Snow. Snow neither nodded nor shook his head at this somewhat unsettling gaze. He simply raised his hand and made a gun-firing gesture at the small mummy on the cross. The ship of Theseus. An indescribable power spread over the mummy-like figure. A moment later, a slightly weak voice emerged from its mouth. Thank you for your rescue, ancient chaos. It doesn't seem to be. After a period of self-talk, the bandaged figure finally roughly understood the current situation. He looked at Snow's right arm, which was covered in rust, and a faint red light flickered in his eyes. The rust instantly receded, while a small section of the pale yellow bandages on his body turned rusty red. Rather than thanks, I'm very curious about your current situation. Did you bring out the uniqueness? Snow made 2 empty grasps with his restored right hand, then held the cross in one hand and asked with a serious tone. This was the key point of this stealing the sky and switching the sun. Using the mother goddess of depravity's power to forcefully disrupt the mother tree of desire's control, the stealing the sky and switching the sun achieved through this indeed swapped out the consciousness of Tolsna, the god of bound. As part of the equivalent exchange, the Beander characteristic, equivalent to Suez sequence 1, could also definitely be taken. The current focus was whether Tolzna had also managed to retrieve the uniqueness. The uniqueness has long since been conceptualized, so it has always been with me. Tolzna had no intention of hiding it. He looked up at Snow and asked in a tone almost devoid of emotion. Is there anything you need me to do? Yes, I hope that in the future, you will help bear 2 curses. Snow did not stand on ceremony. The main purpose of his risky rescue of Tolzna, besides pre-rehearsing the rescue of White Creator and Rosal, was to have him help bear the curses. Certainly. Bearing curses is the destiny of the aberrant pathway. For us, curses are also a form of anchor. At this point, Tolzna suddenly realized a problem. After an imperceptible glance at the small rusty red section of bandage on his body, he asked with a slight hesitation. Can you tell me the source of the curses I am to bear? Underground and moon. Tolzna instantly fell into a long silence, so much so that Klein even suspected if the historical projection was stuck. However, before the historical image expired, Tolzna finally nodded and said, yes, but I will need the spell you used on me earlier, and after that, you must assist me with reincarnation. Then, the deal is struck. Snow nodded, and a contractual power formed a tight chain between them. This made the god of Bound look even more like a prisoner constantly ready for execution, but he clearly did not care about this, even narrowing his eyes and beginning to doze. No, perhaps he really was asleep. After all, he hadn't rested in a very long time. Seeing this, Snow put away the cross with Tolzna hanging on it. Although at this time he should have handed the god of Bound to Miss Renit Tinakal, all who were present were merely historical projections. And if Tolzna were to be sacrificed to Saphira Castle, Klein might not even dare to accept him. I'll take my leave now, Miss Renit Tinakal. The god of Bound will remain with me for now. With that, Snow didn't give Miss Renit Tinakal a chance to reply before disappearing from the spot. Miss Renit Tinakal's slightly parted lips closed again. Then she spoke to Klein with reluctance, that side is also finished. After saying that, historical projections disintegrated into mist, and the golden light curtain slowly vanished. On this battlefield, aside from a few more corpses of pigs, cattle, and sheep, it was as if nothing had happened. Snow, who had teleported back to Black Swan Castle, entrusted Tolzna to Maria's care, while he returned to his study to summarize the experience of this operation. Firstly, regarding Sua as a substitute, using the Mother Goddess of Depravity's power to suppress the Mother Tree of Desire's power is clearly feasible. However, now with Tolzna, a king of angels, there's no need to take that risk later, the pollution can simply be transferred to him. A cooperative human sacrifice is always more effective than an incooperative one. Secondly, there is the issue of consciousness awakening. The ship of Theseus has been confirmed to be effective against the distortions caused by outer deity contamination. If Tolzna, who was tormented for so many years, could regain his sanity, then Old Huang and White Creator should also be fine. The problem lies in how to anchor their state. Finally, there is the issue of the ritual. The true reason Tolzna could be swapped out this time was that the Mother Tree of Desire actively established a connection between the God of Bound and Sua, thereby allowing its power to invade the real world. But conversely, this direct connection also gave Snow room to maneuver. Polluting with the Mother Goddess's power to prevent the Mother Tree of Desire from directly closing the channel, and then performing a position swap through their integrated connection. In comparison, Old Huang's situation is easier to manage, as he is simply curled up in his grave, and the displacement step can be directly skipped. But White Creator's problem is significant, because now, there is no true White Creator. Even if True Creator and Atom were put together, it wouldn't be White Creator. And Feng Shui doesn't intend to actually create a White Creator, but rather to make True Creator into White Creator. This means he cannot solve the personality problem with a simple replacement, but instead needs to construct a ritual to complete a symbolic substitution. It seems I need to talk to Snowman. However, given his piety, for the resurrection of the Lord, a small, reversible sacrifice should still be acceptable. Thinking this, Snow's body disintegrated again, and using consciousness as a springboard, he headed back towards Backland. Although he knew that this kind of consciousness leap would cause mental pollution, in order to complete the acting of Schrödinger's cat as quickly as possible, He had to confront this pollution, allowing himself to reach a state where he could be promoted at any time before the scheduled time arrived. Chapter 565, Ready. It's starting. In his office in the Parliament building, Snow looked at the crowd outside, which was like a surging tide, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. With the precedent of Intis, he believed that those with sense had already taken out their food and gone to the church for refuge. I wonder how many fools won't see the situation clearly. Perfect. Lowen's treasury has been depleted quite a bit for this war. Snow withdrew his gaze and refocused on the documents in front of him. From all aspects, Lowen's war situation was not optimistic. If he hadn't read the script in advance, Snow would have found it hard to believe that Lowen still had a chance to turn the tide under such a great disadvantage. However, the historical trajectory of this world ultimately had to consider the arrangements of the deities. Just as Snow was thinking about when the divine war would truly begin, a subtle murmur suddenly came from his chest. Oh, has a Beander guidance already been given to Klein? How are things on the City of Silver's side? The true creator murmur. The soft whispers provided a response, and Snow's eyes immediately narrowed. He suddenly stood up, picked up the bell on his desk, and shook it twice with force. Sir, what are your orders? A mid-level member of Military Intelligence Section 9 pushed open the office door, his expression showing a slight hint of fear, but this was not directed at Snow, but simply because he was frightened by the parade outside. After all, even a mid-sequence Beander would not be able to guarantee his survival in the face of such a large crowd. To be fearless of numbers, one must transcend humanity and reach the realm of a demigod. I have some matters to attend to. The documents here will be sent to the king later. Also, keep your subordinates in check. Unless someone maliciously escalates the problem, do not intervene. Snow pointed to the desk behind him. The Military Intelligence Section 9 member immediately nodded in agreement, but when he looked up again, he found that Snow was already gone. Snow, who had left the Parliament building, directly teleported to the Holy Light Cathedral. Seeing his appearance, Mr. A, who was originally sitting silently reciting the church's holy scriptures, immediately stood up and said, Your Highness, the hymn angel, has the time come? That's right. How are things going with Snowman? Snow nodded gently and made a cross gesture on his chest. Mr. A heard this and immediately said, Snowman has completed his advancement and is currently repenting in the prayer hall. Go bring him over. Snow said, taking a deep breath, and walked to the altar of the Holy Light Cathedral. Looking at the huge cross emitting a faint golden glow, he took Heaven Manufacturing from his chest and pressed it against the cross. A faint stream of light surged into Heaven Manufacturing from the point of contact. The bone-white cross, which originally had a black iron luster, also turned a faint gold. Your Highness the Favored One. Snowman's voice came from behind Snow. At this moment, he was still wearing a linen robe and was barefoot, dressed as an ascetic, but his eyes no longer emitted a faint golden light as before. Instead, they were a deep black. The plan is about to begin. Are you ready? Snow looked at the troubled expression on the ascetic's face, but he smiled. Hearing his words, Snowman's dark eyes lit up. I've been ready for a long time. That's good. Saint of Light, you can handle the remaining matters. We should go to the Lord's sanctuary. Snow turned to look at Mr. A, who merely shook his head gently, looking at Snow with a fervent gaze and saying, As soon as I learned of the plan, I had already handed over my duties. Then, let's go. Snow tore with both hands, and a door of light unfolded before him. Snowman and Mr. A stepped forward without any hesitation. As chaotic and strange spirit world scenes flashed before their eyes, the three of them arrived on a barren land. Lightning flashed continuously in the sky, as if it would never stop. On the land covered by darkness, various distorted monsters walked. A dim yellow light seemed to be solidified in the distance. There, a majestic building exuded a powerful and magnificent aura. All right, let's start preparing. Snow gently stroked the Heaven Manufacturing, which had already turned a faint golden, and spoke to Mr. A and Snowman. Snowman and Mr. A did not hesitate. They immediately unleashed their abilities, and a golden sunlight and a faint shadow slowly spread out, interweaving into a peculiar domain that seemed isolated from the world. Standing in this domain, Snow's spirituality began to drop rapidly, and a crystal-like seed slowly condensed in his palm. Logically speaking, the Lai seed formed by the combined efforts of the three of them was actually formless, but tangible objects were often more likely to gain recognition than unobservable forces. Just then, Snow's eyebrows raised slightly, and he looked unexpectedly in the direction of the giant court, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Immediately, his soul split, and a consciousness also detached from his body. "You're looking for me." The moment Snow took over the historical projection, he saw the scene before him, then paused slightly, frowning and saying, "You opened that door." Klein was not surprised that this senior had seen the clue, and nodded, saying, "The power behind the door took my shadow, and my spirit body and physical body were also corroded by the true creator." Klein forcibly suppressed his emotional changes, recounting the problems he had encountered earlier, but his terrifying face, half normal and half replaced by twisted flesh and worms, occasionally let out a chilling smile. "Don't move yet." Snow frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and then a soft melody flowed from his mouth and nose in a hum. "Evening in the Moscow suburbs," Klein remembered, should be the name. And as this widely known tune flowed, Klein felt that the distortion of his soul and body was slowly weakening. Although it didn't completely disappear, it had calmed down, preventing his already near out-of-control state from worsening. "It seems that his goal has not been achieved yet." Snow looked thoughtful. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Your current state is very dangerous. It's hard for me to give you advice, because with just you alone, you can't even reach Saussure. I will get some helpers later." At this point, Klein remembered what the senior had said earlier, and added, "There are 3 demigods. Is that so?" Snow looked up and cast a glance at Klein that he found somewhat inexplicable, then said, "There are some things I cannot explain too clearly, otherwise both you and I will be corrupted. I can only tell you, if you are willing to believe me, then summon me when you feel it is appropriate. As for when it is appropriate, you will understand once you meet him and understand why those deities want you to push open that door." Chapter 566 The Curtain Rises. With the help of the City of Silver trio, Klein retrieved his shadow and made his way deep into the Great Hall, where he saw the iron-black throne situated on layers of giant-sized steps. He saw a man with long black hair draped over his shoulders on the throne, his eyes shrouded in shadow, his specific features blurred, and layers upon layers of illusory black wings hanging down, covering most of his body, while his luxurious black and silver patterned robe was filled with a mysterious aura. During his exploration, the power of Saphira Castle triggered the lingering spirit of the King of Angels, and through conversations with those brass-colored eyes, Klein gradually uncovered some secrets, learning the origin of Rose Redemption's name, the betrayal of the 3 gods and the ancient sun god's original plan, and why he had to be the one to open this door. At the same time, he also understood the last words Senior Paindrax spoke when his historical projection dissipated. All high-ranking devils must have a source of power. He wasn't entirely sure what this meant at the time, but he knew it must be related to the opportunity Senior Paindrax mentioned. And now, as he scrutinized Saussure's state, he caught a glimpse of a grayish-white object. In that brief observation, he deciphered a lot of information and, at the same time, understood the essence of this item. The blasphemy slate. Mr. Devil once mentioned investigating the first blasphemy slate using information left by Senior Paindrax. The first blasphemy slate born from the Chaos Sea. This was very likely the key item for the Dark Angel to partially control the Chaos Sea. It was the reason why the gods watched this place and sent him here to open the Great Door. At the same time, this should also be the power source of the Dark Angel Saussure that Senior Paindrax hinted at. Should he summon Senior Paindrax's historical projection? Klein hesitated for a moment. Not to mention that this space seemed to possess the power to corrupt historical projections, Viander items, and marionettes. First and foremost, Klein didn't know if he should trust Senior Paindrax. Emotionally, he should trust him. After all, Senior Paindrax had left him a lot of valuable information, and his descendant, Mr. Devil, had also shown sufficient character. But rationally speaking, ever since he learned of Rosal's madness in his later years, after being infected, in a mystical sense by the true creator, he couldn't help but develop some reservations. Although Senior Paindrax seemed relatively normal, who could guarantee that he truly was still normal? Especially those half-spoken words like a riddle, and the fact that he was clearly only a sequence 4, yet he possessed high sequence knowledge that even angels might be susceptible to contamination from. Even though he had asked Miss Justice to seal his knowledge of the cosmos, the memory that Senior Paindrax possessed contaminating knowledge that only angels could resist, was retained by him. Coupled with the unclear relationship between Senior Paindrax and his descendant with the true creator, Klein was a bit afraid to gamble. Just as ripples spread through his heart, Klein suddenly felt the surroundings become unusually quiet. Those brass eyes hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtain seemed to have vanished. Klein's gaze instinctively shifted upwards, meeting a pair of eyes shrouded in shadow. The dark angel Saussure, slumbering on the iron-black throne, opened his eyes. With a bang, Elder Luvia's body directly collapsed, transforming into a large expanse of shadow, and behind that shadow, a pair of bewildered but pained eyes vaguely appeared. In reality, Klein, who had long prepared to face a king of angels, wasn't overly panicked or uneasy about Saussure's awakening, but the moment Elder Luvia, a Sequence 4 demigod, collapsed, the pride built up from his experiences, scaring the Red Angel. Making deals with the Angel of Imagination, obtaining keys and travelogues from the Wisdom Angel, getting Beander potion formulas from the White Angel, utilizing the true name of the Wind Angel, breaking the cycle of fate before the Angel of Fate, and battling the Angel of Time, instantly disintegrated, and he truly witnessed the terrifying power of a king of angels for the first time. A demigod, just like that, died. For a moment, intense fear almost made Klein directly end his own life to seek another method of resurrection, but at this instant, the collapsing shadow that Luvia had become suddenly stopped flowing, emitting a deep voice filled with pain but not madness. "He's not that strong." Quote. "The battle over there has already begun." Outside the giant court, Snow, who had already constructed a massive altar, looked towards the peak of the giant court. Klein not summoning feng shui's historical projection immediately was somewhat unexpected to him, but it was also within reason. He gently caressed the vertical pupil on the chest of heaven manufacturing, and streams of power emanated from a corner of the forsaken land of the gods, slightly loosening the power that sealed this land, and wisps of power began to interact with the outside world. Gaze after gaze was cast this way, but at the same time, the final showdown in Backland had also begun. Dorothy. In Backland, Emlyn, who was awaiting notification of his promotion to demigod, suddenly stood up and looked at the doll held in Emily's arms, his expression becoming somewhat strange. In his line of sight, a fist-sized ball of light suddenly floated out from the doll's chest. The light cluster gave him an unpleasant feeling, like the gazes of his kin who treated him as a freak during family gatherings long ago, but before Emlyn could break free from this emotion, the light sphere had already passed through the wall and headed straight east. Emlyn ignored the light sphere and immediately took the doll he had named, Dorothy, from Emily's arms, only to find that nothing seemed to have changed, which made him involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Not just Dorothy, but in various parts of the world, the other 6 dolls also underwent similar changes, with light spheres detaching from them and then flying towards the legendary Forsaken Land of the gods at a speed that even demigods could barely track. However, at this moment, the battle of the 3 gods in the cosmos clearly attracted more attention. With that undercover mother who had waited thousands of years for this moment's stunning strike, even the gods couldn't help but marvel. War ceased at this moment, and a mass of orange-red twilight fell from the tranquil darkness, but just as most of the light masses fell wantonly, causing various disasters, an angel appeared whom no one had expected. He had a beautiful appearance, soft features, a gentle expression tinged with indifference, a tall and slender figure, and silver hair reaching his waist. He wore a simple and plain linen robe, with layered wings of light behind him. This king of angels with 12 wings, in full view of everyone, caught 2 masses of orange-red twilight, one large and one small, and in the reflection of his wings, the entire sky curtain laid out by the Evernight goddess seemed to transform into a giant painting. On the desolate and withered land, beneath a sky filled with lightning, a massive altar, 2 saints, one black and one white, and the highly symbolic cross along with 7 unsettling light clusters. The moment Snow, clad in a black robe and holding the pale gold heaven manufacturing, floated in midair, whether it was the pirates of the Sonia Sea, the serfs of Balaam, or the priest in the deserted church outside Backland who had already picked up the golden yellow potion, all of them raised their heads, gazing at this painting materialized by the power of the angel. A clap of thunder suddenly boomed, followed by pale flames flowing down from the sky, seemingly wanting to penetrate the night curtains set up by the Evernight goddess to kill the god of combat, and completely tear apart the image projected onto it, but at this moment, brass-colored eyes blocked the painting, stopping the two gods' attempts to tear it apart. Can it succeed? The priest in the secluded church lowered his head, no longer looking at the painting in the sky, picked up the potion bottle, poured its contents into his mouth, and calmly uttered a question without much fluctuation. Chapter 567 Necessary Conditions. Klein was unaware of everything happening in the outside world at this moment. Facing Saussure, who could freely switch between all 5 Sequence 3 abilities, he found it difficult to spare much thought for anything else. However, at the moment Luvia, on the verge of complete loss of control, resolutely cried out, "I have not betrayed the City of Silver," and lunged at Saussure, restraining him with her body. Klein abandoned the idea of weighing pros and cons. He suddenly pulled out a pocket watch. As he pressed the button on the side of the dial, time in the entire space abruptly paused. That was not an authority directly acting on time, or rather, in this domain supported by the power of Chaos C, such an authority would be overridden by Saussure's power. But the power provided by open black lens bracket Polaris close black lens bracket acted upon Klein himself. Open black lens bracket flying arrow is unmoving close black lens bracket is a terrifying ability that observes time from a subjective perspective, stretching each frame. Klein instinctively felt his spirituality rapidly draining the moment he pressed the button, but at the same time, he gained a brief respite. He quickly pulled at the void with his arm, and Senior Paindrax's historical projection appeared without any delay. Seeing the scene before him, he spoke directly without any superfluous words, uttering a single word that almost made Klein lose emotional control. Open black lens bracket Ula, close black lens bracket. Before Klein could even wonder why this senior was making a joke at such a moment, the part of the true creator's power within his body suddenly became active. As if provoked by the previous words, this dormant corruption suddenly spewed from his chest, transforming into a mass of dark flesh that coiled towards Saussure. At the same time, the power of Chaos C throughout the hall instantly became turbulent, as if drawn by some force, rapidly surging towards the gigantic shadowy hand formed by the dark flesh. Saussure, deprived of the Chaos C's power, immediately began to waver. Seeing this, Klein immediately released his finger from the watch dial button, stopping the flow of power into the pocket watch. Time resumed its normal flow. Derek and the City of Silver chief, as if watching a fast-forwarded scene, had no intention of investigating what had just happened. They almost simultaneously completed the attacks they had only just begun during the paused time, intending to seize the opportunity Elder Luvia had bought with her last ounce of strength. The dawn-like light and the spear condensed from sunlight slammed into Saussure, who was enveloped by Luvia's shadowy cloak. Just then, a cross formed of pure light blocked these two beams, piercing directly into the shadowy cloak. Elder Luvia let out a cry of pain, then flowed down from Saussure's body like a slime that had suddenly lost its viscosity. Open black lens bracket the ship of Theseus close black lens bracket. A sudden chant came from above. Elder Luvia, who had spread out on the ground like a viscous liquid, suddenly curled into a ball. Although she looked like she was barely breathing, her condition did not continue to worsen. Mr. Devil. Klein looked in surprise at the source of the sound, only to see Snow's body, which seemed to sprout countless shadowy tentacles, rapidly coiling towards the blasphemy slate, which the gigantic dark shadowy hand had already reached for. Did Senior Paindrax inform Mr. Devil by a method I don't know, or was Mr. Devil himself waiting for this moment, and Senior Paindrax asked me to summon him for now? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but he had no intention of stopping Mr. Devil. At least, the fact that he released the open black lens bracket the ship of Theseus close black lens bracket spell on Elder Luvia before snatching the blasphemy slate was enough to show that he was still the same person. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was Aemon, the Angel of Time, wearing a monocle and a pointed soft hat. Aemon smiled at him, scaring Klein so much that he immediately wanted to return to Saphira Castle. But before that, Amon's gaze fell upon the grayish-white blasphemy slate, and upon the gigantic shadowy hand that was about to touch the blasphemy slate. Aemon immediately raised his right hand and adjusted the monocle over his right eye. The crystal lens instantly became dim, as if composed of countless mixed colors, difficult to describe precisely. A phantom, terrifying, slightly rippling deep ocean then appeared before Aemon, and the blasphemy slate also emitted a buzzing vibration at this moment, breaking free from the gigantic shadowy hand's restraint with unimaginable speed and directly falling into Amon's embrace. Having succeeded in one strike, Aemon showed no reluctance. He turned and pressed his hand against the gray-blue door, which was still covered with a small amount of shadow. The figure wearing the pointed soft hat then dematerialized, passing directly through the door and disappearing. However, the gigantic hand that had absorbed the Chaos Sea's power did not pursue Aemon. Instead, it suddenly dissolved, turning into a shadow that flowed towards Snow. The next moment, all shadows vanished without a trace, and an orange-red glow illuminated the former palace of the Giant King. Klein was about to step forward to question Snow, but he saw him suddenly raise his hand, stopping Klein's urge to speak. He reached out and pressed the cross that had pinned Saucerier's wraith, and his entire being suddenly vanished from the spot. Following this scene, the roof of the giant court suddenly became transparent. Then, above the dark twilight that covered the sky, a scene appeared in the eyes of several people. The mysterious person who had just taken away Dark Angel Saucerier had already appeared on the altar, but the Dark Angel's wraith had not appeared. The day of return has come. We respectfully welcome the Creator's revival. Snow in the sky screen opened his mouth. Although no sound was clearly transmitted, everyone who saw the sky screen received the message he wished to convey. Under the gaze of almost all sentient beings across the globe who could see the sky, Snow slowly picked up Heaven Manufacturing, placed it in the center of the altar, and said, "One of the necessary conditions is devout and firm believers. The light covered by darkness, and the darkness moving towards the light, will become the beacon guiding the Creator's return." Snowman and Mr. A, standing on either side of the altar, took a step forward. One was an ascetic existing in the past, believing in the ancient sun god, a black knight promoted from a bard. The other was a fanatic living in the present, believing in the true Creator, an unshadowed promoted from a secret supplicant. Their impressions and devotion to the Creator formed a kind of opposing yet symmetrical symbolism in mysticism. Under the pull of this pair of extremely pure anchors, the light of the sun pathway and the shadow of the hanged man pathway converged at the center of the altar, with Heaven Manufacturing as the center, forming a chaotic vortex. The second necessary condition is the Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Snow's solemn and dignified voice entered everyone's ears. Under the gaze of countless eyes, an eyeball slipped from his hand. The golden eyeball fell into the center of the chaotic vortex, merging into the vertical pupil on Heaven Manufacturing's chest. Immediately, flesh tendrils began to grow from Heaven Manufacturing's body. This scene, which should have been eerie, took on a strange sacred and solemn quality under the solemn atmosphere, and Snow's voice continued to emanate. The eye of the Father gazes upon all beings, to regenerate the Creator's body. Chapter 568. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and the 36 Angels. The Father's eyes gaze upon all beings, allowing the Lord's body to regenerate. As the solemn and sacred voice reached the ears of all beings, with Heaven Manufacturing at its core, layers of granulation tissue gradually intertwined to form a human outline. He lay flat in the center of an altar constructed from light and darkness. Although he appeared to have no signs of life, he exuded an immense sense of oppression, as if this body could open its eyes at any moment. The lightning in the sky suddenly became violent. Above the perpetually dark forsaken land of the gods, scorching flames were about to descend. The trio from the City of Silver in the giant court were momentarily stunned by this scene, but Senior Paindrax, who had not yet disappeared, immediately spoke. "If you wish to be destroyed in the Lord's revival, then do as you please. But if you wish to live, hurry and leave this area before the final divine war erupts." Colin, the chief of the City of Silver, immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Although it was the Lord, whom the City of Silver had worshipped for thousands of years, who was reviving, his revival could very likely trigger a new round of divine war, and the City of Silver could no longer withstand such turmoil. Conversely, the City of Silver had already chosen the Fool and received the Fool's blessings. At this moment, the Lord's attitude towards them was also difficult to ascertain. Thinking of this, he immediately lowered his eyes and said to Derek and Lovia, "Let's go. We need to return to the City of Silver as soon as possible." Klein heard this and immediately said, Mr. Fool can help you quickly transfer the residents of the City of Silver, but you need to gather the people first. All praise Mr. Fool. Although Colin felt that this path of salvation should be completed by the residents of the City of Silver themselves, the current situation clearly did not allow for such formalism. Just as Klein activated Creeping Hunger, preparing to teleport the three back to the City of Silver, Snow, in the celestial curtain, pulled out a test tube. Inside the test tube, a drop of golden blood proudly displayed its presence. Through the perspective of the historical projection, Feng Shui, Snow controlled the speed of the ritual. As Klein completed the transmission, he gently tilted the test tube in his hand. As that drop of blood, seemingly containing endless knowledge, fell, his voice once again entered the minds of everyone looking directly at the sky. The sun's blood gathers all spirits, reviving the Lord's mind. The blood dripped onto the body's chest, like a sweet dew on parched earth, instantly seeping into his body. At the same time, signs of life began to appear on this body. His chest began to rise and fall slightly, breath surged from his mouth and nose, and the sound of his heart beating, though faint, seemed to synchronize with everyone's heartbeats. The thumping sounds converged from all corners of the world. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky of the forsaken land of the gods. That strike, which gathered thousands of years of lightning coiling above the forsaken land of the gods, suddenly paused. Shadows gathered from all over this decaying land formed a large hand, effortlessly grasping the thick lightning, much like a skilled snake catcher pinching a venomous snake at its vital point. Snow did not care about the obstruction from the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing sun. In the forsaken land of the gods, in this true Creator's sanctuary, the power they infiltrated could not pose a threat at all. Moreover, this ritual itself was not a precise mystical ritual in the traditional sense, it would not fail due to a minor issue. He merely silently counted the time, waiting for Adam's blood to completely merge with the body, while watching Klein transfer the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City from another perspective. Seeing that Moon City had received the oracle and begun to gather and head towards the City of Silver, he took out a rib and placed it against the body's chest. The Holy Spirit's bone connects heaven and earth, allowing the Lord's soul to return. As his words fell, that rib, emitting a sacred, faint golden light yet flowing with faint shadows, slowly sank into the flesh. However, what sank into the body with it was not the true Creator, but rather the sorcerer evil spirit that had just been captured. With the assistance of the outer deity's box and the staff of the star, the transfer of the City of Silver and Moon City became extremely efficient. When that rib completely sank into the body's chest, and when those indifferent eyes slightly opened, the residents of Moon City had already appeared in the City of Silver. The third necessary condition is 36 angel souls steeped in humanity. The combination of divinity and humanity will become the bridge for the Lord's return. Snow's voice sounded again. The ring on his index finger suddenly lit up, and an angel with 36 wings emerged from it. At the same time, the other 9 rings also began to vibrate. Unique symbols lit up at different positions on the altar. Although they were not familiar characters, even those who did not understand the common language understood the meaning symbolized by those symbols. Crown, wisdom, understanding, mercy, severity, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, kingdom. As the symbols lit up, angels of various sizes also appeared, forming a highly symbolic pattern. Klein, who was about to teleport the residents of Moon City and the City of Silver to the giant court amidst their prayers, suddenly froze. The sun earring he had always worn automatically floated up. The stand in golden armor detached from the earring's restraint, transforming into a stream of light and drilling into the celestial curtain. Afterwards, Klein saw in the image projected by the celestial curtain that various unique stands appeared among the angels, allowing their powers to be transmitted to each other. The Fool, Magician, High Priestess, Empress, Emperor, Hierophant, Lovers, Chariot, Strength, Hermit, Wheel of Fortune, Justice, Hanged Man, Death, Temperance, Devil, Tower, the Star, Moon, Sun, Judgment, World. The 22 pathways formed the ladder connecting the angels. This really is a grand spectacle. In Backland, Furs, looking up at the sky, exclaimed. Hugh, beside her, said in confusion. This sounds like Dio's ritual for ascending to heaven, but 10 angels, 22 stands, that's only 32. There are still. Before she finished speaking, Hugh felt a slight tremor at her collar. Then, the arrow she had taken from Viscount Glaint suddenly emitted a strange light. A light projection floated up from the arrow and flew towards the sky. As 4 light orbs fell into the array formed by the 22 pathways and the 10 sephira, 3 pillars and a reflection seemingly submerged in shadow also emerged. Severity, gentleness, mercy, and paradox in the reflection. The 7 light orbs that had been circling the altar fell into the pathways, transforming into vibrant colors and shuttling back and forth within the massive array. The 10 angels were imbued with fantastical hues. The array slowly materialized from illusion, and the body in the center of the array was also lifted by a hilt, slowly floating in the air. Blazing white flames fell from the sky, seemingly intending to incinerate both the array and the body within it. But an old and tall body suddenly rose, the angel of the holy words, serving by the Lord's side, transformed into a massive shadow, enveloping the scorching flames, while Snow continued his chanting. The 4th necessary condition is 14 secret words. Chapter 569, 14 code words to awaken the gods. The 4th necessary condition is the 14 incantations, to awaken the Lord's memory. Snow's body, along with the body encased by the altar of Kabbalah, floated into the air, facing the raging lightning and flames in the sky. His gaze, however, was fixed on the distance. When he saw the residents of the City of Silver and Moon City beginning to board the ships, he finally uttered the first incantation. Chaos Sea, everything begins in the Chaos Sea. Instantly, a chaotic mist began to rise. The shadowy hand, which had previously drawn a connection between the Dark Angel's evil spirit and the first blasphemy slate, fell into the altar. The power of the Chaos Sea also began to boil at this moment. On the canopy of the sky, a scene of profound darkness, yet filled with endless mixed colors of chaos, emerged. Even though Snow used the sky, which was spreading a chaos aura, as a medium to cut off all pollution, this sight still made countless people feel a heavy repression in their hearts. Beetle, sleeping in the Chaos Sea. That body, which had come alive but not truly awakened, rotated and drifted within the chaotic altar, like a chrysalis in dormancy, awaiting its emergence. Chernobyl, the scenery seen upon awakening and the home that cannot be returned to. The scene on the canopy suddenly changed. At the bottom of the dark abyss, within a building enveloped by grayish-white power, a bright and pure light illuminated the entire land. The lightning and flames in the sky paused for a moment, but the shadowy canopy grew even stronger and more unshakable. Blasphemy slate, the ladder to the path of a god. A grayish-white slate emerged from within the building. Although only the names of various potions could be seen, everyone with basic knowledge of mysticism realized the identity of this treasure. Beetle, transformation, ancient sun god. Streams of peculiar power began to surge. In the chaotic ocean of mottled colors, the colors began to become distinct. Reader, spectator, bard, secret supplicant, sailor. Energies representing the 5 pathways poured out from the chaos-constructed altar, like trickling streams, slowly injecting into that body. The entire forsaken land of the gods also began to shake madly. Twin ages, reclaiming authority. Ancient murals appeared on the sky. These were images created by the King of Angels Ouroboros, capturing fragments of fate. They depicted the ancient sun god's journey to conquer numerous ancient gods, reclaim authority, and establish human civilization by his own power. Beetle, transformation, concentrating authority. As authority was reclaimed, the body in the altar took on a somewhat non-human form. Various colored tendrils of flesh enveloped him, forming a roughly human-shaped outline. However, an indescribable sense of divinity emanated from this humanoid figure, as if cast from various metals. Singularity, ritual. Another mural appeared on the canopy. Countless angels surrounded the true God who wielded the authority over all beings. Beneath his radiance, humanity finally arrived at its own era. The Creator, becoming the second generation the Creator. The God in the mural was incredibly majestic. Even the most ignorant commoners suddenly realized that this God seemed to be manifesting various characteristics consistent with the creation myth in the major churches. King of Angels, the 8 great kings of angels govern numerous angels. The angels differentiated, with the 8 angels at the apex standing in the 8 directions of the mural. On the body in the altar, the outer shell, which seemed to be twisted from various metals, also showed faint cracks. Rose redemption, redeem oneself, redeem self. One by one, the angels in the mural transformed into streaks of light and plunged into the cracked shell. Only lightning and sunlight flew into the sky, intertwining with the two forces that were struggling with the shadows. Beetle, transformation, true creator. Crack. As the incantation, beetle, meaning, transformation, appeared for the fourth time, the hard carapace finally cracked completely, and an arm suddenly stretched out, as if to grasp the entire sky. Singularity, ritual. The 13th incantation fell like a heavy hammer. The lightning accumulated in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years had become dim. The giant shadowy hand completely extinguished the lightning, and the angel of the holy words, who had persevered for a long time, finally got a chance to breathe with the help of that large hand. Omniscience and omnipotence, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the Trinity. The last incantation was recited from Snow's mouth. The metallic shell completely shattered. That arm waved, and the scorching white flames in the sky were all dispersed. The face of the god, revealed through the canopy of the sky, was reflected in everyone's vision. He was like both male and female, both adult and child, both saint and sinner. His body seemed to condense thousands of possibilities, and also seemed to condense all unknowns. Snow held up the plain robe he had prepared and draped it over him. At the same time, the maximum power of stealing the sky and switching the sun, which had been accumulating for a long time, unfolded at this moment. Under the effect of 3 men make a tiger, people who had watched the entire ritual step by step instinctively began to believe that this was a ritual prepared for the Lord's resurrection. And as soon as they conceived this thought, the ritual gained the true effect of making the Lord revive. But something was still missing. What Snow wanted to resurrect was not Saussure, nor a memory body with White Creator's personality, but to completely awaken the true Creator, clear his madness, and let him return to his rightful place. Therefore, the pseudo-item, born from the power of the prayers and lies of all beings, based on the memories of Saussure and the Chaos Sea, was sent to the altar by Snow at this moment, becoming a sacrifice to bring about the true advent of the Lord. While the pseudo-item was still ignorant and the true Creator was already prepared, this power successfully affected the true God. The pseudo-item born from Saussure's evil spirit and the true Creator completed their exchange. At this moment, Snow also gently tapped the god of Bound hidden in his sleeve. The god of Bound, knowing he could not escape, sighed slightly. The pollution from underground, as if drawn by a high-power pump, poured into the pale golden cross, staining the pale yellow bandages with a turbid color. And the true Creator, carrying the characteristics and uniqueness of the hanged man pathway, descended upon this completed body. Amidst the embrace of 36 angels imbued with humanity, the gates of heaven will open, and the omniscient and omnipotent Lord will once again reign over his divine kingdom. As Snow's words fell, the 10 Sephira angels, 22 pathway angels, and 4 pillar angels that formed the Kabbalah array diagram all transformed into light. They converged and melted in the sky, finally merging into the true Creator's body. The 36 angels were essentially special spirits that the true Creator had split off through his own authority. They circulated and transmitted in the human world, absorbing cognition and desires, forming special anchors. And under the immersion of these pure anchors of humanity and the 7 desires collected by the 7 deadly sins puppets, the awakened true Creator resisted the pollution surging from the chaos sea and opened those eyes that seemed to contain all humanity in the world. You've worked hard. A voice, like a man and a woman, an old person and a child, a saint and a sinner, came from the new body. Snow merely bowed in present, then pulled out a bottle of potion he had prepared long ago. Maxwell's Demon's advancement ritual is to reverse a pre-established fact involving a high-level existence. Chapter 570, The Art of Standing God. The images in the sky were torn apart by lightning and flames. Klein felt his eyes sting as he watched the divine might continuously fall upon the forsaken land of the gods, almost tearing the entire continent apart. How about it, aren't my 2 ships pretty good? Senior Paindrax's voice rang in Klein's ears. He looked at the 2 massive cruise ships, although their normal passenger capacity was only around 3,000, without considering comfort or cargo, the 2 ships could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Klein turned his head, his expression slightly solemn, looking at the senior who should have disappeared more than 10 minutes ago, and frowned. Did Senior anticipate this scene long ago? Although the ancient sun god's resurrection is a key point in the God paradox plan I left behind, I didn't actually think the two events would happen simultaneously. After all, I'm not familiar with the progress of the plan. These two ships have always been docked in this illusory sea, serving as a teleportation springboard. I originally left them for myself to advance to Miracle Invoker. After all, Moon City and the City of Silver are almost like rituals specifically left for a seer, don't you think? As for my current state, well, another use for ordination. My castle provides the spirituality, allowing me to exist independently of your spiritual supply. However, I am essentially still your Beander ability, so if you cancel the summoning, I will still disappear. Listening to the senior's words, Klein also sighed helplessly. As the owner of Saphira Castle, he knew very well that what the senior said was correct. Moon City and the City of Silver were clearly arranged, but was the person who arranged this the Silver City creator? Or was it the primordial one awakening within him? And what role did Saphira Castle, or rather, the existence above Saphira Castle, play in this matter? As the two ghost ships slowly sailed away from the area that seemed on the verge of collapse, Klein stopped his extra thoughts. He looked at the senior, and finally turned his gaze towards the sky behind him, which seemed to have already been set ablaze. Mr. Devil won't be in trouble, will he? Not necessarily, because what's coming next is a true God's war. On the outskirts of Backland, Adam, having consumed the potion, had already completed his advancement. He looked at the sky, which had returned to normal, and his body began to gradually dematerialize. However, at that moment, he suddenly stopped his movement into the collective subconscious sea and turned to look west. Before long, an old man wearing a white robe, gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a faint scholarly aura appeared not far away. Hariburgen's angel, no, Hariburgen. Adam's flat tone revealed the newcomer's identity. This angel, having been possessed by a deity, had no intention of making a move. He merely performed an ancient respectful etiquette, then knelt on one knee, like a subordinate awaiting his monarch's decree. Your purpose? Adam didn't waste words. The other party's previous act of helping to resist Fengbai's tearing of the sky already indicated his stance, but given the other party's style, this divine possession at this time was clearly not merely to receive punishment. Respected Lord, I wish to observe your process of conceiving the uniqueness and sequence one characteristic. The angel, possessed by the deity, showed a humble expression, but the bronze-colored eyes already revealed his intention. So that's what you're after. Adam's tone uncharacteristically carried a hint of playfulness, perhaps influenced by the rich humanity of his truly awakened other half. He wasn't worried about the possessed body in front of him playing tricks, or rather, at his current state, even if he separated the uniqueness and Beander characteristic, a mere possessed body couldn't contend with him. Without any hesitation, he had already completed the conception of the uniqueness and Beander characteristic, but he did not strip away the uniqueness, merely condensing an ancient quill in his hand. Thank you for your benevolence. The bronze color in the possessed body's eyes slowly faded. The angel, whose body had been possessed by the deity, trembled, then looked up in astonishment, only to find that the golden-haired deity who should have been standing before him had vanished without a trace. Crack. Crack. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky of the forsaken land of the gods. More divine power seeped in through the gap where Snow had previously conducted his live broadcast, seemingly intending to take advantage of the true creator's recent reincarnation, before his power returned to its peak, to severely wound him again. Destructive power fell directly from the astral world, fiercely striking the true creator's divine kingdom. The power of the two true gods grew increasingly violent. At this moment, angels and demigods had become mere backdrops. Snow felt his body completely turn into invisible particles, scattered above the forsaken land of the gods, feeling the great terror of flames and lightning brushing past him at close range, yet seemingly completely unafraid of being harmed by it. With the true creator as an anchor, Snow's advancement to Sequence 1 was incredibly smooth. The ritual effect, which reversed the death of a quasi-outer deity, practically guaranteed his promotion to the position of Sequence 1. But he had not ended his advancement, because he keenly sensed that something he had previously overlooked had truly revealed a clue. His vision continuously soared, passing through the sky of the forsaken land of the gods, as if passing through the spirit world, directly ascending into the astral world. But he did not see a cosmic scene. Instead, it was as if a whole new perspective had opened up, and at this moment, in the forsaken land of the gods, he saw something. It was a cloud of mist whose color was indescribable in words. It seemed to have been compressed to an extreme, appearing as only a tiny mass. Within that mass of thick, ink-like black cloud, a lifeless eye was staring unfocused. If one had to describe it, it was somewhat like the feeling of a black open black lens bracket millennium eye close black lens bracket. Ancient chaos. Although there was no reason, this appellation instantly popped into Snow's mind. Even though the other party had no similarity to the previously obtained intelligence except for its color, Snow knew that it must be the ancient chaos. He could even clearly feel the characteristic of the wisdom angel, serving as an auxiliary material, slowly flowing into that eyeball and replacing it with a strange power. But just as he wanted to delve deeper, Snow suddenly felt a heavy blow to his brain, and at the same time, a voice that sounded like a man and a woman, an old person and a child, a saint and a sinner, rang in his ears. Stop. Snow felt his body rapidly descend, recondensing into its original human form. Before him was the Creator, like a pillar supporting the heavens, resisting the lightning and flames. Behind him were the unconscious Mr. A and Snowman, the severely injured angel of the holy words, and Adam. Take them and leave. Adam's tone was slightly inexplicable, seeming to have a hint of approval compared to his previous flatness. Snow nodded, wanting to ask about the ancient chaos, but only saw Adam's eyes, which seemed full of riddler meaning. He nodded slightly, reached out and picked up the angel of the holy words and the two demigods. Just as he tore open a traveler's door, a quill was thrown over by Adam. You deserve it. Snow's hands were full, but he didn't drop the three. Instead, an arm grew directly from behind him, firmly catching the quill. He looked back at Adam, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the revived true Creator, then turned and stepped into the traveler's door. This is a JSON array with one element, which is a string. The string is a translation of the given Chinese text. Chapter 571 Maxwell's Demon. Snow handed Mr. A, Snowman, and the angel of the holy words to the tearful believers at the Holy Light Cathedral, who were constantly praying to the cross in the center of the altar. He then turned and went to a corner. The angel of fate, with slightly disheveled feathers and a few scorched marks on his simple linen robe, appeared before him. The Beander characteristic you wanted, Ouroboros's tone was flat and indifferent, a feeling completely different from Adam. If Adam's indifference was a detachment that only cared about the outcome and not the process, then Ouroboros simply didn't know how to express his inner emotions. Well, after all, he was raised by the true Creator, listening to rap all day. The kid had a bit of a language barrier. Although he entertained such disrespectful thoughts, it didn't stop Snow from reaching out to take the hand of God and a glory Beander characteristic. This was the angelic rank he had reserved for Grossel, and it was also preparation for him to more easily claim a strong legal claim over Fosak. Faith belongs to faith, Caesar belongs to Caesar. After the War of Gods, Fosak's faith would gradually be taken over by the goddess, and the civil power would establish a new regime guided by the workers' movement led by Lavish. However, Fosak was ultimately ruled by a royal family with a great angel. Besides Little Red, who was striving for godhood, Grossel, this giant who could smoothly advance, was obviously an important force. Having delivered the entrusted items, Ouroboros had no intention of staying. His wings flapped behind him, and he leapt back into the spirit world. Snow did not betray Will's location, not because of Lord K, but because the Great Serpent state was not suitable for advancing to a true god of the fate pathway. It was still the same point, his humanity was too weak. As an angel, he could retain basic humanity, but if he advanced to the Wheel of Fortune or even the Key of Light, it would be hard to say whether it would be him who remained or some unknown outer deity. After sensing the beacon he had left in the forsaken land of the gods and finding it completely locked down, Snow understood the combat strategy of both sides. It looks like this will be a protracted war, but that's fine. Snow muttered a few words, then slipped into his exclusive lounge to begin examining Maxwell's demon's abilities. As a paradox pathway with two sequence 1 options, and contrary to Laplace's demon's ability to determine the future, Maxwell's demon's ability, like its ritual, was to change the past. Besides the usual strengthening of existing abilities, its main abilities were threefold. First, named open black lens bracket mended mirror, reunited close black lens bracket, which is the core ability of this pathway. In a sense, it is the authority generated by elevating one's weight to the extreme. Under this ability, his observation becomes the absolute center of gravity. In a certain sense, this is an absolutely idealistic ability. Splashed blood could flow back into veins, collapsed cities could be restored to their original state, and even the process of a living being from birth to old age could be reversed at will. The entire world, in Snow's hands, was like a movie that could be rewound to a previous point at any time, as long as it was under his observation. Furthermore, due to the bonus brought by Snow's advancement ritual, as a power that resurrected a quasi-outer deity-level existence, Mended Mirror, reunited could even retrieve lost lives. The only condition was that the other party's spirit had not completely dissipated. In other words, even evil spirits or spiritual information remaining on a physical body could be resurrected, as long as their rank was not higher than his. As things stood, only King of Angels, true gods, and outer deities of 2+1 and above could interfere with this ability of his. Second, named open black lens bracket setting things right close black lens bracket, but Snow preferred to call it open black lens bracket second kind of perpetual motion machine close black lens bracket, which is the origin of the name, Maxwell's demon, the ability to distinguish, filter, and thus reverse entropy increase, turning chaos into order. With the hand of order as the main material for advancement, this ability was strengthened, gaining the power to transform disorder into order. To put it simply, it meant using all spirituality as his own. It seemed like just an infinite energy source overlapping with open black lens bracket 1 foot rod close black lens bracket, but one must know that his own spirituality is spirituality, and other spirituality is also spirituality. Spirituality from the astral world, the spirit world, anywhere is spirituality. In other words, before Maxwell's demon, all abilities not involving authority would be converted into his power. If the eternal blazing sun were to blast him with a star explosion level attack at this moment, he would merely say, "Thanks, old friend, for the nuclear bomb," and then throw the explosion back. As for the third ability, named open black lens bracket universe in a sleeve close black lens bracket, it could also be called Buddha's kingdom in the palm, or heaven in a pot, etc. Structurally, it should be considered the prototype of a divine kingdom. Its specific ability is to transform the surroundings into an isolated domain. In this realm, the circulation of energy, the composition of matter, and even physical parameters can be determined by Snow himself. However, this ability does not consume spirituality, but rather a certain burden acting upon Snow. From Snow's initial experiments, adjusting parameters like temperature and pressure was as easy as putting on an extra piece of clothing. But if he wanted to lower the melting point of metal or increase the weight of air, he would feel some pressure. As for operations like making 1 + 1 = 1, Snow merely conceiving it in his mind would produce an extreme terror. That was his spirituality warning him. It's worth mentioning that this domain, as its name suggests, is not something that can be summoned when desired and withdrawn when not. Instead, it is a long-term maintained state, similar to the small netherworld within the Gatekeeper, a power solidified on Snow. To fully utilize this power, he must constantly fine-tune it to achieve a suitable state, rather than simply canceling and restarting it if it goes wrong, which would be a convenient ability for reverting. Moreover, Snow was well aware that although this ability seemed to be able to one-shot anyone upon first encounter, other King of Angels might not lack a similar Divine Kingdom prototype. Even if their respective Divine Kingdom prototypes differed in structure and function, they were definitely manifestations of their respective authorities. If a real fight broke out, it would inevitably involve various authority suppressions and domain conflicts. The only thing he could guarantee was merely not losing. After all, he had completed a resurrection of White Creator using the 3 men make a tiger principle. In other words, if he really encountered a situation where he couldn't win, he could directly summon a pseudo-White Creator, a large sandbag with only output but no authority, to tank damage, and then escape to the true Creator's side. I have connections. Snow now truly had the confidence to say this. After all, in the full world, there should no longer be anyone with a stronger backing than him. Thinking of this, Snow suddenly reached out and slapped his cheek hard, using open black lens bracket mended mirror, reunited close black lens bracket to change his own state, allowing his skin to feel that slight sting, thereby pulling himself back from complacency. Can't be too careless. There's still ancient chaos and outer deities pressing down from above. The true creator doesn't know how long he'll be in a stalemate with Feng Bai. One must be strong oneself. Chapter 572 Gift. After entrusting the residents of Moon City and City of Silver to Dunnits, Klein also completed his advancement to Miracle Invoker. After learning many secrets from the 7 lights of the spirit world, his figure appeared in Backland. The God War ended so abruptly, but with the grand spectacle Mr. Devil had put on earlier, the extraordinary powers could no longer be completely concealed. Relatively, the situation in various countries was also undergoing drastic changes. Although the God of Combat Church, having lost the God of Combat, still maintained its facade on the surface, it had secretly begun to be replaced by the Night Church. Einhorn was being unanimously condemned by the entire nation for his inexplicable withdrawal of troops and the military action of suddenly surrendering when victory was assured. The workers' movement took advantage of the situation, and given the Einhorn family's losses in this war, it was believed that a transformation would be completed before long. Lowen, however, became unexpectedly peaceful after completely getting rid of the war. The new policies brought by the new king's ascension and a series of actions during the war had won the hearts of the people. The only problem was that the Storm Church seemed a bit unstable recently. The Church of Light, which had been prepared for a long time, did not take the path of enthusiasm and the workers' movement. Instead, relying on the foundation left by the former Aurora Order, it quickly began proselytizing in Lowen. Many members of the royal family and the military had already secretly converted. In addition to the Church of Light, the Earth Mother Church, skilled in farming, also overtly poured into Lowen, further squeezing the Storm Church's living space. As for Intis itself, because eternal blazing sun was wholeheartedly bombarding the forsaken land of the gods, the few angels who could not descend were completely expelled within 2 days when they encountered the Church of Light, where everyone could turn into light. What was surprising was that these remnants of the eternal blazing sun church actually poured into the Lindbergh United Empire with sealed artifacts. For unknown reasons, the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom actually allowed these sun church believers to enter. Although it forbade them from building churches, it did not stop their private proselytizing and commercial activities. However, Klein, who had already been baptized by Senior Paindrax's diary, did not think that this was the God of knowledge and wisdom taking sides. Because in his memory, after World War I, the Jewish people, skilled in business, also poured into Germany. So these eternal blazing sun church believers might eventually become candles. What kind of dark humor is this? Klein refolded the newspaper in his hand, glanced at the advertisement for the reprint of Stone Ocean in the corner, and walked towards the North District. After observing Melissa and Benson's living conditions from a distance, he turned and walked into the shadows. With a slight pull of his left hand, a figure reappeared beside him. "Senior, you knew about the fool long ago." Listening to Klein's question, Snow raised his eyebrows. He grinned faintly and said calmly, "That's right, but compared to the fool, what I first came into contact with was actually God Almighty." You should know that I didn't come from the same place as you. You came out of the Chaos Sea." Such a thought popped into Klein's mind, but he didn't ask it out loud. After all, if he came out of the Chaos Sea, even if he followed the Celestial Venerable's path, it should be the Marauder pathway. After a moment of silence, Klein continued. "Is it related to the God Paradox? Is resurrecting the Silver City Creator the God Paradox plan?" Only partly. Snow recalled the ancient chaos that looked like a ball, and his tone carried a hint of melancholy. "You should already know the concept of above sequence, and there are differences above sequence. God Almighty and the Fool are the so-called pillars." Pillar. Klein's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly remembered that when he asked Rhodes why he treated him with such an attitude, Rhodes's answer was that he saw pillar in him. "It seems you've heard the term." Snow sighed, putting on a helpless expression. "Besides God Almighty and the Fool, there is a third pillar, which is the one on the moon. Although I still don't know if the apocalypse is really as simple as an invasion by an outer deity, based on current intelligence, if a pillar doesn't emerge on Earth, the one on the moon alone would be enough to suppress all the deities, not to mention the many other outer deities coveting other Sephira on Earth. After advancing to Angel, Klein had already lifted Miss Justice's psychological suggestion and recalled memories of the existence on the moon. He then understood the weight of this senior's words and took a deep breath, saying, "So, in order to survive the apocalypse, there must be a pillar. And you chose the Silver City creator. More or less, but for now, it's not easy. After all, the Silver City creator wants to become above sequence, for example, by devouring the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Hariburgen is a clever fellow. He should voluntarily spit out the Buridan characteristics and uniqueness to survive as a king of angels, but the Lord of Storms and eternal blazing sun would not choose this. This is also the fundamental reason for the current God war in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Then to become the fool, do I need to devour Aemon and Mr. Dor?" Klein deduced from Senior Paindrax's words, and his expression became a little ugly. Even though he was an angel now, devouring Aemon was simply a pipe dream, not to mention the possibility of the full awakening within him after advancement. That's right, which is why there's the God Paradox plan. However, I can't tell you about this plan yet, unless you become the fool, and officially begin to contend for the position of the fool. Snow shook his head helplessly at this point, sighing, "Don't mind me being a riddle teller, it can't be helped. After all, except for Saphira Castle and the Chaos Sea, all other Saphira are sealed on the West Continent, and there's that gray fog on the West Continent, making it impossible to pass through. We finally found a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, but it corresponds to the Evernight Goddess's line." Klein kept his expression neutral and continued to ask, "Why do you know so much? Just as you and Rosal have Saphira Castle, and the Silver City creator has the Chaos Sea, I also have a golden finger, but it's not as strong as yours." At this point, Klein couldn't help but fall silent, because he suddenly realized that this senior was very likely tricked by Rosal. After all, Rosal came from Saphira Castle, so it was natural for him to advise his junior to take the seer pathway. But this senior might have come from another Saphira, and by taking the seer pathway, he undoubtedly lost the possibility of advancing above sequence, unless he was willing to expel all Buridan characteristics and start over. However, the transformation of the body by Buridan characteristics would still leave many sequelae, and changing pathways was not an easy matter. Alright, don't think so much. Work hard to advance. Once you become sequence 0, I will tell you everything. And there's a surprise waiting for you. Don't worry, it's not a scare, but a genuine surprise. After that, this senior's eyes suddenly became blank. Klein sensed it slightly and found that the consciousness in this historical projection had disappeared. "I still wanted to ask about Mr. Devil." Klein sighed and waved his hand to disperse the historical projection. Just as he was about to find a room to summon Erodes to ask about pillars, the Chaos Sea, the River of Eternal Darkness, and paradoxes, a figure entered his line of sight. It was a tall, handsome young man with chestnut hair, wearing the triangular holy emblem of the Steam Church on his chest. But what Klein cared about most was the silver mirror he held in his hand. "Erodes." Klein maintained his expression with the clown potion, while thinking of a countermeasure and continuing forward, as if he were just a passerby. But the handsome young man walked straight towards him without deviation. When the distance between them closed to 3 meters, and Klein was already prepared for battle, the other party suddenly spoke. "Gehrman Sparrow." Klein was silent for a moment, then nodded. "It's me. How should I address you?" "Boniva Gustav." The young man reported a name that made Klein's heart tremble, then handed over the silver mirror in his hand. "Someone asked me to bring it to you." Chapter 573, Preparing to Rescue. Looking at the angel Mr. Boniva who walked straight into Golden Rose Cherwood Borough's best legal establishment, Klein silently glanced at the silver mirror in his hand, doubting whether this gentleman was really the Boniva from Emperor Rosal's diary, the one who had lost his humanity and was left with only the fanatic side. However, Klein immediately recalled the ship of Theseus, which was said to be able to awaken humanity, and for a moment, he was tempted. He immediately found a coffee shop, ordered a simple dinner, and then, using Erodes's mirror surface as a base, began to write a letter to Mr. Azek. He didn't know how much longer Mr. Azek needed to sleep, but he hoped that as soon as the gentleman woke up, he would see the contents of the letter and receive the news that a solution had been found for his soul's problem. At this moment, Klein really wanted to directly find Mr. Devil, even though Bonava Gustav didn't say who had sent him the silver mirror. But after thinking it over, the only ones connected to this machinery church angel were Queen Mystic Bernadette, and Mr. Devil, who had a close relationship with Queen Mystic and had formed a partnership in Intis. But the awkward thing was that Klein had no idea where Mr. Devil was at the moment. After all, the commotion in the Forsaken Land of the Gods earlier was truly immense. He later tried to divine the current state of the Forsaken Land of the Gods on Saphira Castle, but almost had his head blown off by lightning, flames, and corrupted whispers. However, after such a suicidal attempt, he somewhat understood that the commotion over there was probably not just a little bit big. As the instigator of this grand drama, whether Mr. Devil was currently participating in a god of combat in the Forsaken Land of the Gods or had left that battlefield to plan Senior Paindrax's God Paradox plan, which only included the resurrection of the Silver City creator as a part, he had no way of knowing. Of course, Mr. Devil's daily prayers were still ongoing. If he were to inquire as the Fool, he should be able to get an answer, but the problem was that Mr. Fool had no standing to inquire about his whereabouts. Never mind, the Tarot Club is coming soon. Mr. Devil hasn't asked for leave this time. Miss Justice will definitely be unable to resist her curiosity then. Even if Miss Justice holds back, I can use a Rhodes's matter as a starting point to inquire. Thinking this, Klein did not use the identity of World to ask the Fool to relay the message. Instead, after handing the letter to the increasingly humble Bone Messenger, he found an in and gently caressed Rhodes. My supreme, greatest, and most exalted master, your loyal, humble, and pitiful servant Rhodes has finally returned to your presence. Tisk, this mirror is still as. Klein found this undignified flattery a bit hard to accept, but he still sternly said, I have some questions for you. You may ask anything. Rhodes replied humbly, simultaneously projecting a stick figure of a respectfully bowing butler onto the silver mirror. What exactly happened in the previous God of Combat? Klein's question was quite vague, which caused the mirror surface to pause slightly before it said. There were 2 God of Combat in total. In one, the God of Combat fell, and the other was triggered by that resurrection ritual and is still ongoing. I don't dare to look too closely. You don't dare to look. Rhodes's answer did not surprise Klein. He pondered the details of the God of Combat's fall, but then remembered Rhodes's rules and immediately said, It's your turn to ask a question. My Supreme Master, please continue to ask. I will ask all my questions at the end. Rhodes very obediently gave up the possibility of disrupting its master's train of thought, thoughtfully adapting its rules. Klein was already somewhat accustomed to Rhodes's obedience when facing him. He pondered for a moment and then said, Do you know about paradox? Or God paradox? I'm referring to a plan, or a high-level existence, not the mathematical kind. A white mist appeared on the silver mirror surface of Rhodes. Then, it wrote a message in a somewhat aggrieved font. Master, information regarding paradox has been protected by the authority of the one who was resurrected earlier. I dare not look. The one who was resurrected, the ancient sun god. Klein frowned, suppressing the series of questions about paradox he had prepared, and turned to another topic. Do you know the true identity of the Earth Mother? I don't know. But during the God of Combat, I heard a voice from within the darkened kingdom. He was shouting a name. That was the true name of the sanguine ancestor. Just as Mr. Fool was asking one question after another that gave Rhodes a headache though it didn't have a head, Mr. Devil, whom he was looking for, was sitting in the cabin of the Dawn, having hot pot with Ms. Bernadette. You dragged me directly onto the ship just for a hot pot with a sea view. Snow glanced at the hot pot on the table, feeling a slight internal complaint about this sage, using extraordinary abilities to replicate recipes. He had only eaten it once, yet not only were the hot pot base and dipping sauces perfectly replicated, but it had even been improved to some extent by incorporating elven eating habits. This wasn't the kind of so-called improvement of localized Chinese food, but a genuine, targeted research and development based on the characteristics of the dish. At least, this tasted better than several hot pots Snow had eaten in his previous life. Hanged man has escaped madness. Bernadette got straight to the point, stating the core demand. Snow nodded upon hearing this. Of course, so, are we going to fish out old Huang? Although she was already used to Snow calling her father, Old Huang, Bernadette still frowned slightly, unaccustomed to Snow's words, and said, "Are you confident? I can actually wait a bit longer. If you were willing to wait, you wouldn't have summoned me directly." Snow rolled his eyes, picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks, swished it in the fiery red broth, and said calmly and confidently, "I've already prepared the several conditions needed to rescue Old Huang. All that's missing is a spirit body of sufficient sequence. Strength isn't important, but the sequence must be at least sequence 3. You'll have to handle this, but I must warn you beforehand, this spirit body is definitely doomed, so where you find it is up to you to consider." "I understand. Once I find this spirit body, we can begin. No other preparations needed." Bernadette seemed to have quickly considered the origins of high-sequence spirit bodies in her mind, then, as if confident, she responded with a relatively relaxed tone. "I've prepared everything else. I think instead of preparing materials, you should first consider how to greet him when you meet. I personally recommend you just tell him, I've read all your diaries." Snow assessed the cards in his hand, confident that rescuing Old Huang shouldn't be a problem. Bernadette gained strength from Snow's confident words, and her whole being seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She reached out for her first chopstick since Snow's arrival, and before putting the food into her mouth, she said in a restored calm tone, "I'm growing more and more curious about what he wrote in his diaries. After he's resurrected, you can ask him. Of course, if he doesn't teach you, you can secretly learn from me." Chapter 574, The Long-Awaited Tarot Club. Above the gray fog, within the ancient and magnificent palace, the members of the Tarot Club appeared simultaneously, greeting Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around, feeling quite emotional. Seated on both sides of the bronze long table were the Cardinal of the Storm Church, a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists, an elder of the City of Silver's Council, a Sanguine Count, a High Deacon of the Nighthawks, one of the 10 Pillars of the Moss Ascetics, a high-ranking member of the Lowen royal family faction, and a laid-back author. Even that strange individual who seemed to have blended in, was about to advance to demigod with the support of the Abraham family. But even more noteworthy than these demigods was the gentleman seated in the second position on the left. When bringing him above the gray fog, Klein clearly noticed that the consumption to maintain his presence above the gray fog had increased. Although for him, who had already become a miracle invoker, such consumption was negligible, the incident itself hinted at a problem. Mr. Devil had advanced again. Right. The ritual to revive the Silver City creator was probably not just to awaken the ancient sun god, it was also Mr. Devil's ritual to advance to sequence 1. This thought arose in Klein's mind, but at the same time, he realized another problem. The advancement method for a god's pathways sequence 0 meant that all pathways had a 0 but no 1. Mr. Devil was initially on the secret supplicant pathway, but the secret supplicant, including the adjacent spectator, bard, sailor, and reader pathways, all already had a sequence 0. So what did Mr. Devil advance to? Looking at Mr. Devil's spiritual glow, he doesn't seem to be mad, nor has he become a mental patchwork monster. The only possibility, then, is that he chose the so-called paradox pathway, the one left behind by Senior Paindrax, a dangerous sequence that allows cross-pathway advancement through the compatibility of potions. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but marvel at this gentleman's decisiveness. If it were him, he would never dare to rashly jump pathways based solely on a few words left by his ancestors. I can now be considered a great existence served by a proper angel, even though this angel is of a higher sequence than my own, Klein subtly complained, finding the current situation of the Tarot Club, where the undercover agent had infiltrated the command center, somewhat amusing. Looking at all the members of the Tarot Club, who finally exuded the aura of a high-end mysterious organization, Klein once again donned the mask named Fool and nodded gently to the members, saying, "Let's begin." Hearing Mr. Fool's words, everyone immediately sensed a different aura. While the original Mr. Fool was mysterious and unfathomable, he felt relatively normal to them. This time, however, even without any special movements, he exuded a truly divine sense of majesty. This feeling was especially pronounced for the Star and Hanged Man, who had previously gone to the church's headquarters to pray. Due to the Sailor Pathway's keen perception of high-level existences, Hanged Man Alger was momentarily speechless amidst this change. Student Moon, though he noticed the anomaly, had already regarded Mr. Fool as a deity capable of cooperating with the goddess, so he felt no difference. Instead, he tentatively looked at Mr. Devil and asked, "Mr. Devil, do you have any information about the anomaly that appeared above Backland?" Listening to Leonard's question, Klein had an urge to cover his face. This student's way of asking questions was exactly like his own, only mentioning an anomaly, not which one. But when he asked to Rhodes, it was a superior asking an inferior. Asking like this made it too easy to be brushed off. However, Snow had no intention of being evasive and said directly. One was a divine battle between the Earth Mother, the god of combat, and the Evernight goddess. The result, I believe, everyone already knows. As for later, I used the deep darkness curtain spread by the Evernight goddess to complete the ritual to awaken the true creator. Now that the true creator has shaken off his madness, this has aroused the apprehension of the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing sun, those two betrayers. Currently, both sides are engaged in a tug of war in the forsaken land of the gods. Snow's answer was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet it plunged the Tarot Club into silence for a moment. Everyone had witnessed the ritual process before the Silver City Creator's revival. The entire ritual was so clear and comprehensible, yet filled with an inscrutable profundity. It was like having the solution steps to a global problem laid out before one's eyes, but most people still only felt awe without understanding. However, unlike a solution process, everyone at least gleaned the most superficial conclusion from the projections on the sky curtain. Temporarily setting aside the issue of the Silver City Creator, Katlia decided to first ask her biggest question. I cannot comprehend why the Earth Mother and the God of Combat, this mother and son duo, were defeated by the Evernight goddess. Alger, the Hanged Man, temporarily put aside his thoughts about the Lord of Storms being in battle, and carefully said, I received some intelligence that Fenaport defected immediately after the divine battle ended. Hearing the Hanged Man's words, the quick-witted individuals already had some ideas, and Mr. Sun even raised his hand directly, saying, I probably know why. You, Student Moon, who habitually bickered with the sun, subconsciously let out a disbelieving sound. After all, the sun had only just left the forsaken land of the gods and only learned about the 7 deities from the Tarot Club. How could he possibly know more about the details of the divine battle? But the Hanged Man, who had always worked hard to cultivate his relationship with the sun, knew that this young man wouldn't speak carelessly, and immediately played along. Why? Derek looked around and said in a much calmer voice. You must promise before Mr. Fool that you will not reveal what I am about to tell you. No problem. Katlia, the mystery prior, who was best at keeping secrets, took the lead in promising. After everyone made their promises under Mr. Fool's witness, the sun finally revealed the secret that the chief had told him after everyone had arrived at their new home and no longer needed to eat black-faced grass. The Earth Mother is not the Giant King's Queen Omibella. The true Omibella died long ago, and her remains are in the City of Silver. Are you sure? After a long silence, Leonard finally asked in disbelief. However, upon noticing Mr. Fool's smiling expression, everyone realized that this was probably true. The Earth Mother had disguised herself as Omibella, deceiving the god of combat, the angel of fate, and even other true gods. And this deception had lasted for at least 2 epochs. What a terrifying story. Furs contributed a bit to the rising temperature of the Tarot Club, and hearing his words, the perpetually silent Mr. Palace suddenly spoke. Nothing is impossible. What if this deception had the help of the Evernight goddess and other true gods? The Mother of Concealments, a honorific of the Evernight goddess millennia-long conspiracy once again silenced everyone. At the same time, a question was repeated. Who exactly is the Earth Mother? As this question slipped out, everyone heard Mr. Fool's light tapping on the table, a sound they hadn't heard in a long time. When their gazes fell upon him, they heard Mr. Fool's profound words. I can give you some hints. Why does the Church of the Earth Mother like to develop sanguine as believers? What is the pathway adjacent to Earth? Legend has it that in the second epoch, the ancient god Lilith, representing the moon, fell due to the Giant King's betrayal. She occasionally responds to the prayers of the sanguine, seemingly not entirely deceased. Hearing these 4 hints, everyone paused slightly. Immediately, the bewildered Emlyn felt numerous gazes fixed on him. So, I haven't actually converted. Chapter 575 When the Tarot Club has a spring. Under the somewhat strange gazes of the others, Emlyn accepted the fact that he had never changed his faith without any psychological barrier, even with a hint of pride. He even began to fantasize about the scene of baptizing his clansmen, who had mocked him for converting to the Earth Mother, in the future. Seeing that the discussion about the First War of Gods had concluded, Klein immediately controlled the puppet, World, to look at Snow and asked with a slightly cautious tone. Mr. Devil, I would like to understand the ritual you performed in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, if that's all right. As soon as Mr. World spoke, everyone's attention immediately shifted. Even Emlyn, who was still fantasizing, couldn't help but concentrate. After all, the grand spectacle that unfolded with the sky as its stage was simply too eye-catching. Both the resurrection ritual and the revived Silver City creator were worthy of attention. At this moment, the most embarrassed person was Derek. The facts proved that Elder Luvia had not betrayed the City of Silver. She, like him, merely wanted to use the power of a great existence to save the City of Silver. The difference was that she chose the true creator, while he chose Mr. Fool. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the problem was that the City of Silver ultimately chose Mr. Fool, while the true creator was restored to the Lord that the City of Silver worshipped. Of course, Derek would not regret his choice, because without Mr. Fool, the City of Silver's power might not have been able to open the door of the giant court, and without releasing the Dark Angel Wraith, the Lord would not have revived. These were the words the chief had privately used to comfort him, and Derek also found them very reasonable, but this could not prevent the embarrassment in his heart. However, Snow did not notice Little Sun's mood. He merely smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "Actually, what happened in the Forsaken Land of the Gods is much simpler than you imagine. The Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is itself a very ancient ritual of the secret supplicant pathway. The form of the Trinity Templar is the Trinity of youth, middle age, and old age. In a sense, this ritual itself has the function of digesting a Beander potion, and the process of digesting a Beander potion will be affected by the feedback from a spectator. Using the power of Ouroboros, the Angel of Fate, I projected the scene of the ritual to the whole world, thereby incorporating all the gods, angels, many demigods, and countless ordinary people into the ritual. This strengthened the true creator's anchor and stabilized his state. Then, it was to awaken his memory through the secret words summarized from the Silver City creator's life, and to bear the corruption within it with the ability of the God of Bound, allowing the true creator to break free from madness. This is the meaning of that ritual. That's truly a grand scheme. Miss Justice murmured, speaking everyone's thoughts. But then, she said with some disappointment. So that ritual wasn't really a resurrection, but rather a recovery of state and an escape from madness. That's right. After all, it involves a high-level existence, and true resurrection is almost impossible. Of course, most high-level existences aren't that easy to kill. In fact, once one reaches the angel level, completely killing an enemy is already a very difficult thing. Although the god of combat seems to have died completely this time, no one knows if he has left behind any means for resurrection. Even if it's just reviving as an angel or even a demigod, that's still a resurrection. Resurrection involving high-level existences. As an author, Furs instantly grasped the blind spot of the question and widened her eyes, saying, "Could there be a resurrection method applicable to lower sequences? How is that possible?" Alger scoffed at Miss Magician's naivety in his heart, but the next moment, words that made him doubt his ears rang out. That's right. As long as the spirit body has not completely dissipated, there is a method of resurrection. The lower the sequence, the easier it is. As long as it's not an angel, there are still ways. At this point, Snow seemed to have thought of something and added. After my recent advancement, I gained the ability to resurrect ordinary people. As long as they are below demigod and their spirit body has not completely dissipated, they can be resurrected. So, if you encounter any accidents, please try to preserve the soul and then recite my honorific name. Of course, this comes with a cost, and it's impossible to indiscriminately save everyone. No one cared about the cost. It was the ability to resurrect. It would be strange if there were no cost. Compared to whether he would be overly compassionate, everyone cared about something else. Almost at the instant they understood the meaning of Mr. Devil's words, the Hanged Man, World, and Miss Hermit almost simultaneously wanted to speak but got stuck due to speaking at the same time. In the end, Miss Hermit, at the silent indication of the hanged man and world, spoke up and asked, "Does this resurrection ability truly resurrect the person themselves? Or is it a fake with the person's memories? Or a monster?" In Catlia's impression, so-called resurrection abilities were not uncommon. Not to mention the daily, playing dead, of undying from the death pathway, even becoming a zombie or a wraith could be considered resurrection. However, such resurrected dead, even if they seemed like the original person at first, would eventually turn into complete monsters after a period of time. Even the lingering wraith of the person would gradually lose its original emotions, becoming a turbid entity with only a certain pure obsession remaining. You can rest assured on that point. The essence of this ability is the authority inherent in my pathway. It doesn't act upon the deceased, but upon death itself. Simply put, it limitedly changes the definition of death, turning a person who was originally dead into a, not completely dead, treatable state, and then restores them through treatment. Objectively speaking, I merely treated a person on the verge of death, so there's naturally no question of not being the original person. Of course, this requires a price. So, if you ask me to resurrect someone, it will require a sequence 5 Beander characteristic and £20,000 in cash. Is this the authority an angel wields? It doesn't sound any less impressive than the visionary pathway's manipulation of fate. However, it sounds a bit like Amon's authority for exploiting bugs. Speaking of which, can Amon also exploit the bug of death? In comparison, my wish-granting ability is quite inferior. Not only does it require accumulation, but it also can't resurrect others, but I can resurrect myself. This might also be due to my low sequence. Perhaps when I reach sequence 1, damage transfer might even be able to transfer death. As Klein listened to Snow's narration, he sighed slightly in his heart and compared this ability with several angel-level abilities he knew, gaining some understanding of the characteristics of the paradox pathway. As a mysticism expert, Catlia's eyes immediately lit up upon receiving such an answer. "So, I can create some amulets with soul-capturing abilities to give to friends, and when the wearer dies, their soul will be captured, and then I can ask you to resurrect them." Listening to Catlia, whose address had even become honorific, Snow nodded and said, "That's right. However, if possible, try to preserve the body as well. After all, recreating a body and healing a fatal injury have completely different costs." Upon receiving confirmation from Mr. Devil, Miss Justice immediately raised her hand. "Miss Hermit, could you help me make 2 such amulets?" I'd like them to be discreet, preferably not revealing their specific effect. I want to give them to my family." Watching the Tarot Club, whose transaction frequency had dropped to rock bottom, suddenly enter a state of large-scale transactions again, Klein sighed slightly, then controlled the puppet world to raise his hand and say, "I want to as well." Chapter 576, Obsessed with Salvaging Antiques. Hermit Catalia unexpectedly made a small fortune due to Mr. Devil's public revival ability. Even though she had become a newly promoted pirate king, with a large family of pirates under her care, she was still quite satisfied with this unexpected income. As the wave of custom soul-preserving jewelry ended, the Tarot Club temporarily fell silent. Alger, as if he had anticipated this situation, immediately spoke. "Most of our members are already demigods. The period for advancement has become very long, and we each have our own forces. The demand for Beander characteristics, potion formulas, and sealed artifacts might only arise once every few years. The focus of our gatherings might need to shift towards intelligence exchange and covert cooperation." Hearing the hanged man's words, everyone nodded in agreement, and Mr. Fool seized the opportunity, chuckling as he said, "With the conclusion of matters related to the forsaken land of the gods, my condition has recovered considerably. You can now exchange for higher-level items from me." He spoke with feigned nonchalance about the fact of his ongoing recovery, which for every member of the Tarot Club, was an answer they had long guessed. Just as Miss Justice and others were wondering to what extent Mr. Fool had recovered, Klein added with a smile, "Those higher-level items include the identity, status, and power of the sea god." The others were not very interested in these things, as no one needed the identity of the sea god, and Miss Justice and Son, who might have used the Beander characteristic, were very satisfied with their current pathways. Only Mr. Hanged Man's eyes widened, for this was precisely where his ambition lay, the long-cherished wish he had always pursued. After imagining Mr. Fool's disdain for the sea god's identity, he calmed his excitement at becoming the king of the Rosed Islands. Uncharacteristically, he did not hide his yearning and humbly addressed the head of the bronze long table. "Respected Mr. Fool, what price must be paid to exchange for these items?" Klein, who was waiting for the Hanged Man's question, immediately said, "Some tasks I assign, and frequent prayers, devout wishes." Hearing Klein say this, Snow immediately spoke up. "Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to exchange for the Black Emperor's status blessing." "What would this require?" "The Black Emperor's blessing." Klein was slightly stunned when he heard this, because he remembered that this gentleman had previously borrowed the Black Emperor's status. However, at that time he spoke of authority related to distorting rules, but this time he specifically requested the Black Emperor. Was it because he received the Black Emperor last time? Or did he have a more precise target this time? As Klein thought of this, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, because he knew that this gentleman had already advanced to Sequence 1 and possessed certain authority. And judging from his analysis of his own revival ability, this pathway itself possessed the authority to distort rules. In that case, why would he need to borrow the Black Emperor's? In that instant, Klein even suspected that this gentleman intended to claim the Black Emperor's position. After all, he had established an unreasonable order, the workers' movement, and secretly controlled a large amount of resources in Intis, Loan, and Fosak. He could be crowned at any time if needed, and building a mausoleum would be easy. As for the ritual, it would be even simpler. With his relationship with the Angel of Fate, another celestial projection light before would suffice, and the gods would surely acquiesce to the birth of a Black Emperor. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but worry about Rosal, but considering Rosal's relationship with Bernadette, it seemed unlikely he would do such a thing. After a great deal of thought with his Sequence 2 intellect, Klein decided to keep it simple. He immediately smiled and asked with an interested tone, "Oh, can you tell me what you intend to do?" Hearing Klein's question, Snow was slightly surprised, but immediately understood the other party's concerns, and respectfully said, "I wish to rescue a certain existence with this." "A certain existence?" Hearing Mr. Devil's address, the companions of the Tarot Club immediately became interested, and Mr. Fool's curiosity grew even stronger, because he suddenly realized that this gentleman seemed to have been busy recently rescuing those high-status existences who were trapped or insane. He saved the god of Bound when hunting the Shaman King, awakened the Mad True Creator during the God War, and Red Angel's remarkably good condition also seemed related to him. Going back further, even the Night Emperor's revival could be attributed to him. Who was he planning to save this time by borrowing the Black Emperor's status? It couldn't be Rosal, could it? The moment this thought emerged, it became unstoppable. Forcibly using his clown ability to maintain his expression, Klein said in a casual tone, as if it were a trivial matter. "Only devout wishes are needed." The reason Klein offered such a low price was due to his consideration. Mr. Devil had borrowed status and authority multiple times before, and at that time, Klein's price was only a few pages of a diary. If he were to raise the price now, it would be suspected of price gouging, which would not fit Mr. Fool's persona. And when Snow received Klein's reply, he immediately made a humble expression, stood up, and bowed. Only Mr. Fool is worthy of faith. Being praised in such a manner by a gentleman whose status was even higher than his own, Klein felt a momentary blush. Fortunately, the core ability of Clown was always active. He merely gestured with his hand to press down, indicating it was nothing to be concerned about, and then offered some other items that could be exchanged, such as potion formulas. However, Klein also noticed a problem. Within the Tarot Club, especially Miss Magician and Miss Judgment, their desire to advance seemed not very high. Although on the dangerous path of a Beander, the further one goes, the more one has to directly face madness and danger. Klein clearly knew about the impending apocalypse and was wondering how to find an excuse to give a reminder. The first supporter of the Tarot Club, Miss Justice, who enlivened the Tarot Club, spoke with a somewhat hesitant tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. If you know that the outcome of a matter is completely beyond your control, and only depends on the mood and machinations of certain existences, what would you do?" Hearing Miss Justice's question, Snow was about to speak, but the Hanged Man, who was determined to become the Tarot Club's spiritual mentor, answered first. Everyone is destined to die, no matter how hard they try, it is difficult to change. Does that mean their life is meaningless? As an old veteran in the Beander field who had long pondered such questions, he added after saying this. Since you currently cannot change the outcome of events, then strive to improve yourself, gain stronger power, control more authority, until one day you can participate in those machinations. If you die in the process, it's better than doing nothing at all. The Hanged Man's most heartfelt words ever seemed to give Miss Justice strength, and Klein seized this opening, immediately controlling the dummy world to say. Everyone, I must remind you of something. As the members of the Tarot Club turned their gaze towards him, Klein had the dummy world speak in a low voice. The apocalypse will arrive in just over a decade, and everyone may be destroyed, including the gods. Chapter 577, Countdown to Lao Wangshi's Death. Snow, who had just returned from the Tarot Club, was about to begin his ritual when Bernadette, sensing the anomaly on the ship, immediately appeared, her cool voice accompanying her presence. You plan to set up a ritual on the ship. We are still at least a day away from our destination. Snow saw her peculiar expression and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he unhurriedly opened the sacrifice door, took out candles, essential oils, pure dew, and other ritual items. While carving the Fool symbol onto them, he spoke as if to himself. Although there are 3 plans to rescue Rosal, they are essentially the same. One needs to provide the main power, and the other 2 give some assistance. I am merely making preliminary preparations now. Do you need my help? Bernadette realized she seemed a bit too eager, forcefully suppressing her somewhat out of control emotions, and returning to a calm state. Snow merely shook his head, lighting a candle as he said. No trouble needed. Just temporarily weaken the Dawn's mystical shielding a bit. After all, I don't want the power I painstakingly borrowed to be depleted in penetrating defenses. No problem. Bernadette didn't doubt him. As the starlight in her eyes flickered, the misty aura that always enveloped the Dawn dissipated. She had directly shut down all defenses on the mystical level. Sailing in the dangerous waters of the misty sea with defenses disarmed was clearly a very perilous act, but as a ghost ship carrying an angel and a king of angels, Bernadette had considerable confidence in their safety. The reason for keeping the defenses up was merely to avoid trouble. Snow was naturally happy to see this. He symbolically sprinkled essential oils and pure dew onto the candles, then placed a gold coin engraved with the Fool and the Devil in the center of the altar, clasped his hands, rested them on his chin, and softly chanted. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious master above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune, I pray for your listening, I pray for your gaze, I pray for you to bestow the power of the Black Emperor's authority upon this item. As the incantation was recited in ancient Hermes, an invisible fluctuation radiated into the sky, seeping like threads into the spirit world, finally reaching the fantastical space above the gray fog. Because he needed to give the amulets to Benson and Melissa, Klein paused his role-playing as a miracle invoker and returned to Backland to await Miss Hermit's delivery. Upon hearing Mr. Devil's prayer, he immediately took 4 steps backward, arrived above the gray fog, and cast his gaze through the crimson star. A huge pirate ship entered Klein's sight. The pirate flag fluttering in the wind made him narrow his eyes. After a brief recollection, he finally recognized the meaning represented by this flag. This is the Dawn. Mr. Devil is indeed with Queen Mystic. Is he really planning to rescue Rosal? However, Emperor Rosal was corrupted by the moon. I wonder if he can succeed. Klein's gaze slowly descended, finally seeing Mr. Devil in the altar, as well as Queen Mystic Bernadette, whom he had seen more than once, standing not far away. His heart immediately felt unburdened. He reached out and summoned the Black Emperor card. Now that he was a true angel, he no longer needed to borrow the power of the scepter of the sea god to easily leverage the power of the gray fog. As an observer, Bernadette had been restraining her desire to use her clairvoyance eye, lest she anger the Fool. In Bernadette's mind, Klein was the Fool, and the possibility of Klein being the Fool's proxy was roughly 7-3. But even with 98% certainty, Bernadette was unwilling to take risks at this time. Finally, a peculiar power, like the shadow of order, entered the coin with the gaze cast from above the spirit world. Snow immediately concluded the ritual with the proper procedures, then completely sealed the coin's power with a spiritual wall. Is this the power of the Black Emperor? Only after the gaze from the sky disappeared did Bernadette reactivate her defenses and open her clairvoyance eye to look at the coin. Snow also nodded, confirming her guess. That's right. To pull old Huang out, we must mislead the corruption on him, and the best interference, of course, is the aura of the Black Emperor. Blurring the definition of the collection it belongs to. Is this the authority of paradox? Bernadette linked the meaning of the word paradox and immediately recalled the classic paradoxes proposed by her father, roughly guessing Snow's plan. Snow was not surprised by Bernadette's intelligence. He put away the coin, sent all the ritual tools back to Black Swan Castle, and then looked at her, saying, "Where are we now? I don't know. I only bound Theshkret knowledge, represented by his diary to the Dawn's course through the sage's authority, confirming our position through the flow of information. However, with the intuition of a clairvoyant, I think we should reach our destination in at most half a day." Bernadette's tone held an uncontrollable apprehension, as if the mere mention of Rosal would make her emotionally unstable. "You haven't adjusted your state yet." Snow couldn't help but frown at Bernadette's excessive humanity. Previously, she was like this to resist potential corruption from the ancient sun god, but now that White Creator had even revived, if she still hadn't adjusted, it was too ridiculous. The only possibility was that she didn't want to adjust at all. "My father dislikes my brother's overly divine appearance, so I think it's better to meet him like this." Bernadette had no intention of hiding her thoughts, but her answer left Snow somewhat unable to retort. However, thinking that the other party still had a backup of information stored in Black Swan Castle, Snow felt relieved. Anyway, with White Creator as a spring, he could never die. As long as he didn't die, he could just use the information backup to pull Bernadette back. The two fell silent again for a time, but this did not make the atmosphere awkward. In the dangerous waters of the Misty Sea, the chaotic sense of time almost instantly stole half a day. When the two realized it, the outline of a considerable island had already appeared at the edge of their vision. Is this it? Although the intuition granted by the clairvoyant was almost explicit, Bernadette still asked. Snow looked at the approaching island, feeling the slightly familiar traces of power on it, and nodded. It should be correct. Hearing Snow's affirmation, Bernadette slightly raised her hand, and the unmanned Dawn slowly stopped near the shore. In the empty cabin, the objects animated by fairy tale magic began to return to their rightful places, while Bernadette once again assumed her mythical creature form. As her body transformed into a stream of information, Snow's existence also quietly disintegrated, hiding in the shadows of Bernadette's information, and then, in the next moment, transformed once again into a Bernadette with a slightly gloomy demeanor. Chapter 578, Exploring. Bernadette, who had entered the stacked state after a long time, lightly tossed a brightly colored, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn with her right hand. As the ball of yarn rolled into the void, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This wasn't the first time she had used the fairy tale magic, Ariadne's thread, nor was it the first time she had entered this stacked state with Snow. But this time, she had a completely different experience. The last time their mythical creature forms merged, it was full of various noises, requiring external pollution in her own will to balance it to barely achieve a stable state. Now, she felt that this state was maintained much more easily than she had imagined, and the effect and consumption of her fairy tale magic were both positively amplified. Because I am now half a paradox, Snow's voice flowed through Bernadette's consciousness, his tone subtly saying. The authority of the paradox includes descriptions like, reflection of knowledge, the back of truth. It has a relationship with the hermit pathway, which represents the hidden side of knowledge, one of both mutual reinforcement and mutual restraint. If last time we achieved a temporary fusion through spiritual attunement, then now, I have actually entered the shadow of the knowledge named Bernadette, becoming two sides of the same coin with you. Naturally, it won't bring a burden, it can even assist you in casting spells. I have to say, paradox and knowledge are truly a good fit. Quote. Bernadette's thoughts were slightly muddled for a moment, then quickly returned to calm. Following the thread left by the ball of yarn, she wandered through the spirit world and arrived at the edge of the unnamed island. With the aid of the authority generously provided by the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, the river of fate unfolded in her vision, and that shroud of gloom made her immediately close her eyes. Is this the pollution shrouding this place? Bernadette said with lingering fear, and Snow's affirmative emotion came at the opportune moment. That's right, this is the pollution above sequence. Do not use any more divination-type powers from now on. As he spoke, Bernadette felt that soul-deep fear, but having had the experience from last time, she didn't resist. With ripples of emotion, she entered a fantastical state where she could neither interfere with the outside world nor be interfered with by it. Following a path that seemed to have been specially opened, Bernadette entered a forest composed of giant trees. Although she couldn't use prophecy, her intuition still guided her direction. This forest had no bird song, no beast roars, not even the rustling of insects. It was so silent it was as if no living creatures existed. That feeling of absolute stillness made Bernadette feel as if she were walking through an uninhabited graveyard, each giant tree a tombstone. If it's a graveyard, that proves we've come to the right place, doesn't it? Snow's voice soothed the oppressive feeling brought by the dead silence. Even though Bernadette wouldn't be stressed by such a small difficulty, she still felt quite a bit more relaxed. As the saying goes, one person is survival, two people is an adventure. Being alone and having company are two completely different feelings, even if the other party cannot provide any substantial help. After walking for nearly 3/4 of an hour, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Although there were still no traces of any living creatures, the forest of giant trees began to thin out. Bernadette immediately slowed her pace, preparing to summon an invisible servant to explore ahead, but Snow stopped her thought, directly saying, "An invisible servant is as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the dark in the eyes of a high-level existence." As he spoke, Bernadette felt a piece of her soul detach from her. That fragment combined with the shadows cast by the giant trees, transforming into an indescribable mass of shadow. That shadow instantly spread out, following the shadows of trees, the shadows of rocks, following every dark corner, diffusing in all directions. Subsequently, an abstract but sufficiently discernible sandbox-like image was projected into Bernadette's consciousness. "This is the memory of the shadows on this island." Snow's voice flowed slowly, seemingly turning into a hand, pointing out the scenes on the sandbox to Bernadette. "Our position is here. If we go further out, we can see all sorts of magical creatures. They are praying in one direction, and that direction is where the mausoleum is located. By the way, among this group of magical animals, I found 5 people." As he spoke, the indicated sandbox location rapidly magnified. Among the shadows of a group of magical animals, the shadows of 5 humans were marked. Their outlines slowly filled in, finally becoming their true appearances. As her gaze met these 5 people, Bernadette's pupils suddenly contracted. She had learned from Rear Admiral of the Stars about the island's unique characteristic: the bodies of creatures who died from the pollution here would return to this place. Logically, there should only be 3 who died from pollution, but here, there were 5 people. Coincidentally, Bernadette recognized one of them. Even though he was wearing luxurious Rosal-era clothing, with shriveled skin that made him look like a zombie, Bernadette still compared them to the portraits she had seen before. Then, she found someone who shouldn't have been there. Edwards. This knight should have lived until her father's demise and moved his entire family to Lindbergh. He shouldn't have died on this island at all. According to the intelligence obtained from Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, Edwards lived for nearly 100 years, passed away peacefully, and was buried in a cemetery in the suburbs of Lindbergh. Why did he? Don't think too much, or rather, you can't think too much, Snow's voice interrupted Bernadette's words. They have a special kind of pollution on them. I'm not sure if this pollution will spread through thought, but it's best to be careful. Bernadette heard this and forcibly cut off her thoughts. For a mystery prior angel, this could be considered a fundamental skill among fundamental skills. At Snow's suggestion, she bypassed the area where many creatures were praying and arrived at the center of the island, before the mountain peak that had been transformed into a mausoleum. This place is full of distorted order. Is this his power? Bernadette walked across the ground littered with corpses, gazing at the mausoleum. It was precisely as her gaze met it that Bernadette suddenly felt a sense of dread. Who? Suddenly, Snow's exhalation sounded. Only then did Bernadette realize that an unusual stream of information was being repelled from her body. What is this? Bernadette looked at the stream of information, feeling a very bad premonition, and Snow concisely spat out the answer. Pregnancy curse. Quote ? Quote. Chapter 579. This move is a sure kill. When Bernadette heard Snow's answer, she subconsciously thought it was another bad joke, but then her rationality told her that Snow was not joking. Earth Mother, Primordial Moon, or Mother Tree of Desire. 3 names instantly flashed in Bernadette's mind, and then she unhesitatingly locked onto the moon. After all, the information Snow had told her before seemed to point to that red moon. Go in, the outside of this mausoleum is filled with distorted, new life. If you stay any longer, even an angel could be corrupted. Snow's power emanated from Bernadette, enveloping the wisp of pregnancy curse, and sealing it within a coin engraved with a simple sketch of a baby. Bernadette also completely transformed into a blue informational torrent with a hint of shadow, passing through the heavy stone door. The interior of the Black Emperor's mausoleum was empty, with nothing but dark walls and a central platform. On the platform, there was a chair seemingly prepared for a giant. It appeared to be made of iron, its surface inscribed with complex and twisted strange patterns, and the top extended upwards into the shape of a crown. At this moment, there was no figure on this heavy, massive chair, as if it was waiting for its emperor to return. Seeing this, Bernadette immediately wanted to take a step, but before the thought could be put into action, she found that her body had lost the ability to move. Pairs of illusory angel wings unfolded behind her, but as this happened, feathers also drifted down, growing furry, deformed limbs. They seemed to have gained new life, emitting crisp, cackling laughter, causing a strong sense of unease. Immediately after, Bernadette felt her body also begin to disobey her. Her eyelashes transformed into arms, and her eyeballs and ears began to emit cries full of independent consciousness. This is the rule of distorted new life, Snow's voice echoed in Bernadette's ear. Immediately, an indescribable power emanated outwards. The animated, feathered people seemed to become distressed, and then, in the next second, they suddenly used their deformed, furry little arms to pinch their own necks, forcefully twisting off the heads that had just grown. At the same time, a strong sense of world weariness arose in Bernadette's heart, but as her animated organs committed suicide, one after another, this emotion slowly receded. However, even with the distorted, new life, rule suppressed, Bernadette's body still couldn't move. But she quickly realized the current situation and immediately said in her consciousness, "This domain is contaminated by the power of the Black Emperor. One must please its aesthetic and conform to its rules to pass through normally. Otherwise, one can only force their way through with the authority of a Sequence Zero." Upon hearing this, although Snow could draw upon Sequence Zero authority with the power of an angel king of kings, after seeing the ancient chaos curled up into a ball, he was very reluctant to directly draw upon the Sequence Zero rank. Twisted shadows emerged from Bernadette's body, tearing her sleeves, her pant legs, and her long boots, making her clothing appear intensely irregular. But again, if you have a good foundation, anything looks beautiful. Beneath Bernadette's perfect figure, such battle-damaged attire instead took on a strong, incomplete beauty. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anger erupted, but after that fleeting anger, Bernadette's body regained its freedom. Bernadette didn't hesitate. She instinctively felt the familiarity of that momentary anger, and following her spiritual intuition, she ran step by step towards the unmanned, massive chair on the central platform. Suddenly, a strong, chilling sensation arose behind her. Bernadette wanted to attack immediately, but before she could, Snow forcibly interrupted her action. Useless use. As always, a neologism came to mind, and Bernadette once again felt that fear of being killed by the world. But at the same time, a shadow passed through her body, forming a distinct distortion. The state of being detached from the world was fleeting. Bernadette almost immediately swung her arm as she returned to normal, and an ancient-looking spear was instantly grasped in her hand. The Spear of Longinus. This spear, stained with specks of dark red blood, was filled with an aura of destruction. The mystery originating from the biblical stories of the ultra-ancient era was reproduced as power, transforming into an attack that could even harm gods. However, this attack yielded no results, because as the spear tip was extended, it had already pierced behind her. In that instant of attack, chaos appeared in front, back, left, right, up, and down in this area, making all attacks distorted and elusive. "Father!" Bernadette suddenly stopped her attack. Although she didn't give up resisting, she called out with a tone filled with an indescribably complex emotion. The black shadow's movement to try and grab Bernadette's neck paused, and a clear struggle suddenly emerged. Seeing this, Bernadette's thoughts instantly reached a consensus with Snow. The previously overlapping consultations immediately separated. Snow's body transformed into a shadow, enveloping the vast space within the mausoleum, while Bernadette took a deep breath and enunciated a clear and precise Chinese word. Homeland. The struggling black shadow's movement suddenly froze. Its upper body slowly lifted, looking towards Bernadette, and then a dry, hoarse voice echoed within this space. Homeland. This voice carried a hint of hesitation, a touch of confusion, and a feeling of seeking confirmation, as if it came from another world. The chaotic distortion in the space disappeared in an instant, and the shadow unfolded by Snow's stand successfully enclosed a perfect circle. Seemingly noticing Snow's action, the black shadow immediately raised its hand to act, but the next moment, it was as if it was forcibly twisted by another power, pushed towards Bernadette, who was looking at him with complex eyes. Leave. A voice filled with obvious pain sounded. The shadow disappeared out of thin air, then appeared on the central platform, sitting on the black, massive high-backed chair. Two slits opened on its face, like two asymmetrical bloody eyes had grown. Then, another bloody crack opened below the eyes, forming a mouth. Bernadette's body was rapidly retreating. Having confirmed the shadow's identity, she abandoned all hesitation. As a spatial rift opened beside her, a spirit world creature with the rank of an angel suddenly shot out from it. The spirit world creature, finding itself free again, immediately struggled to escape, but chains formed from shadows suddenly shot out, firmly binding it. Bernadette. Suddenly, the shadow let out a dry, hoarse sigh, which then turned into an unpleasant chuckle. You've really become an important figure in the mysterious world. Come here, let me see what my little princess looks like now. At this point, he suddenly raised a hand to press his head, letting out a pained struggle, with whimpers escaping his mouth. No, that's not right. Leave, I'm corrupted. His head lifted again, and his voice returned to that hoarse yet gentle tone. He was about to say something else when two coins suddenly flew out from the shadow. One flew towards the shadow, and the other towards the bound spirit world creature. At the same time, Snow's voice also echoed in Bernadette's heart. Quick, do as I taught you before. Hearing this, Bernadette's eyes showed determination, her mind highly focused. As if worried about mispronouncing, she slowly and distinctly uttered the syllables that were convoluted and obscure compared to the major common languages of the continent. It was a language from the ultra-ancient era, named Chinese. I have read all of your diary. Chapter 580, Old Huang returns. The moment his voice fell, the shadow stiffened abruptly, and an indescribable complex emotion erupted, washing away all the previous anger, sadness, and confusion, and the coin also landed on him. The ship of Theseus has the function of restoring humanity and tracing back mental states, but this function itself is based on the premise that the user has the consciousness of restoring humanity. As Snow told Bernadette before, if a person is more inclined to his divinity, then the ship of Theseus cannot bring much effect. But now, the impact of Bernadette's words caused Rosal to briefly erupt with humanity, and by taking advantage of this momentary rise of human form, the ship of Theseus also played its part. Of course, using the ship of Theseus so directly obviously cannot eliminate the pollution of the mother goddess of depravity, nor can it drag Rosal out of the contaminated mausoleum. But another coin was also taking effect. That unlucky spirit world creature with the angel sequence was also hit by a gold coin at this time, and the power like an order shadow instantly enveloped it. At this moment, the Black Emperor sequence borrowed from Mr. Fool shrouded the spirit body, and even the rules inside the mausoleum began to gather towards him. Snow, who had always appeared in shadow form, finally revealed his human form. His left hand held high a light golden cross. The little man wrapped in bandages on the cross had a distressed face. On his body, 1/3 of the bandages were rusty scarlet, 1/3 of the bandages were mixed and twisted in color, and only the remaining 1/3 still maintained a light yellow color. However, Snow had no pity for this. He reached out and pointed at the spirit world creature bound by shadow chains, and muttered in a low voice. Stealing the sky and switching the sun. Instantly, the spirit world creature and the emotionally erupting shadow underwent some kind of distortion, and the little man on the cross also seemed to accept his fate, stretching out his body. A soul appeared in Snow's shadow, and at the same time, all of Tolzna's remaining bandages were also stained with a reddish-green color. Go. Snow rolled up the spirit body and burrowed into Bernadette's shadow. Bernadette's body also turned into a torrent of data, emerging from countless boiling curses. The mausoleum behind them began to vibrate violently. Bernadette rushed towards Dawn without any hesitation. But just then, Snow's tentacles suddenly stretched out from her sleeve universe. Bernadette didn't even have time to see what happened, but she clearly realized who the 5 people Snow had rolled up were. The mountain where the mausoleum behind them was located began to let out a mournful wail. It seemed to be the desperate cry of the spirit world creature that had been stuffed in before, but soon, that wail was replaced by a higher-level roar. Just hearing that sound was enough to cause distortion. Bernadette landed on Dawn's deck, waving her right hand vigorously. Inside the unmanned Dawn, various items came alive again. Instruments played passionate melodies on their own, the rudder and sails began to set sail according to Bernadette's will, and even ingredients like potatoes and tomatoes jumped into the pot themselves, turning into a sumptuous feast. The torrent of data turned into a gale, propelling Dawn forward. Amidst the creaking, high-load conditions that seemed to shatter the hull, the island behind them gradually disappeared, and the terrifying roar gradually drowned in the wind. Only then did Bernadette let out a long breath, regaining her human form, and turned to look at Snow, only to find him continuously casting spells at the 3-color mixed little man on the cross. How is it? Watching the constantly struggling little man finally calm down, Bernadette then asked, but the apprehension in her tone was even greater than that of a gambler who had bet everything and was waiting for the final card to be revealed. He's saved. Snow put Tolzna into his sleeve, flicked his arm, and a still somewhat dazed spirit body landed in front of the two of them. But before Bernadette could speak, the spirit body shot up to Bernadette, placed its insubstantial shadow hands on her shoulders, and asked extremely nervously. Who taught you? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Because Rosal anxiously asked in his mother tongue, Bernadette didn't understand what her father wanted to express for a moment. Seeing Bernadette's expression, the spirit body breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned to look at Snow. Nice to meet you, my fellow countryman. From now on, you call me son-in-law, and I'll call you brother. We'll each have our own terms. Standard Chinese came out of Snow's mouth, and Rosal's spirit body immediately bristled, a string of open black lens bracket Chinese swear words close black lens bracket gushing out. If he weren't still a spirit body, he would have probably pounced on Snow to fight him on the spot. Watching the two interact in a language she didn't understand, Bernadette's expression was momentarily adorable. She wanted to try to use the sage's ability to analyze and learn this language, but found no clue at all. A moment later, Rosal seemed to be tired of spewing, and then sighed. Forget it, can you explain what's going on now? Snow raised an eyebrow at the words and said with a smile. I think someone is more suitable to tell you these things than I am. Rosal stiffened slightly at the words, slowly turned his head, and looked at Bernadette, who was watching with tearful smiles. He stammered for a long time before uttering, "You've grown up. ... After reading a book in the cabin for half an hour, a dark spirit body suddenly floated in from the doorway. Snow closed the Fool's Advent calendar in his hand and looked at Rosal with some surprise. I thought you guys would talk longer. If you want to reminisce, there's still plenty of time. Rosal's tone became serious, but then he couldn't help but say. You and Bei really? Forget it, don't tell me. Anyway, what exactly is my situation now? A ghoul? A spirit world creature? Or something else? How did you get me out? Don't tell me you're already above sequence. Seeing the old man's ostrich-like posture, Snow found it extremely amusing, but still explained seriously. To get you out, I created a fake Black Emperor sequence spirit body and then swapped with you. Your sequence is just hidden now. If you want, you can revive at any time through the Black Emperor's authority, but I think it's better to stay away from the Misty Sea. Saying that, Snow suddenly made a gesture, pulling out a life-sized puppet from the void and saying. You can use this body for now. ... Rosal looked at the life-sized Rosal puppet, his mouth twitching slightly, but he still drilled into it. A moment later, the puppet suddenly opened its eyes, gently moved its fingers, and said with a slight bewilderment. It's been a long time since I felt alive. Speaking of which, you and Bei. Forget it. Bei Bei told me that besides you, there's another fellow countryman. Chapter 581 Traveling with Lao Huang. On the steam train, Snow looked at Rosal, who was devouring his bento box, and said with a hint of helplessness, I thought you'd want to spend more time with Bernadette. You haven't experienced it, you don't know how awkward it is to see your child grown up, Rosal mumbled, his face covered in rice grains, as he looked up. However, under Snow's piercing gaze, he finally admitted with some hesitation, all right, Bernadette kicked me out. PFF'd. Snow couldn't hold back a snort, but Rosal glared and said, what do you know? Bei Bei is caring for me. She knows I paused my resurrection process for her, so she's proactively completing her acting and rituals. You know, once I resurrect, I'll definitely be the most knowledgeable person in Intis, even the whole continent. Even if it's not actually true, the public will only believe that, so if Bernadette wants to advance to Knowledge Emperor, she can only do it before I resurrect. If you say so. Snow shrugged, looking at the rapidly passing scenery outside the train window, his tone slightly odd. Bernadette returned to Intis to complete her acting and prepare for the ritual, while Rosal, under the pretext of not resurrecting until Bernadette's advancement, followed Snow to Loan. As for why they were taking a steam train to Loan. Firstly, he couldn't use spirit world teleportation at all right now. After leaving the Misty Sea, Rosal could clearly feel the pull of 3 sequence 1 characteristics and the uniqueness. If he entered the spirit world, the resurrection process would likely begin immediately. Moreover, due to the Black Emperor's resurrection characteristic, once he returned to his homeland, it would be very easy to trigger the Black Emperor's resurrection mechanism, especially now that Bernadette, to increase the success rate of Rosal's salvage plan, had opened Rosal memorial exhibitions nationwide. As soon as Rosal dared to step onto the soil of Intis, the people of Intis would immediately start hearing his voice. So, no matter how reluctant, he could only choose to stay away from Intis. As for choosing Loan, the reason was also simple, because he currently had no characteristics. He could only draw power from the spirit world like a wraith, relying on his status. And he had to try to avoid contact with the spirit world as much as possible. Therefore, the best choice was to accommodate a set of mid to low sequence Black Emperor characteristics. This would stabilize his spiritual body's state and also resist the spirit world's attraction. Coincidentally, both of them were currently idle, so they didn't directly retrieve the collection from Black Swan Castle. Instead, they planned to get it directly from the Loan National Treasury. It was also a good opportunity for Rosal to see his youngest son, who was said to have recovered his humanity. This bento you made is really good. I haven't had such authentic Chinese food in years. Do you have more? Suddenly, Rosal's voice interrupted Snow's thoughts. Snow casually took out another bento box and handed it to Rosal. But just then, a slightly deranged aura emanated from Snow's sleeve. Rosal immediately tapped the table, and the surrounding air instantly distorted. Snow, meanwhile, took Tolzna from his sleeve and continuously threw the ship of Theseus at him. This process lasted for a full 2 minutes before Tolzna's aura returned to normal. It must be said that the years of torment by the Mother Tree of Desire had given him a sufficiently firm will. Was it the bound pathway? Or the tall pathway? And he quickly struggled out of the torment of the curse. He lifted his head, wrapped in bandages of mixed colors, and said with a troubled expression, I've carried the curse. Shouldn't you two consider my reincarnation now? Upon hearing this, Snow immediately looked at Rosal and said, did you hear that? When are you going to give birth to him? Why do I have to be the one to give birth? Rosal's hand, which was opening the bento box lid, paused. He looked at Snow, utterly bewildered. Snow, however, said as if it were obvious, Tolzna is an abomination. Do you know what an abomination is? He's not like the snake of fate, who can be born into an ordinary family. For a normal reincarnation, at least one of the parents must be a god. You're the only one I know with divine status who doesn't mind having children, and you owe him a huge favor. If you don't give birth, who will? Aren't you also a god? Can't you give birth? Rosal immediately retorted, but then he saw Snow reveal a sly smile and tease, are you sure you want me to? That's fine, I'll return to Intis right away. No, I'll give birth. I'll give birth. Can't I just give birth? You open black lens bracket expletive close black lens bracket. Old Huang reluctantly gave in, but then frowned and said, by the way, does this puppet body have that function? Of course it does. Quote. Snow was about to argue with this guy who doubted his craftsmanship, but Tolsna spoke, the process of gestation is a ritual, whether it has actual function is not important. After all, an abomination itself is not a normally born divine child or saint. You just need to allow me to be born through your status. As for the gestation process, it's actually not important. Gestation by divine blood, chi resonance, or even open black lens bracket deep close black lens bracket in a river is fine. Phew, you scared me, you should have said so earlier. Rosal breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and lowered his head to continue eating. Snow, seeing this, rolled his eyes at Tolsna before saying, when we arrive in Loan, I'll set up the reincarnation ritual for you. If you don't have specific needs for it, I can make you a puppet like old Huang to serve as the mother. Then I'll trouble you. This is the most suitable mother for the variant pathway. Tolsna's words were very polite, but his voice once again slowly became hoarse and frantic. Snow again threw a few the ship of Theseus at him, then put him back into his sleeve, using the domain rules that lowered the speed of thought to suppress the deterioration of his mental state. By the way, what pathway are you exactly? I remember most of the pathways are already taken, right? Are you a hunter? Watching Snow's series of actions, Rosal felt increasingly strange. Snow, hearing this, said helplessly, actually, I myself want to know what the hell this pathway is. Rosal, thinking he was joking, was about to add a few more lines when the train let out a piercing whistle, followed by a series of distinct vibrations. It stopped again. How come these steam trains haven't improved at all in 200 years? In our era, maglev trains should have been developed by now, right? Rosal complained as he watched passengers getting on and off at the stop. Snow said helplessly, who told you to change the machinery church to the steam and machinery church? Do you know they've been obsessed with steam engines for 200 years? After Bei Bei advances to knowledge emperor, you hurry up and resurrect, then go conquer the steam maiden. Then change the steam church to the machine theocracy. Can you call her Bei Bei? And what the hell is a steam maiden? Is the god of machinery a female? Rosal was immediately filled with the urge to complain upon hearing Snow's words, but just as he was halfway through his complaint, a piercing scream suddenly interrupted their conversation. Chapter 502, Bad Friends. Both were seasoned beyonders. The moment they heard the scream, they prepared for battle before looking in the direction of the sound. At the end of their vision, a seemingly ordinary man was clutching his wrist, his face ashen, while his right hand had already fallen to the ground. The power of order, Rosal frowned without approaching. Relying on his Black Emperor standing, he could clearly feel the order around him changing. Immediately, the two exchanged glances and said helplessly, "Beander characteristic convergence." As soon as he finished speaking, Snow's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, "It must be you who converged it." "Why me? I haven't even revived yet. This is clearly from the arbitrator pathway. How could I converge an adjacent sequence without becoming a true Black Emperor? Do you have a high sequence item from the arbitrator pathway on you?" Although Rosal also felt it was his fault, he completely denied it verbally. Snow thought of the hand of order he used to advance to sequence 1, but he still stubbornly retorted, "Why not? A dead Black Emperor is still a Black Emperor. It's definitely your fault. Good heavens, you didn't deny the high sequence item. It really is your fault. You almost tricked me." Rosal's eyes narrowed, and he immediately found a loophole in Snow's words. The two squinted at each other, as if competing to see who could squint more narrowly. However, not long after, another scream came from the carriage, where most passengers had already fled. In a corner of the carriage, a middle-aged man had also lost one of his hands. Stealing severed hands. Rosal quickly determined the punishment mechanism, while Snow sighed slightly, feeling quite helpless. Undoubtedly, this should be the small town where Lord K encountered 002. In fact, when he first transmigrated, this place was also part of his plan, but now, after experiencing the Jinn's strange attitude, he had the idea of avoiding it. Yet, he never expected to arrive here under the guidance of Beander characteristic convergence. The order here has a part that prevents leaving. Attempting to leave this town without authorization might be dangerous. Rosal's eyes, which seemed to flow with shadows, slowly returned to deep brown, and Snow nodded, saying, "Then let's get off the train and see." As the two spoke, they had already walked out of the station. Looking at the sky, which had turned a dull yellow, they prepared to find a hotel first, but, are the residents here contaminated? Why do I feel like they're looking at us strangely? Rosal muttered, and then he suddenly saw several people raise their hunting rifles and open fire without hesitation, instantly striking down several passengers who had just fled the train. More screams began to erupt, but passengers attempting to resist inexplicably let out miserable cries, or lost their arms, and some even lost their lives directly. Arresting outsiders and prohibiting brawling, what the FCK? As Rosal spoke, he suddenly stumbled, and a clear whip mark appeared on his back. You got hit. Snow looked at Rosal with some surprise, seemingly wondering how he got hit. I just tried to twist the rules here, but that kind of thing also seems to be illegal. Rosal mumbled, skillfully dodging the citizens' gunfire, but not daring to retaliate. However, when he turned around, he found that Snow was standing there completely unharmed, and the citizens had no intention of attacking him at all. How did you do that? Rosal looked at Snow's calm demeanor, immediately feeling a bit surprised, and Snow spread his hands, saying, the definition of an outsider is inherently problematic. What kind of person counts as an outsider? Someone not born locally. Then what about someone who has lived here for over a decade? Someone not a long-term resident. Then what about someone born here? Someone neither born here nor a long-term resident. Then what about someone who settled here but frequently travels for business? Where is the boundary between long-term and short-term? How is the difference between settling and visiting defined? At this point, Snow's lips curled into a mocking arc. The more complex a definition, the easier it is to create logical conflicts. Using such conflicts, it's easy to create a paradox about sets, similar to Russell's paradox or the Barber paradox, which makes me neither a local nor an outsider. This is a loophole based on the logical level, so it can only be considered an incompleteness of the law, not fraud, and naturally not a crime. Instead of explaining so much, hurry up and do one for me too. Rosal yelled ungracefully while dodging the citizens' attacks. Although doing so was embarrassing for an existence with the standing of a true god, as a former Black Emperor, he was well aware of the troubles of order abilities. Provided the standing was high enough, as long as the rules were met, punishment was inevitable, and judging by the order power carried by these bullets, this land undoubtedly had decrees like, mortals can kill angels. Can't you find a loophole in the rules and exploit it? Snow chuckled as he modified Rosal's registration, and the citizens immediately lost interest in him. Rosal then stopped his movements, helplessly pointing to the whip mark on his back that had even torn his clothes, saying, exploiting loopholes is illegal here. Tisk, then you're completely useless, aren't you? Snow looked at Rosal teasingly, but Rosal showed no anger. Instead, he raised his chin and pointed in a direction, saying, at least I know where we should look for clues now. A compass. You really live up to being the pirate king who pioneered the age of exploration. Oh, right, your 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are still with me. When should I revive them for you? Snow asked casually, but Rosal shook his head, saying, not yet. They've prayed to that being for so many years, they've long been marked. Reviving them now would only lead to immediate recontamination. I need to revise the rules in that regard after I revive to ensure their safety. All right then, keep them with you for now. Snow, seeing that Rosal wasn't embarrassed by the Pirate King comment, felt a bit bored. He then followed Rosal down the street. Soon, a building, likely the city hall, came into their view, and the core of the city's order power was on the bulletin board in front of the city hall. Why here? I thought you could directly find the mastermind. Snow said with a slight disappointment, looking at the bulletin board that appeared in their view. Rosal, however, shook his head, saying, no law, no crime. That's how the power of the arbitrator pathway works. Once the ability is fully formed, the core of the power transfers to the written articles. That bulletin board is just a carrier. Of course, following this line can also lead to further tracking upwards, but that would take some time. Are there so many angels in this era? Chapter 583, It turns out I'm coming for you. This kid is pretty smart. Rosal held a bag of spiced melon seeds, spitting out the shells in a rather undignified manner while enjoying Klein's deduction show. Snow squeezed a few boiled edamame into his mouth, then casually tossed the shells aside and nodded, saying, After all, he has to compete with Aemon. If he doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve, I'm afraid there won't even be bones left. That's true. Speaking of which, aren't you interested in that book? Rosal looked remotely at the rule book. While it was troublesome for Klein to decipher the book's rules, it was very simple for Snow and Rosal. In fact, they could stroll the streets during curfew and spit melon seed shells and toss edamame shells on streets where littering was forbidden. They could even walk into the library and pick up that book immediately with no difficulty. The fundamental reason was that they were not bound by the new rules added to the Truncest's brass book. They were neither beings nor objects. A being must first be alive, an object must first be objectively existent. Rosal had been dead for nearly 200 years, and Snow was in a non-existent superposition of life and death. Let alone beings and objects, even if Truncest's brass book added undead and then existence, Snow would still not be within the scope of restriction. Because he had already ceased to exist when he advanced to sequence 3. If the brass book had continued to use regular legal clauses, prohibiting theft, fraud, voyeurism, and the like, it might have caused Snow and Rosal a little trouble. But now, this desperate attempt, constantly writing clauses like, no being, no object may touch Truncest's brass book, was simply opening a back door for the two of them. What about you? Once you get this thing, and we team up to kill William I, you can prepare to advance beyond sequence, Snow said, fanning the flames. Rosal, however, shook his head vigorously. The Black Emperor is already enough. If I advance further, I can't be sure I'll maintain my sanity. In fact, if it weren't for the apocalypse, I'd be fine just staying as I am. If I didn't have a djinn above my head, I'd want to be like you too, Snow sighed, suddenly feeling a bit envious of Rosal. After all, the djinn above his head was a good-for-nothing. Look on the bright side. This path is just like this. Only by mastering power can one contend with potential risks. Rosal heard Snow's words and inexplicably began to offer comfort. Snow rolled his eyes at this. I'm not at the point where I need your comfort, shish. The brass book crashed. Upon hearing this, Rosal immediately looked towards the shrunken Buridan library. His eyes, enhanced by Beyander power and turned dark, pierced through the walls, seeing the erased rules one by one. The moment all clauses disappeared and new ones immediately emerged, Ariana, the ascetic in a simple robe, with a bark belt and bare feet, appeared beside the square table where the brass book was placed, undoubtedly violating the clause that Truncest's brass book is the most precious object, and no being or object may touch it without its permission. However, this angel possessed considerable vitality. Even when subjected to hanging, she still managed to activate her hidden abilities with difficulty, erasing the first rule while tossing it out the window. But just as Klein, who was fully prepared, reached out to catch it, an unexpected event occurred. Truncest's brass book suddenly became ethereal. The book, originally composed of thin brass plates, passed right through Klein's hands and flew directly towards Snow and Rosal, who were watching the show. FCK. Damn. Snow and Rosal cursed almost simultaneously, then both dodged to the side in unison, as if to say, aim right, your target is the one next to me. But despite dodging, Rosal understood that this thing was definitely coming for him. Just as he sighed, preparing to accept his fate, he saw the ethereal brass book suddenly make a turn, and then, it landed in Snow's hand. What the hell is this? Is it because my Beyander characteristic comes from Truncest? Such a thought immediately popped into Snow's mind, and a feeling of having the drama he was watching turn on himself arose. But when he lowered his head and looked at the brass book in his hand, his expression changed slightly, and his previous idea was completely overturned. Because at this moment, several words written in ancient Hermes language had appeared on the cover of the book. Paindrax's rule book close double angle bracket. I told you it was you who attracted it. The old man, who had been ready to close his eyes and mouth, immediately perked up when the item didn't land in his hands, wishing he could mock back all his previous grievances. Snow, however, held the brass book in his hand, silent. Although this thing didn't show the fawning traits of a Rhodes, when Snow held it, he could clearly feel an intense sense of familiarity, as if it rightfully belonged to him. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. Snow suddenly recalled the djinn's strange attitude towards him, and an absurd feeling involuntarily surged in his heart. But before he could think much more, Klein and Ariana had already rushed over aggressively. However, the moment Klein saw him, his face was instantly filled with bewilderment. Mr. Paindrax. Seeing Snow holding the brass book, Klein was merely surprised, but when he saw the person next to him, Klein's eyeballs almost popped out, because he was too familiar with that face. Every time he provided Angel's Embrace to the Tarot Club, he had to see that face. Isn't this Emperor Rosal? You really did fish out the great Emperor, didn't you? Klein was at a loss for words for a moment, but then he saw Snow smiling seriously and saying, "Good evening, Your Highness Ariana. Good evening, Your Highness Sparrow. Good evening, Your Highness Paindrax. I am the goddess's ascetic, you may simply call me Ariana." Ariana looked at Snow, her eyes flickering slightly, then she bowed slightly. Snow glanced at the brass book in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "This book has some connection to me, so I'll take it. In exchange, I can mobilize manpower to assist the Night Church in stabilizing Fosak. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Ariana did not give a direct answer. She simply turned her head to look at Klein, then slowly vanished from the spot. Klein watched as this lady left him behind and ran away, feeling extremely awkward for a moment. Just as he didn't know what to say, he saw Snow cheerfully say, "Mr. World, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my father-in-law, the famous thinker, politician, inventor, connoisseur, poet, cultural worker, reformer, founder of the Industrial Revolution, and promoter of the Steam Revolution, the Great Caesar, Mr. Rosal Gustav." Klein awkwardly turned to look at Emperor Rosal. He didn't know if it was psychological, but he always felt that this senior transmigrator was about to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 584, Hometown Association. After cleaning up the aftermath, Klein lay on the hotel bed with mixed feelings. What happened today felt strange even to him. Truncest's brass book not only flew automatically towards Mr. Devil, but also changed its name on its own. Emperor Rosal, with whom he had a spiritual connection for a long time due to the diary, had actually been resurrected. He really wanted to chat with Emperor Rosal, but Mr. Devil was there, and he didn't know how to start the conversation. Should I ask Senior Paindrax to come out and discuss it? The thought popped into Klein's mind. He immediately reached out and plucked at the void. Feng Shui, whose face resembled Snow's but was softer and more Asian-looking, appeared beside Klein. However, before either of them could speak, Klein suddenly adopted a defensive posture, and a shadow rose from the corner of the room. "Looks like I came at the wrong time." A slightly playful voice came from the shadow. Klein was slightly startled, then noticed that the other party was speaking Chinese. "No, you came at exactly the right time." After putting away open black lens bracket the story written for someone close black lens bracket, Snow's consciousness descended. He calmly picked up the cue in Chinese. Hearing this, the shadow gradually condensed into a human form. At a glance, Klein recognized the person as Rosal, but upon closer inspection, he found that the other party's appearance had subtle differences in many aspects. Overall, he looked more like an Asian. Seeing this, Klein suddenly showed a relaxed smile. The contours of his face subtly changed. Although he still retained some of Gehrman Sparrow's appearance, his contours were not as rigid, his lines not as deep, his temperament not as cold, his features more gentle, and he had a bit more flab on his chin and belly, making him look slightly chubby. He reached into the historical void and pulled out a few ergonomic chairs, smiling as he said, "I wanted to talk to you too. It's been years since I sat in a chair like this. It's much more comfortable than a hard throne." Huang Dao gave Feng Shui a meaningful glance, then turned his gaze back to Zhou Mingrui and said, "It looks like you're from the Seer Pathway. Can you conjure a big screen TV and a game console?" Zhou Mingrui didn't expect Rosal to say something like that, but Snow nodded and said, Exactly, hurry up. I'll take care of the snacks." As he spoke, Snow also reached to his side, and a small pile of snacks like fried chicken, French fries, popcorn, and ice cream immediately appeared. Among them were even a few bottles of Happy Fat Guy water, packaged like red wine. "Good heavens, this taste is amazing." Huang Dao unceremoniously pulled out a cork. Listening to the constant popping of carbon dioxide bubbles, he guzzled down almost half a bottle with great gusto, then let out a fierce burp, feeling very much like a late-night dorm gathering. Nonsense, this was painstakingly concocted over several months by a team consisting of a cryptologist, an apothecary, a detective, and a lucky guy. It's definitely more palatable than those old-era brands. Feng Shui proudly took a gulp, then mimicked Rosal and burped. Seemingly infected by Feng Shui and Huang Dao's atmosphere, Zhou Mingrui took a bottle with emotion. The moment he brought it to his mouth, his eyes lit up. As the bubbles burst in his mouth, the tension that had been building up recently also eased considerably. He immediately reached into the historical void and pulled out a 4K screen, connecting it to a power source also pulled from the historical void, and said, "What do you want to play? Fighting games, I guess. Loser switches out. After all, 3 people can't co-op against the computer, right?" Feng Shui instantly made his choice. Zhou Mingrui thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Mortal Kombat, Super Smash Bros., or King of Fighters, Street Fighter. Huang Dao and Feng Shui exchanged glances, then smiled at each other and said in unison, "Dead or alive, of course." "Ah, this," Zhou Mingrui's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, as expected of you guys, but he didn't refuse. He directly pulled out a home console from the historical void. Before long, the room began to echo with the sounds of fists meeting flesh and some slightly strange, delicate shouts. "Speaking of which, do you guys know the truth about the apocalypse?" Rosal asked casually while controlling 3D Busty Hinoka to perform a combo. Although he hadn't touched this game in almost 200 years, relying on the Savant's memory, the Black Emperor's authority, and the superb reflexes of the body Snow had crafted, playing fighting games was no problem at all. "We know." Zhou Mingrui used the magician's nimble hands, controlling Li Fang to defend while responding to Rosal's question. "Then don't you have anything to ask?" Rosal's hands moved quickly on the controller, but his tone was unhurried, creating a sense of temporal dislocation. Zhou Mingrui almost made a mistake in his operation, frowning slightly as he said, "I had a lot of questions originally, but now I suddenly don't know what to ask." "Oh, and don't use dirty tricks when playing games." "Oh, sorry." Rosal maintained an attitude of humbly accepting but firmly refusing to change. Then, Feng Shui suddenly said, "It's not easy to have a reunion of fellow townsfolk, don't be so serious. Ask whatever you want, for example, Old Huang, can you send us 2 copies of your cross-dressing photos? We couldn't find the demoness card." Cough, cough, hearing this, Huang Dao's fingers couldn't help but tremble. Zhou Mingrui immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing a combo that tore Hinoka's clothes. Seeing this scene, Rosal was not annoyed, instead, he laughed and said, "Good heavens, still playing innocent. Haven't you installed the clothes-breaking patch? I remember installing patches on consoles is called the Creative Workshop, right? This must be much more expensive than PC clothes breaking, isn't it? This was pulled from the historical void. It's someone else's patch, how can you blame me?" Zhou Mingrui argued, sticking out his neck. However, Old Huang didn't care at all, tossing the controller to Feng Shui, grabbing another bottle of happy water, and throwing peanuts into his mouth while watching his 2 fellow townsfolk control beautiful girls fighting. Although Zhou Mingrui was focused on controlling the game character, the split mythical creature form unique to the seer pathway gave him the talent for multitasking, allowing him to maintain high-precision operations while chatting idly. "By the way, Rosal, what's your current state? I remember the Black Emperor's resurrection should be quite a grand affair." "Oh, you learned that from my diary, right?" Huang Dao crunched on popcorn, saying casually, "I'm probably a vengeful spirit right now. Although I got rid of the corruption thanks to the God of Bound, I don't plan to resurrect immediately." "Ah, why is that?" Zhou Mingrui was slightly stunned. He had thought he had gained a divine leg to lean on, but, not resurrecting. "Of course, it's for Bernadette. I remember the Knowledge Emperor's advancement ritual is to become the most recognized polymath in a country, right? Do you think anyone can be more knowledgeable than a plagiarist? And this guy is a doting father, so he definitely has to wait for his daughter to advance first." Feng Shui's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Mingrui was slightly startled and immediately wanted to seize the opportunity of his speaking to launch an attack, but Mary Rose, controlled by Feng Shui, showed no flaws. Their characters actually fought to a draw. Zhou Mingrui didn't understand why a Sequence 4 historical image could compete with an angel like him in terms of controls, but before this doubt could fester, he heard Rosal suddenly say, "Oh, speaking of advancement, have you gathered all the potion ingredients?" Chapter 585. Everyone has a bright future. In the early morning, to the sound of Snow's punctual prayers, Klein rubbed his head and climbed out of bed. After a very brief moment of confusion, he suddenly woke up. Logically speaking, Beyonders at the angel level no longer needed much sleep to adjust their physical state, but Klein had, for the first time in a long while, slept last night. He secretly chided himself for his carelessness while checking his condition, finally feeling relieved only after finding no issues. His gaze swept across the room, finding everything neat and tidy. The fried chicken buckets, cola bottles, and various other trash that he remembered being strewn everywhere had left no trace, which gave him a strong sense of unreality. He even began to suspect that last night's Transmigrator exchange meeting was just a fleeting dream of his own. However, when his eyes landed on the table, this thought vanished, because there, a bowl of steaming white porridge, its time solidified by some Beyonder power, along with matching steamed buns and pickles, awaited him. It's not a dream. Klein came to the table, recalling the potion formula Rosal had told him yesterday and his current honorific name, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It wasn't because he had gotten the formula for free, but because he suddenly realized that he wasn't alone after all. Klein first ascended to the gray fog to respond to Snow's prayer, then sat at the table, his fingertips gushing spiritual power, parting the spiritual wall. The aroma of food slowly diffused with the steam, and as Klein ate the Chinese breakfast he hadn't had in a long time, the smile on his face grew more sincere. This feeling is quite nice. Is it really okay to eat something so greasy first thing in the morning? On the now moving train, Snow glanced at Rosal, who was heartily gnawing on a roasted chicken, and said somewhat speechlessly, "What do you know? I was cooped up in that tomb for almost 200 years. I finally got out of prison, shouldn't I be allowed to eat something good? By the way, is it really appropriate not to give him more hints?" Rosal mumbled indistinctly, chewing a mouthful of chicken. Snow, hearing this, simply lowered his head, slurped a mouthful of tofu pudding, and then said calmly, "Some things he can only face himself. The more we help him now, the weaker he will be when he finally confronts the will of that one. If we wanted to, we could completely capture Eamon and have him for hot pot right now, and then what? Do we have another feast of betrayal?" After speaking, Snow ignored Rosal's off-key rambling, his mouth full of food, and continued to examine the brass book he had acquired yesterday. The brass book, now renamed the Rule Book of Paindrax, did not exhibit the living characteristics of the bootlicking mirror. Or rather, this thing itself was the type where its living characteristics would only manifest the more rules were written in it. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Snow did not try to write a few rules, or rather, he actually wanted to just throw the thing away now. But based on the fact that it automatically flew into his hand yesterday, even if he did throw it away, it would most likely return to him through other channels, and who knows how many people would be injured or even die because of it. In his helplessness, Snow could only put it into his sleeve universe and called over a passing train vendor for a newspaper. "Give me one too." Rosal waved his greasy hand, but the vendor beside him didn't mind at all and immediately handed him another one. It was a good thing he was traveling with Snow. If it were Klein, he might have been made to pay for the newspaper himself. "Oh, Bei's movements are quite fast. I only mentioned it to her before, I didn't expect it to already be in operation." The old man casually flipped through a few pages, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Snow, hearing this, also skipped the pages about the recovery of Lowen's livelihood and found the news about Intis's Dream Network beginning to be established, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Snow had originally thought that Bernadette would achieve her ritual by becoming an academician of the Intis National Academy of Sciences or a similar position, then publicly releasing some inventions and papers, using public opinion offensives like newspapers and broadcasts. He hadn't expected her to be so direct. Thanks to the big commotion Snow caused by resurrecting White Creator, the existence of Beyonders has now been completely exposed. Various organizations have even begun openly recruiting people. Although this has increased the burden on the authorities' Beyonders, faith has also become more stable. After all, for most people, faith was originally just a ritual of life, an emotional sustenance, but now, deities are a tangible existence. Even those esoteric societies with a hint of mysticism have become very popular, such as the Divination Club where Lord K once worked, or the mysticism salon Audrey frequently participated in before becoming a Buridan. However, to correct the basic understanding of mysticism among commoners, major Orthodox churches have even begun offering basic mysticism courses in churches to prevent these ignorant commoners from making fatal mistakes by casually experimenting. Even so, news of mysticism enthusiasts making fatal mistakes and attracting evil spirits is still common. And the Intis Dream Network is clearly something akin to a virtual internet community. According to the newspaper's introduction, it seems one can enter it through a bedtime ritual to acquire knowledge and help for a fee. It's believed that once Intis residents discover the answers signed, Bernadette Gustave, the reputation of the most polymath will quickly be established. It might even benefit from the surname, leading to an urban legend like, the Gustave family is terrifying. But this thing will probably be learned by the Church of Knowledge very soon, right? After all, compared to Bernadette alone, the Church of Knowledge can obviously benefit more from this invention. Snow had pretty much figured out the general structure of this thing just by reading the report. He didn't think the people in the Church of Knowledge were all fools, not to mention that Wulong was currently trying to separate characteristics, which was precisely when he needed anchors to stabilize his state. Rosal, however, didn't care about this at all, flipping through the newspaper indifferently and saying, "That's not a problem. After all, the Knowledge Emperor's ritual is the nationally recognized most polymath, not actually the most polymath. The God of knowledge and wisdom can't personally come down to answer questions, can he? Moreover, the authority of a wisdom angel is learning, while a sage is knowledge itself. In the information domain, they can't compete with Bei. Even if they really can't compete, at most, they'll close the national borders and let them in after Bei's ritual is complete. Building a wall, who can't do that?" As he spoke, Rosal raised an eyebrow, suddenly amused, and pointed to a section of the newspaper, saying, "Look what this is. Backland Geology Research Society Third Public Exchange Meeting. Good heavens, the JoJo you plagiarized is selling like crazy too. Speaking of which, how much mysticism knowledge did you hide in that thing anyway? I just casually flipped through it and found several blueprints for Buridan weapons. Not much, really. Excluding that intimidating resurrection ritual, there's just a set of ordination rituals written in code, basically known to the entire enthusiasm, and some amulet crafting tutorials. As for those blueprints you mentioned, you can only discover them because you have that kind of knowledge. Ordinary people would at most learn a few symbols and then tattoo them on their bodies as amulets, just like Rosalian." When Snow mentioned Rosalian, his gaze towards Rosal became playful, but Rosal showed no embarrassment at all, until Snow said, "Speaking of which, Bernadette said earlier that she wanted me to teach her Rosalian. Please, absolutely do not do that." Chapter 586, Atmosphere and Occasion. After several days of travel on the land of Loan, Snow and Rosal finally returned to Backland, a city where governance was smooth, people lived in harmony, and everything was thriving. However, because the war had just ended and the lower-class citizens had shown considerable strength, the aristocratic class did not immediately leave the capital to enjoy their beloved hunting and rural scenery as they did in previous years. Instead, they remained in this revitalized capital, working with old and new colleagues to contribute to the reign of the new king. One morning, Rosal walked awkwardly on the street, followed by a young man who bore some resemblance to him. Logically, the reunion of father and son after over 100 years should have been a more touching scene, but now, both their faces carried a strange sense of awkwardness. Because, the father and son had recognized each other while competing for a dance partner on the dance floor of the Golden Tulip. The high-end clubs in Loan were more subtle than those in Intis. Instead of direct ordering, they resembled a ballroom salon structure. The main hall was a large dance floor, and the girls would sit at the edge. Guests who found someone appealing would invite them to dance. Prices would be negotiated during the dance, and if an agreement was reached, they would go upstairs to rest. Although Rosal was very happy that his youngest son had regained his humanity, and even wanted to sing a song, the problem was that the timing seemed a bit off. After a brief silence, Bonneva and Rosal suddenly stopped at the same time. The next moment, two voices that almost simultaneously rang out collided. "Don't tell your sister. Don't tell sister." With almost perfectly synchronized words, the father and son both froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. The century of accumulated estrangement and past conflicts were all swept away, and the two, arm in arm, returned to Rosal's current residence. Snow's Viscount's mansion in Empress Borough. However, the moment he opened the door, Rosal paused slightly, because at the end of his vision, the personal maid who had always been by Snow's side was happily putting on a ring. What's going on? Rosal had no particular thoughts about Snow having a personal maid, but giving a maid a ring. Was he not putting this father-in-law in his eyes? Rosal immediately lifted his foot and walked towards Snow, but before he had taken 2 steps, his eyes widened. That maid turned into a cat. "You're back. Your wife, I've prepared for you. Bonava. How are you two together? You didn't run into each other at a club, did you?" "Ha ha ha ha, not funny. No way. You father and son are playing such elaborate games," Snow said playfully, while rubbing the head of Lily, who could finally return to her cat form. However, seeing their awkward expressions, he fell silent for a moment. But what kind of person was old Huang? In just a moment, he recovered from the awkwardness, walked a few steps to the center of the living room, and said with a teasing expression, "When it comes to elaborate games, you're the one. A cat maid. How did you even think of that? You've been holed up in the forge for the past few days just to make a cat transforming ring." "What cat transforming? Lily was always a cat. You big silly cat." Lily rolled her eyes at Rosal and continued to rub her head against Snow's hand. Rosal's expression suddenly stiffened, his eyes seemingly shadowed, then he said in surprise, "Well, I'll be a demoness cat. How did you come up with such a genius idea?" "Because my friend has a spectator dog," Snow said casually, then waved to Irene, signaling her to prepare breakfast. "By the way, never mind that, look at the wife I prepared for you. I spent a lot of effort to make sure this thing could withstand the impregnation of a king of angels. If I had known your son was here, I would have just asked him to help," Snow said, completely ignoring Rosal's attempts to stop him, and casually pulled out a life-sized doll from his sleeve. "Damn it, can't you see my son is here?" Rosal, embarrassed, blurted out in his native language. Snow, however, shrugged indifferently. "What's there to hide about a ritual? It's not actually for you to use as an adult product, it's just to borrow your authority for a bit." This. Rosal was speechless for a moment. In reality, anyone in this world, except Student Moon, would not think of adult products upon seeing a doll, but the problem was, Rosal was not a native. Brother-in-law, what are you two? Who are you calling brother-in-law? I haven't agreed yet." Rosal slapped Bonava on the back of the head with a "pia" sound, then reached out and pulled the life-sized doll over. "Keep this safe for your father. Come help me prepare the ritual later." Oh. Bonava was still a bit confused about the situation, but with his brother-in-law involved, it was surely another strange and extraordinary ritual. This Mr. Angel, who had no idea he was about to have a younger brother or sister, now obediently followed his biological father, looking like a child being taken by his dad to freeload a meal at a relative's house. Snow even almost wondered if Bernadette had secretly subjected this younger brother to the ship of Theseus again. At 3 in the afternoon, ignoring the father and son setting up the impregnation ritual in the guest room, Snow went to his bedroom, routinely sealing the room with a spiritual wall. Lily, familiar with the routine, found a corner and curled up into a cat ball, as always, waiting for her master to wake up again and give her a reward. Snow found a comfortable position and silently calculated the time. As the second hand slowly approached 12, a crimson light arrived as scheduled. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice, with her light-hearted tone restored, opened the curtain to the Tarot Club. However, today the second person to stand up was Mr. Sun, not because the political commissar was slacking today, but because Mr. Sun seemed to be eager to answer, which was undoubtedly due to the unvented vitality of the City of Silver after breaking free from that cursed land. Everyone sat back down and greeted each other. Before Little Sun could express his gratitude to Mr. Fool again, Student Moon spoke. "I'd like to know if the Planter and Moon pathways have a certain uniqueness compared to other pathways." After asking the question, he did not hide anything and candidly added, I recently learned that the internal system of the Church of the Earth Mother is different from the norm, divided into two parts, the favored by God and the blessed by God. Moon meticulously described the special status of those beyonders of non-pathway within the Earth Mother Church. Everyone showed strange expressions, especially the official beyonders, who found this peculiar structure very difficult to understand. But no matter what, this structure was abnormal, that was certain. Snow pondered whether he needed to speak, but Klein seemed to have noticed that he had some understanding of it, and without giving everyone ample time to think, he let out a slight sigh that was enough to attract everyone's attention, as if quick answer. Chapter 587 News. Hearing the full sigh, everyone immediately focused their gazes, but the gentleman did not immediately explain. Instead, he smiled and posed a question. Where do you think the source of the 22 Beyonder pathways lies? As one of the three most core questions in mysticism, although there has never been a universally accepted answer, every Beyonder has their own conjectures. After successively proposing hypotheses either from their own organizations, church propaganda, or their own guesses, everyone's answers converged on a relatively unified one. It originated from the original creator. Immediately, everyone's attention turned to Snow, because not long ago, this gentleman seemed to have held a grand ritual, resurrecting the ancient sun god, a great existence revered as the creator. Noticing everyone's gazes, Snow, who originally hadn't planned to disrupt Klein's cool facade, cleared his throat twice and then said, "The one I resurrected is not the original creator. If I had to say, he should be called the second-generation creator, inheriting a portion of the original creator's authority, but also meeting his demise because of it. In a sense, this is also the law of Beyonder characteristic dissemination. The original creator differentiated into several great existences, each holding their own authority, and then these great existences successively differentiated into numerous pathways." Snow stopped abruptly at this point. Klein, who had learned some deeper secrets from the Dark Angel's wraith, realized the crux of the problem, understanding that the devil gentleman was unwilling and unable to continue. He immediately said with a slight sigh, "Not all of them." These few words were enough to explain many issues, and the magician Furs, unaffected by the matter, showed her curiosity without any pressure. "Respected Mr. Fool, your meaning seems to be that most Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator, while the plantar and moon pathways are exceptions. Then where did they come from?" Klein was about to answer but suddenly thought of the devil gentleman's previous answer, feeling that his originally prepared response was a bit too assertive, as he himself was not certain whether the existences belonging to those external pathways originated from the original creator. Note 1. He slightly adjusted his statement before responding. "Not all characteristics remain on Earth." This sentence was very vague. It could be understood as characteristics on Earth belonging to the creator while others do not, or it could be understood as other characteristics leaving Earth after being split off. As for which it truly was, that was up to individual interpretation. If one misunderstood, it was because they failed to grasp the meaning, and had nothing to do with the great Mr. Fool. Indeed, upon hearing, "not remaining on Earth," the Tarot Club, which had already shared information about the dangers of the cosmos, immediately began to speculate. Miss Hermit was the first to abandon suppressing her curiosity and asked directly, "Your meaning is, the cosmos?" Mr. Fool nodded slightly, then added with that slightly sighing tone, "More than just these two. Respected Mr. Fool, which others come from the cosmos?" Miss Justice, the Tarot Club's primary hype woman, habitually raised her hand. From the emotions she displayed, it was clear that her previous confusion and worry seemed to have resolved. Hearing the Tarot Club's patron ask, Klein immediately stated his prepared answer. "Prisoner, criminal, lawyer, arbiter." He did not mention the great existences and Sephira above these pathways, as that could also bring contamination. Miss Judgment, who had been watching the show only to find herself part of it, immediately spoke. "Respected Mr. Fool, I haven't felt anything unusual, nor have I ever received divine revelations, well, from anyone other than you." Klein smiled upon hearing this and said, "Arbiter and lawyer are relatively better." Seeing that Mr. Fool did not elaborate, Emlyn couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After sorting out his thoughts, he finally asked, "The plantar and moon pathways' peculiarities come from the cosmos, and the divine revelations perceived are likely a form of contamination." Mr. Fool did not answer this. After being inadvertently reminded by the devil gentleman earlier, he understood that on such uncertain questions, speaking less would lead to fewer mistakes. The somewhat Chunabu Emlyn didn't feel anything amiss, only taking it as a test for himself. He then said, I have mastered the names of the high-sequence potions for the plantar and moon pathways, and I'm somewhat puzzled by two of them. Seeing everyone's gaze shift to him, he continued. Sequence 1 of the moon pathway is called Beauty Goddess, and sequence 2 of the plantar pathway is called Desolate Matriarch. Both of these potion names have a certain gender inclination. What are your thoughts? The atmosphere in the tarot club fell silent for a moment, but Miss Justice was still the first to speak, carefully choosing her words. As far as I know, sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called Witch. Assassins who consume this potion eventually transform into witches. At this point, Audrey couldn't help but glance at the devil gentleman, then added. Including cats. Emlyn's mouth twitched involuntarily, but then he heard the devil gentleman's addition. Don't worry about this aspect. Although the plantar and moon pathways have a certain feminine quality, it's not absolute. Therefore, as long as you bypass these two sequences, there won't be any problems before becoming a god. However, because the plantar pathway already has a true god, you will most likely stop at sequence 2. Is that supposed to be comforting? Emlyn's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and the tarot club fell into an awkward silence. Leonard opened his mouth, wanting to talk about Merlin Hermes, but the devil gentleman looked towards the top of the bronze long table first. Respected Mr. Fool, the god of Bound is about to conceive. I hope to obtain your authority to assist in concealing any potential anomalies, thereby guarding against the influence of the top existence of the prisoner and criminal pathways. The god of Bound. Conceive. What's going on? Klein had a head full of questions, but considering that it was just about blocking gazes, the current Saphira castle was sufficient. So, he adopted a calm and dignified posture, casually saying, Time. Location. Hearing Mr. Fool's response, Snow also relaxed slightly. Although he could also mobilize the power of White Horse's not horse, when it came to shielding against outer god prying, Saphira Castle, as a pillar-level Saphira, was definitely more effective than White Horse's not horse. Moreover, Snow's request was not only for the reincarnation of the god of Bound but also to announce something to the members of the Tarot Club. The reincarnation will be completed in Backland, with the conception achieved through the divinity of Emperor Rosal. Emperor Rosal. Instantly, all members of the Tarot Club shifted their attention from the god of Bound. Are you kidding? What was the god of Bound compared to the explosive news of Emperor Rosal? That was an existence even Mr. Fool was collecting diaries about. Chapter 588, The God's Routine. The resurrection of Emperor Rosal was definitely big news for the Tarot Club. After all, Rosal's diary was an item that could be exchanged for contributions from Mr. Fool, and a living Rosal was clearly more valuable than a few diaries. The quicker-witted members immediately thought of the previous Tarot Club meeting where Mr. Devil prayed to Mr. Fool for the power of the Black Emperor's Beander characteristic to save a certain existence. Hermit Catalia even connected it to Queen Mystic's disappearance during that period and the Rosal Memorial exhibition held throughout Intis. As Intis's recently developed Dream Knowledge Network, also for the resurrection of Emperor Rosal? Catalia asked, a hint of speculation in her voice. Snow shook his head at her words, then nodded again, saying, It's mainly to welcome the promotion of a sage. Only after his promotion is complete can Emperor Rosal return with peace of mind. Others might not know who this Knowledge Emperor was, but Catalia knew all too well. Hearing the emphasis on the sage's promotion, the stone in her heart finally dropped. Alger, however, was clearly more rational. After a moment of thought, he asked, Will the resurrection of Emperor Rosal and the pregnancy of the god of Bound affect the current situation? If so, to what extent? As a saint who had already begun to take over the Rosed Islands, Alger frowned. Although the Storm Church's situation was dire, as a double agent on the Fool's side, even if the god of storms fell, he was confident he would fare better than the surrender faction of the Church of the God of War. After so much, he seemed less enthusiastic about the power in his hands than before. Or rather, he suddenly realized that the power he had acquired seemed insufficient to contend with true strength. Moreover, he also discovered that he was actually far softer-hearted and cared more about the lives of ordinary people than he had imagined. Hearing the hanged man's question, Snow said calmly, "Emperor Rosal and Mr. Fool are natural allies. His resurrection will become a force against the apocalypse. At the same time, as the former emperor of Intis, he has a natural anchor and will not have faith-based conflicts with the major churches. However, there are some contradictions between him and the god of steam and machinery, but his second son is an angel of the machinery church, so this contradiction should be resolved privately and will not escalate into a war of true gods or religions. The god of bound's situation is relatively simple. In the current circumstances, the revival of a king of angels is not enough to affect the world's situation. Furthermore, due to the Beander pathway's resistance to curses and pollution, she will instead become a main force against the apocalypse. The only problem is the possibility of being influenced by the higher levels of this sequence. What truly needs attention is the situation in the forsaken land of the gods. Currently, the divine war there has reached a very dangerous level. Rosal's resurrection is very likely to provoke the eternal blazing sun, with whom he has a grudge. If the other party is pushed to the wall, it could lead to the apocalypse arriving prematurely. To describe a true god as being pushed to the wall caused a subtle emotional reaction among the members of the Tarot Club. However, it was indeed hard to imagine what a true god would do if pushed to the brink. Compared to Thessalocited demigods, Klein, who understood the dangers of the cosmos, already felt a sense of urgency just listening to Snow's narration. He pondered for a moment, then controlled the puppet world to ask, did the God of knowledge and wisdom tacitly allow the eternal blazing sun church's believers to enter the Lindbergh United Empire just to stabilize the eternal blazing sun? That's just one aspect. When discussing the God of knowledge and wisdom, a somewhat unsettling smile appeared on Snow's lips. The God of knowledge and wisdom is particularly skilled at choosing sides. He gathers the eternal blazing sun church's believers for three considerations. The first is, as you said, to stabilize the eternal blazing sun. The second is to ensure that if the divine war goes awry and the eternal blazing sun and the god of storms gain the upper hand, he can use the believers as leverage to re-choose sides. I believe the eternal blazing sun, for the sake of his believers, will not truly fall out with him. As for the third, that is, when the divine war cannot yield a result for a while, or is about to, he can completely carry out a round of decapitation against the eternal blazing sun believers in his country, immediately remove most of the eternal blazing sun's anchors, and directly destroy his rationality. If even the ability to think collapses, then it is merely an evil god and cannot become a traitor that causes the apocalypse to arrive prematurely. Although the three-pronged preparation made people exclaim that it was worthy of the title of knowledge and wisdom, the word traitor caught everyone's attention. This might be the first time the Tarot Club members clearly realized that the apocalypse might not be a calamity, but rather an invasion by some external enemy. And this external enemy was likely the previously mentioned danger from the cosmos. As they thought of these things, Klein also realized this point and immediately had the world give a reminder, asking everyone to accept Miss Justice's hint before leaving to avoid attracting the attention of the cosmos. After being bombarded with such momentous news, the Tarot Club entered a period of sage time. The star finally seized the opportunity to bring up the fully automatic wishing machine in Merlin Hermes. Klein was not surprised by this and immediately had the puppet world speak. I will be leaving the east coast of the Sea of Islands soon. Gehrman Sparrow's self-detonation made the Tarot Club members begin to ponder the meaning behind this wish. Connecting it to Mr. Fool's previous instruction for everyone to make requests by wishing, some special thoughts slowly began to emerge. And while everyone was carefully considering the characteristics of Mr. World's and Mr. Fool's pathways, Klein remembered the issue of the psychology alchemists. With Mr. Devil's previous experience of circumventing an oath, he had the world ask, "What do you know about Burroughs Hopkins, the king of black seats?" This name, deliberately influenced by the spectator pathway's abilities, caused a variety of inexplicable emotions after a brief period of fermentation. Miss Justice thought for a moment before responding. Do you remember when I tracked the mind dragon to a place with a dragon worshipping custom? I remember. You even crawled into my sewer back then. Snow said unceremoniously, causing Miss Justice to blush. She forcibly suppressed the embarrassment of having her past exposed, glared at Mr. Devil in dissatisfaction, and then gritted her teeth. It's been almost 2 years since then, and a certain secretive organization that didn't quite trust me suddenly brought it up again, commissioning me for further investigation, calling it an assessment. What are their intentions? The foolish moon immediately perked up at such a question. Based on previous experience, he almost unhesitatingly threw out the standard answer. This should be a test. That's right. Every time he asked such a question before, Mr. Hanged Man always answered that way. If he said it this time, it must be correct. However, this answer was clearly incorrect here, and even Miss Justice, who asked the question, didn't quite agree. But at this moment, the experienced Mr. Hanged Man finally stepped forward. After the foolish moon had paved the way, he accurately found the crux of the problem and offered a versatile solution. Delay. Although Snow clearly knew what Adam was thinking, he did not intend to offer more advice in this regard, because some things still required Adam to play the good cop, and he, too, had his own historical mission to undertake. Chapter 589, The Conception of a Divine Evil. April 4, 1352, as the new moon, was the lowest point of spirituality in the month. Generally speaking, no truly knowledgeable person would hold any mystical ceremony on such a moonless night. Yet, at this moment, a true God, an angel, and 2 kings of angels were gathered before the altar, awaiting the arrival of the opportune time. Besides the 4 participants in the ritual, there were 3 other creatures in the room that shouldn't have been there, 3 cats staring wide-eyed at each other. Apart from Lily, the other 2 belonged to Bonneva and Rosal respectively. After learning about the wondrous existence of the demoness of cats, these 2 acquired a cat through their respective channels. The difference was that Bonneva obtained a golden-shaded cat, while Rosal's was an ordinary white cat, special only for its pair of blood-red eyes. In fact, when Snow saw this cat, he suspected that if Rosal couldn't find such a cat, he might simply cultivate an apothecary cat, yes, one cultivated all the way to the beauty goddess. Snow often teased them for following suit, but the father and son's personalities were cut from the same cloth, they didn't care about such light-hearted banter. Unless Bernadette was mentioned. The time is almost here. Tolsna, who was constantly enduring the ship of Theseus to maintain his sanity, shrieked from where he was embedded in the center of the altar. Rosal and Bonneva immediately placed their cats aside, while Snow gently patted Lily's head. Lily immediately understood, waved a paw at the 2 silly cats, and led them out to hunt rats. Rosal then took out the puppet he had nurtured, night after night and placed it on the altar. The realism of this puppet far surpassed that of the full-body puppets from the ultra-ancient era. In fact, it could even be considered a masterpiece of human alchemy. The only difference between it and the body Rosal was currently using was the absence of some internal organs. The second hand ticked across the dial. The spiritual tide from the moon had already receded to its lowest point, and a breath of life emanated from Bonneva. The Paragon pathway, upon becoming a demigod, alchemist, possessed the power to bestow life upon creations and even inject souls. As an angel of this pathway, Bonneva could clearly do even more. As life force was injected, the puppet became increasingly lifelike, but a strange aura also began to emerge. Undoubtedly, this unrestrained bestowal of life was inherently corrupting, or rather, what was needed at this moment was precisely this disorder and corruption. Seeing the puppet's skin already turning an unnatural bloody red and faint pulsations beginning to appear, Rosal immediately slit his wrist and dripped blood, infused with a trace of the Order authority, onto the puppet's abdomen. The blood slowly seeped into the puppet's body. Snow, who had already prepared another altar, also began to chant. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you're the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you're the king of yellow and black who controls good fortune. I beseech your listening, I beseech your gaze, I beseech you to shield all gazes upon this place. Mr. Fool, who was in deep sleep, was suddenly awakened by the prayer, but still grumbled as he ascended above the gray fog. However, upon seeing the scene, he immediately realized what was happening. He donned the curtain containing the attendant of mysteries characteristic and, through the authority of fulfilling wishes, mobilized the power of the gray fog to form a dense barrier above Black Swan Castle. However, Mr. Fool did not leave. Instead, he remained high above the gray fog, witnessing the process of the God of Bound's conception. Snow felt that Black Swan Castle's connection with the outside world was completely severed. He then took a deep breath, lifted the 3-colored cross that imprisoned the God of Bound, and suspended it above the puppet's lower abdomen, almost touching it. At the same time, he tossed a coin. The moment Rosal saw the coin, he shivered, instinctively recoiling. Others might not know, but he was very clear about the origin of this thing. It was precisely the twisted new rules, the so-called pregnancy curse, that surrounded his own contaminated mausoleum. As the coin flew into midair, the spiritual seal on it suddenly shattered. Rosal immediately used his authority to guide the twisted new rules. Although he currently only possessed characteristics up to the Sequence 5 level, under the blessing of the Black Emperor's Beander characteristic, he was still able to guide a power that inherently had a part of its origin from the Black Emperor. The pregnancy curse drilled into the puppet's body, and a somewhat jarring heartbeat immediately began to throb in the quiet room. It didn't sound like a newborn's fetal movement, but rather like the beat of war drums. Bonneva continued to inject life force into the puppet's body, but the puppet's distortion had imperceptibly halted, because all the life force had begun to gather towards its abdomen. Klein, who was watching the show, suddenly felt a palpitation. He raised his sight, and from the true perspective above the gray fog, an invisible force seemed to descend from the sky. Is this power from the moon? The primordial moon? No wonder they chose the new moon to perform the ritual, Klein analyzed inwardly, his right hand already gripping the curtain, ready to intervene at any moment. However, it was clear that the mother goddess of depravity's level of erosion into reality was far from sufficient to directly penetrate the barrier constructed by Saphira Castle. That illusory force lingered outside the gray fog barrier for a moment before dissipating without a trace, without even a single collision occurring. Klein dared not be careless, his spirit taut in readiness for any potential re-invasion. Snow, however, seemed completely oblivious to the crisis, and said to Tolzna, "I only got one copy of this curse, and I don't plan to risk going to that cursed place to get you another one. You seize the opportunity yourself." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the domain of sleeve dimension covered the room. In conjunction with Bonneva the Knowledge Magister's ability to modify physical laws to a certain extent, he fine-tuned the room. Tolzna's humanity had temporarily stabilized under the high intensity the ship of Theseus. He didn't speak, but his eyes, peering through the mottled bandages, fixed on the puppet's abdomen. A subtle connection formed between the two. Snow was not unfamiliar with this ability. It was the source of curse that had been present since the puppet stage. This was originally a cursed, counter-damaging ability, but at this moment, it formed a chain of life between the two. And it was precisely as this chain link that Tolzna erupted with the might befitting a king of angels. The sudden burst of power caused the mottled bandages on the small figure to swell, and under the influence of a powerful suction force, a power within the puppet's abdomen was directly drawn out. This deepened the greenish-red hue on the small figure by several shades, even directly devouring the original rusty red parts. As this process occurred, the eyes of the small figure on the cross also dimmed. Snow didn't hesitate. Sleeve dimension directly cut off all spiritual transmission. As seals were thrown onto the cross one by one, the cross, stained with red, green, black, and other colors, was enveloped by a faint golden light membrane, as if a layer of transparent sugar coating had been applied to a gradient-colored assortment of mixed candies. Snow carefully put away the cross, only then having the leisure to focus on the puppet. At this moment, the drum-like pulsations had gradually weakened. A faint heartbeat, coupled with an unpleasant but tolerable curse, slowly expanded and contracted within the puppet's abdomen. Bonneva's act of injecting life force still hadn't stopped, but the puppet's body had begun to shrivel. In reality, this puppet was not made from materials like flesh and blood that could shrivel, but at this very moment, it was mummifying, as if a corpse being drained of moisture. This process lasted for about 5 minutes. The puppet finally became like dry kindling, while its highly bulging abdomen, almost half a person tall, resembled an egg sac, constantly contracting and expanding with the power of the curse. Finally, accompanied by a sound like flesh tearing, the clay puppet's abdomen burst open like flesh. A strange arm, as if stripped of skin, reached out from within, tearing open the puppet's abdomen like the chest-bursting scene from an alien movie of the ultra-ancient era. The thing that crawled out of the puppet's abdomen resembled a toddler, but its bloody body, covered in malice, curses, and pollution, would not make anyone feel the cuteness a child should possess. Or rather, if any Beander below demigod level were to witness this scene at this moment, their fate would undoubtedly be to lose control on the spot. This toddler-sized monster slowly straightened its body. Faint yellow bandages seemed to condense out of thin air, loosely wrapping around its body and gradually tightening. As the bandages became stained with flecks of blood and rust, the pollution, malice, and curses also disappeared. And the mummy-like toddler wrapped in bandages truly transformed into the appearance a human toddler should have. "You've worked hard." Tolzna, who looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child, bowed slightly, then looked at Rosal with a slightly strange expression, and said in a childish voice, "Father, I need clothes." Chapter 590. Half a year later. Time flowed quietly. Compared to the tension of the period immediately after his transmigration, the northern continent, having just gone through a full-scale war, entered a phase of stable development. During the war-weary period, the Fossack royal family was overthrown by the workers' movement, led by Medici as marshal, Lavish as political commissar, and Grossel as mascot, establishing the Fossack Federation. Medici also obtained the third conqueror characteristic, and with the ritual already completed, he could ascend to the divine throne at any time. Under the subtle influence of the Church of Light and Bernadette, Intis embraced the ideology of revitalizing the nation through science and education, with its cultural atmosphere rapidly catching up to Lindbergh. However, unlike Lindbergh's theoretical sciences, which resembled a vast library, Intis's main focus was on practical applications. The efficient dissemination of knowledge brought about by the Dream Knowledge Network spurred advancements in fields such as medicine and industry. The application of electrical energy further propelled industrial standards forward. A large number of patents were produced, and Bernadette gradually became synonymous with erudition. In contrast, Lowen's development was relatively slower, but its excellent industrial foundation and the output from its southern continent colonies drove the nation's growth. As the country with the most religious groups and secret organizations on the continent, it also gathered the most Beyonders in the northern continent. Aside from these three established great powers, where Snow had secretly gained considerable influence, the emerging empire of Lindbergh, by accepting followers of the Sun Church, was accumulating internal conflicts that could erupt at any moment. However, there was no doubt that all of this was within the plan of the God of knowledge and wisdom. As for Fenaport, a nation that had been in decline since losing its maritime power at the end of the Age of Exploration, the Great Silence, laughed. Even though it actively participated in the war, it failed to gain sufficient benefits from the war against Lowen due to its patron deity, the Earth Mother, siding with the enemy. It became the only weak nation in the northern continent, relying solely on the fertile land blessed by the Earth Mother to become the granary of the northern continent. In Backland, Snow, who had spent half a year revising Lowen's laws, finally completed the digestion of the Hand of Order. As he perused today's newspaper, he suddenly caught an interesting piece of news. It was a strange tale about accidentally entering a peculiar town, and the name of the town was Utopia. Click. The door was pushed open, and Rosal, with a red-eyed white cat perched on his shoulder, walked in. He casually grabbed a bottle of happy water from his study's liquor cabinet. Thanks to Rosal and Bonava's imitation, Lowen nobles had now shifted from the hobby of keeping foxhounds to breeding a cat with an aristocratic aura. Of course, this also led to a shortage of beast tamer charms and assassin pathway Beyonder potions. In fact, in just half a year, the demonist sect in Lowen suffered a devastating blow. It could be said to be an extreme example of, where there's a buyer, there's a killing. Conversely, the Earth Mother sect, which had just taken root in Lowen, received preferential treatment from many nobles, solely for the purpose of obtaining assistance from a beast tamer when their cats needed to take medicine. Do you think it's appropriate to send Tolzna to an aristocratic school? Many nobles have already complained to me. Snow looked up at Rosal, who was chugging his drink, his tone quite helpless. Although Tolzna looked only 8 or 9 years old, she was, after all, a king of angels who had lived for thousands of years. However, Rosal showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he said with an air of nonchalance, "Nana wouldn't bully children. It must be those rascals who bullied her because she had no background, and they got what they deserved. Wake up, she's just borrowing your authority for a bit, don't actually treat her as your daughter. She's thousands of years older than you." Snow was utterly speechless at this old guy's temper. The old guy, however, maintained an indifferent expression. Snow said nothing more about it, merely changing the subject. Bernadette is almost ready for advancement. That's why I came. Tisk, it's all your fault, you just had to bring up Nana. The old guy immediately bit back, but Snow simply ignored him, casually pulling out a gold coin with the Eye of Paradox on one side and the Crown of Order on the other, and tossed it to Rosal, saying, "This is for you. You know how to use it. It's best to be discreet when resurrecting." "I understand, time it right. I'm best at that." Rosal pocketed the gold coin, but his expression turned serious, because in the corner, a somewhat familiar figure had appeared at some point. It was a young priest in a white cassock, with golden hair, a large beard that covered half his face, and a cross hanging around his neck. Adam. Rosal and the cat on his shoulder bristled almost simultaneously, but then he remembered that Adam was currently considered an ally. "You're early." Snow closed the newspaper in his hand and sighed slightly, but Adam said with extreme calm, "Your ritual was very effective. The fusion was smoother than expected. Without the uniqueness, I can't deceive for too long." "All right, then I'll leave the rest to you." Snow reluctantly stood up from his executive chair. To ensure smooth progress on Klein's side, it was best to delay things in the forsaken land of the gods. "Then I'll head back to Intis first." Although they were already allies, Rosal always felt uncomfortable being around Adam, a feeling akin to being bitten by a dog as a child and thus remaining afraid of dogs as an adult. Seeing Rosal disappear as if fleeing for his life, Snow turned to Adam, suddenly feeling a strange sensation, and asked somewhat oddly, "Are you Adam or the ancient sun god's divinity now? You're asking why I have emotions now, aren't you? Well, in terms of personality, I should have reverted to Adam, but there isn't really any difference. After all, once replaced, there's always a little." The ship of Theseus. Before Adam could finish, Snow slapped him in the face with the ship of Theseus. Seeing Adam's expression, which was outwardly calm but contained many thoughts in his eyes, Snow spread his hands and said, "Now you are Amon's brother. This is meaningless." Adam expressed his inability to understand Snow's actions, but he did not stop the ship of Theseus from taking effect. Snow, however, shook his head and said, "It is meaningful. Two personalities and one person playing two accounts are completely different feelings." Listening to Snow's words, which seemed to carry some special meaning, Adam also seemed to understand something, but he merely shook his head and said, "Don't worry, you are not in this situation. Your words do put me at ease a little." Hearing Adam's words, one of the many heavy stones hanging in Snow's heart finally fell. He activated his mythical creature form, preparing to use a memory springboard to go to the forsaken land of the gods and take Adam's place. But before that, a bone-white cross was thrown out by Adam. "Ah, isn't this heaven manufacturing?" Snow caught the cross. The small figure on it immediately emitted a series of Russian-style gibberish. However, unlike the original inverted cross, this cross had become upright, and the small figure on it had completely transformed into a female image. Seeing Snow's somewhat surprised gaze, Adam showed a rare mischievous smile and said, "Consider her my sister. To prevent the feminine influence produced by your wicked humor from affecting the main body, we could only separate her." Chapter 591. Listening to Junzhao's story of the past. Snow hung the heaven manufacturing, which he hadn't stopped using since he got his hands on it, around his neck. He called Lily over and said, "I'll be out for a while, no more than a month at most. If anything happens, for minor issues, find Miss Audrey. For urgent matters, go to the machinery church and find Bonneva. If it's something very troublesome or dangerous, remember to pray to the fool, right?" Lily sighed helplessly. Her master would tell her this every time he went out. However, after living for several years as an intelligent creature, the cat had somewhat understood the dangers of this world, so she didn't take her master's words lightly. "Good that you remember." Snow reached out and rubbed the cat's head, his body directly entering the cat's memories. Using the island of the mind as a springboard and memories as coordinates, Snow instantly passed through the interference of multiple divine powers, appearing directly within the memories of Adam, imaginary body, on the East Continent. No wonder he said it couldn't fool them for long. This is completely an empty shell. It's just that those two idiots aren't good at observation, and they're busy destroying the Divine Kingdom's barrier. If the Evernight goddess were here, she would have discovered it long ago. Snow stood on the fictitious island of the mind. Zhuang Zhou's dream immediately activated. By using heaven manufacturing, this new Holy Spirit, as a template for his self-observation, Snow successfully became Adam. Silently, the imaginary Adam was replaced. Snow awoke from Adam's body. He subtly glanced at the flames and thunder in the sky, easily taking over the true Creator's mental power output, resisting the bombardment on the spiritual level in Adam's place. Although the eternal blazing sun and the god of storms both appear to be the straightforward type, as members of the five great families, they all possess certain, omnipotent, characteristics, just with different focuses. The eternal blazing sun has powerful faith assimilation abilities. To put it harshly, it's malicious brainwashing, capable of directly turning everything into fanatical believers who only know how to praise the sun. As for the god of storms' sequence, tyrant, it possesses extremely domineering and extreme control, capable of forcibly correcting a target's allegiance through almost predatory spiritual oppression. While the effectiveness of these two abilities is significantly reduced against beings of the same sequence, they are very dangerous for eroding a divine kingdom during a tug of war. Of course, for the true Creator, who has already completed the uniqueness and one sequence one Buridan characteristic, he can display a half-sequence above status at any time, directly swatting these two away. But without a chance for a one-hit kill, he has to consider the possibility of them lashing out in desperation. However, if the fool can be born smoothly and stand on White Creator's side, then there will be no need to worry about such problems. By then, even if they betray and lead the enemy, whether the guys outside dare to come in will be a question. With the ability of Schrödinger's cat, Snow dispersed his monkeys throughout the collective unconscious sea of the entire East continent, cleaning up the spiritual authority infiltrated by the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing sun in a way that was similar yet fundamentally different, creating a state of mutual tug-of-war. At the same time, his true body simply jumped into the true Creator's memories and began chatting with this elder brother, who was both the most familiar and most unfamiliar since his transmigration. Care for some. Now, only in my and Evernight's memories can one drink authentic Blue Mountain. In the true Creator's memory, in a spacious, bright, but exceptionally simple room, a black-haired Slavic man in a white lab coat sat in an old office chair. As he spoke, a cup of coffee even appeared before Snow. "No thanks, I've never been used to this stuff." Snow shook his head, casually pulling out a bottle of happy water sealed in a clearly expensive glass bottle. "Rather than this, you should know what I want to know most right now. If I had to say, I actually don't know much either." The true Creator took a sip of his coffee, seemingly pondering where to begin. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "From a certain perspective, you should be the first transmigrator to awaken." "Me, the first?" Snow frowned, seemingly pondering what the first truly meant. The true Creator merely nodded in response, then explained. "When I crawled out of there, the ancient chaos already existed on this land and had fallen into extreme madness. Although structurally, the ancient chaos and the ancient gods should be similar, the ancient chaos should possess a Sephira. I don't know what that Sephira is, nor do I know if it's complete, but it's unquestionable that the ancient chaos possesses a sequence above status." At this point, the true Creator paused slightly, then spoke as if reminiscing. "When I first awakened, the ancient chaos's tentacles spread throughout the world. Of course, I don't know if the sealed West continent had them, but in all the areas I could observe, his tentacles were everywhere. In the beginning, I even took him for some kind of natural phenomenon, an embodiment of the world's chaotic and disorderly state. But as I crusaded against the ancient gods, absorbed Buridan characteristics, and used the authority of omniscience and omnipotence to deduce the existence of sequence above beings, I realized that the ancient chaos might have stumbled into becoming a sequence above existence." Stumbled into. Snow slightly frowned, seemingly pondering the meaning of the word. The true Creator nodded gently at the remark, responding, "That's right, because the ancient chaos is truly very special. Even completely mad ancient gods would instinctively expel Buridan characteristics unsuitable for themselves through reproduction and other behaviors, and when devouring, they would only devour characteristics suitable for themselves or those with similar authority. But the ancient chaos is different. It seems to have completely failed to escape the instinct of madness, constantly devouring every Buridan characteristic it captures. Moreover, it hasn't exhibited the authority and strength a sequence above should possess, even though, in the judgment of omniscient and omnipotent authority, it fully possesses all the elements of a complete sequence above. So, when I first transmigrated, there was a Sephira beside me, and I happened to devour all the Beander characteristics that Sephira needed, becoming a sequence above, but because I didn't accommodate them in order during advancement, I went mad. Became the ancient chaos. So, because I devoured too many Beander characteristics, I lost the instinct to separate, and instead aggregated towards the initial state. Snow summarized based on the true creator's words. The true creator nodded gently. In conclusion, that is indeed correct. What happened then? Snow had not been without speculation about this outcome, but if this deduction was the truth, then where did his Sephira come from? Later, I gathered the authority of the God Almighty pathway and separated the unneeded marauder authority, reaching a status close to sequence above. Fortunately, although the ancient chaos was sequence above, it lacked reason, so even ancient gods could contend with it. And the sequence above of my pathway is one of the three pillars. Even without truly becoming sequence above, I successfully completed the crusade against him with the assistance of the 8 King of Angels. However, not having truly become sequence above, I didn't have the ability to kill the ancient chaos. And besides the chaos sea, I had no sealing method that could suppress such an existence. To avoid affecting my own ascent to sequence above, I adopted a clumsy method. Chapter 592 Ancient Chaos. A clumsy method. Snow frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend what kind of method could seal an outer deity and still be called clumsy. Well, simply put, it's using the Sun pathway's ability to repel Beander characteristics to gradually expel the characteristics from the ancient chaos. The Beander characteristics contained within the ancient chaos were very loose. Initially, expelling them was very fast. Characteristics from pathways like Abyss, Tyrant, Sun, Mother, Demoness, and Red Priest almost instantly precipitated when the Unshadowed's ability was activated. However, as these characteristics gradually detached, the remaining ones became very stubborn. It was still acceptable when peeling off pathways like Fate and Twilight Giant, but when it came to pathways like Fool and Error, it became extremely difficult. The Hanged Man pathway was only barely peeled off by the aggregation of my own Beander characteristics. As for the Paragon, Hermit, Black Emperor, and Justiciar pathways, it would take years to extract even a few low sequence characteristics. Of course, although this method is time-consuming, relatively speaking, I can obtain a large number of Beander characteristics from this process to strengthen human forces. Moreover, if all goes well, as long as the number of Beander characteristics is reduced, the ancient chaos can gradually gain some sanity, just like those ancient gods. Even if it can't, I can directly kill it and harvest a Sephira and at least one uniqueness. Perhaps I can cultivate a sequence above ally. True Creator took a sip of bitter coffee and laid out his plan, which momentarily enlightened Snow. He then realized the crux of the problem. So, I am the consciousness that was born after the ancient chaos precipitated enough characteristics. Not exactly, or rather, the ancient chaos never truly developed consciousness. True Creator's tone became serious. His eyes met Snow's, and he slowly said, "As I said, when it was peeled down to only 2 knowledge pathways and 2 order pathways, the progress slowed down. I also realized that the sequence above to which the ancient chaos belonged should be similar to these 4 pathways, or even the existence they point to. But the state the ancient chaos displayed showed no intellect and lacked the proper order. I became curious about this phenomenon. Perhaps this counts as some kind of occupational hazard." Although True Creator had clearly gone off topic, Snow was somewhat interested in the former Russian scientist's occupational hazard and didn't interrupt, giving him a look that encouraged him to continue. True Creator didn't keep him in suspense and answered directly. "I did many experiments on the ancient chaos and made many hypotheses. However, as I gradually deduced the 9 sequence aboves corresponding to the 22 pathways, I speculated that the ancient chaos might have simultaneously met the requirements of both the knowledge and order sequence aboves, leading to a conflict between order and knowledge, causing it to fall into a state of neither rationality nor order. However, this is simply impossible, because both the knowledge wilderness and the nation of disorder are on the West continent." Snow thought this to himself but didn't directly interrupt True Creator, not only because he had no source for this information, but also because he didn't believe that this researcher's studies would stop there. Indeed, after a brief pause, True Creator changed the subject. To reverse this state, I conjured two personalities for the ancient chaos, one learned and rational, the other rigorous and upright. If Snow could understand the method of gradually expelling Beander characteristics, then True Creator's audacious move of conjuring personalities for an outer deity was something he truly had not expected. Seemingly pleased with Snow's surprised expression, True Creator lowered his head, sipped his coffee, and then continued. After the order and wisdom personalities were implanted into the ancient chaos, they were quickly corrupted. However, as the strongest spectator, I continuously used psychological intervention to stabilize the state of the two virtual personalities, using this to explore the composition of the ancient chaos, and at the same time, I tried to use the two personalities to split the ancient chaos's most firmly entrenched four pathways. This result was indeed very effective. In fact, with the help of the two personalities, I not only learned about some strange authorities of the ancient chaos that it had never used, but also obtained some low-sequence Beander characteristics from the knowledge and order pathways. And during the research process, I gradually discovered that within the ancient chaos, there actually existed Beander powers that did not belong to the 22 pathways, and that was the true core of the ancient chaos. Not belonging to the 22 pathways. Outer deity. Snow wasn't too surprised by this. In fact, after learning about the ancient chaos, an existence that could elicit quality answers from the jinn, he had vaguely had such suspicions. And True Creator gave an affirmative answer. At that time, I didn't have a deep understanding of outer deity, but I found a human consciousness inside the ancient chaos. Although it had been completely corrupted by the power of Beander characteristics and Sephira, through mental analysis, I determined that he was human. At the time, I didn't understand why a human consciousness would reside in such a terrifying body as the ancient chaos, until I met Evernight. Quote. Snow's expression turned into a 0v0 shape. A very absurd thought suddenly popped into his mind. That's right, it's pretty much what you're thinking. I found that the state of that soul was actually the same as Evernight's, both felt like human souls had been cast into the bodies of extraordinary creatures. It's just that Evernight became the demonic wolf, while you were directly cast into the body of a sequence above. Of course, I'm not sure if you had already become a sequence above when you were cast in. True Creator stated this answer calmly, which made Snow think of Klein's original fate. If not for the Evernight goddess's intervention, Klein should have been enveloped by the little quilt the moment he descended into Sephira Castle, directly becoming a sequence one attendant of mysteries, and then celestial worthy would awaken within his body. How similar was this to the plight of the ancient chaos that True Creator spoke of? If there was any difference, it was that the ancient chaos had no rationality whatsoever, no sign of anything awakening. Then what about me? Or rather, how exactly did I regain my sanity? Where did my previous memories go? Although Adam had guaranteed that he was not a personality clone or anything of the sort, he was still conflicted about his missing memories. After all, can a person maintain their self after accepting a large amount of memories that don't belong to them? No, you didn't lose your memory. Or rather, you never gained sanity before awakening as Snow. Chapter 593, Snow's Past and Present Life. What do you mean by never having gained sanity? If I didn't have memories, then how did I reincarnate as Snow? Snow grew more confused by the True Creator's words, but the True Creator remained unhurried, speaking with the attitude of an old cadre who had all the time in the world to chat. Because this isn't a setup, but an accident under a certain authority. At this point, he rubbed his hands slightly, causing the already cooled coffee to steam again, and then continued. I tried to awaken you, who had gone completely mad, several times. But you, deeply integrated with the Sephira, had already reached a sequence above existence in terms of status. Even I couldn't sufficiently influence your mind. So, for a long time, I was simply using two virtual personalities to split the Beander characteristic of the ancient chaos, until all four uniquenesses were completely separated. So, you spent thousands of years completely stripping the four pathways from the ancient chaos, leaving only the parts that didn't belong to the 22 pathways. Snow repeated the True Creator's words, but he still didn't understand where he himself came from. Seeing this, the True Creator merely gave him a look to calm down, sipping his coffee as he said. Perhaps because it lost the meander characteristics of the two knowledge and two order families, the ancient chaos developed a kind of deficiency. This directly caused the two virtual personalities I implanted, open black lens bracket wisdom close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket order close black lens bracket, to be treated as materials for completion. This also gave me more possibilities for manipulating the ancient chaos. However, simple open black lens bracket wisdom close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket order close black lens bracket had very limited interference with the ancient chaos. My research also stalled at this point for several centuries, and I hadn't found a solution until the primordial one began to awaken within me. Then how was it resolved later? Snow frowned slightly, afraid the other party would come out with a bizarre story like, "I didn't do anything, the primordial one freed you." Fortunately, the true creator only uttered one word. Acting method. Acting method. Snow frowned, then suddenly realized. Exactly. To resist the will of the primordial one, I split Saussure, but found that Saussure had a higher compatibility with the Chaos Sea and Hanged Man pathway than I did. Coupled with the relatively well-developed acting method at the time, it gave me an inspiration to create a consciousness that matched the characteristics of the ancient chaos. A third virtual personality beyond sanity and order. Chaos. Or, paradox. Snow narrowed his eyes, then pointed at himself. The true creator shook his head and said to himself, "Paradox, huh, that's not a bad name." Cough. In short, I didn't give the third virtual personality a complete personality tendency, but rather let it be contaminated by the power of the ancient chaos, only maintaining the most basic psychological correction to preserve operability. As time went on, this virtual personality gradually took shape. I then connected it with the two personalities of sanity and order, forming a stable structure. I called it the Three Sages system. Don't look at me like that, in the ancient words of your Zhonghua family, this is an illusion. Alright, so what about this Three Sages system? Snow wasn't in the mood to delve too much into the other's ability to use illusions, he just continued. You probably don't want to hear the specific theory. In short, I built a complex algorithm on top of the Three Sages system, turning the ancient chaos into something similar to a supercomputer. It could not only perform very complex fuzzy calculations, but also use some of the authorities belonging to the ancient chaos. Like those things often seen in sci-fi novels, biocomputers made with the brains of super-powered individuals as processors, capable of wielding superpowers. Snow searched his memory for something similar, and the true creator nodded. Although the principles are somewhat different, it's fine for you to think of it that way. In short, in those last years when I was the ancient sun god, the ancient chaos provided me with a lot of help. Including when the Rose redemption plan was formulated, it once suggested the possibility of betrayal by the three gods. At the time, I thought that even if Hariburgen and Leodoro betrayed me, Osekis, whom I had raised, could delay until my complete resurrection. I never expected Osekis to be the first to act. At this point, the true creator suddenly shook his head, forcefully pulling the conversation back to its original track. In short, in the process of using the ancient chaos, I gradually realized that the Three Sages system would, to some extent, exhibit a subjective thinking tendency. I initially thought this was influenced by that, as you put it, the paradox personality's decision. But in reality, the contamination of the ancient chaos was clearly insufficient to produce such a tendency. So I speculated that this might be because the Three Sages system, during frequent calculations, developed some kind of interaction with the subconscious of the soul, truly becoming three facets of this soul. Inspired by this idea, I began to frequently incorporate the topic of liberating the soul into the calculations of the ancient chaos through complex command operations. Perhaps due to a will to survive, or simply the best option provided by the Three Sages system, the ancient chaos ultimately calculated a path of salvation constructed using its own authority. Snow listened to the true creator's narration, momentarily speechless. However, the authorities of the paradox pathway connected in his mind one by one. Subsequently, the so-called path of salvation gradually became clear. Monkey typewriter. Exactly, this is the theoretical basis for your personality to awaken. The true creator snapped his fingers, saying with a hint of emotion. The ancient chaos possesses an authority that even the omniscient and omnipotent, God Almighty, does not have the Banach-Tarski paradox. This ability almost breaks the law of conservation of Beander characteristics. It can, through processes of splitting and combining, replicate most things based on the mathematical definition of infinity. Of course, Sephira are not within the scope of replication. However, in this plan, the result of replication is not important. What is truly important is that it can use this ability to break itself down into points of almost no mass. This is the essence of the ancient chaos's early manifestation of an omnipresent posture. Based on this ability, through multiple divisions and decompositions of itself, a relatively pure, white mist was separated from the massive black mist. Then came the authority named open black lens bracket, stealing the sky and switching the sun close black lens bracket. With this ability, it exchanged the three sages system in the white mist with the personality in the black mist, replacing the personality steeped in contamination. Finally, it was the cleansing of contamination based on the monkey typewriter principle. Using information obtained from night, I established something similar to a transmigrator soul projection mechanism. The deeply contaminated personality, enveloped in white mist, was suspended in the spirit world in a manner similar to transmigrator soul projection, and constantly subjected to open black lens bracket restart close black lens bracket originating from the snake of fate. In this process, the white mist in your personality would continuously decompose and reorganize until completely free of contamination, at which point the projection mechanism would be triggered, sending you into a physical body that matched you. In reality, this was entirely a gamble, but it was also the only possibility calculated by the three sages system for you to break free from contamination. Snow listened to the true creator's narration, vigorously pinching his temples, then frowned and said, "So now, the ancient chaos is essentially an individual with the three sages system as its soul. But if that's the case, shouldn't I be able to easily regain control through connection?" Hearing Snow's words, the true creator shook his head and said, "You still don't understand. What you broke free from contamination was not a complete soul, but a small part of your soul in Sephira. As for the remaining, larger portion, it is still in a state of madness. Your method of advancing by indiscriminately consuming potions is actually a form of open black lens bracket replacement close black lens bracket. By consuming similar potions, you replace the corresponding Beander characteristic from within the ancient chaos to complete your advancement. That's why your advancement is more dangerous than other sequences at the same level. But relatively, this process is also a reabsorption and purification of Beander characteristics. Now, besides the remaining portion of the Sephira, the ancient chaos still retains a portion of the uniqueness contaminated by the Sephira, several Beander characteristics at the sequence 1 level of the paradox pathway, and those Beander characteristics from other pathways that you consumed during your advancement. If you contact the ancient chaos now, your only outcome will be to revive within yourself, and then thousands of years of effort will turn into a bubble, returning to that mad and chaotic ancient chaos. So, if I want to be complete, I must first become a god." A hint of helplessness appeared on Snow's face. That cursed ritual, after all, was unavoidable. However, the true creator merely shook his head and gave an answer that made him even more speechless. To be precise, this is only the best-case scenario in theory. In reality, according to my calculations, the ancient chaos should be composed of two parts, one leaning towards order, and the other towards knowledge. That is to say, the ancient chaos is very likely an outer deity formed by the composite of two pathways. And the entire remaining pathway is very likely still within the black mist part. Or rather, your current state, compared to a normal single-sequence Beander, is more like an ancient god who has jumped back and forth between adjacent pathways several times. Quote. Snow's mouth opened slightly, then slowly closed, repeating this several times before finally uttering a single syllable. FCK. Chapter 594, The Upcoming Big Event. Snow couldn't help but curse at the answer given by the true creator, but cursing aside, the current situation was actually more favorable to Snow himself. Because while he was repeatedly jumping around, the ancient chaos was also forced into a solitary form. To put it simply, the original state of the ancient chaos was a hodgepodge, containing everything, even including most of the characteristics and uniqueness of the two families of order and the two families of knowledge. Later, White Creator used various methods to strip away all the characteristics that did not belong to the ancient chaos, and the remaining characteristics could be regarded as all the characteristics and uniqueness of two complete pathways. His own advancement was to replace chaotic characteristics with systematic characteristics, but because of his repeated jumping, the ancient chaos essentially became a state of not only repeatedly jumping but also randomly devouring characteristics. So you'll help me expel those chaotic characteristics, right? Snow looked at the true creator with expectant eyes, but the true creator just smiled without speaking, looking exactly like the, you will XXX, right? Meme. However, perhaps knowing that it was not appropriate to joke at this time, after seeing Snow's deflated expression, the true creator finally opened his mouth to explain. The reason I was able to strip away the characteristics of the ancient chaos, besides it already being sealed and suppressed by me, was mainly due to the sun's exclusive authority and the three sages system. Now the three sages have replaced you as the will of the ancient chaos and the sun's authority. At this point, the true creator raised his head meaningfully. Although he was currently in the memory palace, Snow still understood his meaning and instantly felt a strong sense of malice. He was now a king of angels controlling a portion of a Sephira, with power almost equivalent to a true god. Although the white horse is not horse was not a complete Sephira, a Sephira was essentially a manifestation of the primordial one's authority. No matter how fragmented it was still a Sephira. The uncertain mist was still one of the strongest outer gods in the universe after losing half of his Sephira. The mother goddess of depravity still had the strength of a top-tier outer god after losing half of her Sephira. The mother tree of desire was still the most threatening outer god to earth after losing half of her Sephira. When should we act? Snow eagerly wiggled his fingers, even having the idea of directly using open black lens bracket eternal immortality close black lens bracket to jump in front of him. After all, he could jump as long as he had a memory, so it was perfectly fine for him to appear directly in the memory palace of the eternal blazing sun and unleash a powerful attack up close. No rush, Adam is currently telling a story to the fool. The true creator replied calmly, looking down at the happy water that Snow, too shocked by what he heard, hadn't even had time to drink. Snow was somewhat speechless at the sight, so he directly placed the happy water on the true creator's desk. After watching him guzzle down more than half the bottle like a Russian drinking vodka, he finally heard what he wanted to hear. Didn't you ask Medici to help Aemon free Mr. Dor? So, after all that, we still have to do it this way. Snow sighed upon hearing this and simply left the memory palace, returning to Adam's shell, and began to study the white horse as not horse and the one-foot hammer. From the beginning, he felt that the functions of the white horse as not horse and the one-foot hammer were a bit too singular. The one-foot hammer was fine, infinite energy was worthy of the uniqueness's identity. But the function of the white horse as not horse was merely to convert Beander characteristics and pre-borrow some high-sequence abilities, and even its output had to be provided by the one-foot hammer. He initially thought that the white horse as not horse was his golden finger that came with his transmigration, so it was normal for it not to be as good as those in this world. Later, he thought it was because the Sephira mentioned in the original work were all pillar level, so it was normal for it not to be as good. However, it now seemed that the real reason was to ensure the minimum level of pollution, and most of the power was left within the ancient chaos. I wonder what the pathway adjacent to paradox will be. Truth. Or, a contrarian. Snow resisted the urge to twitch the corner of his mouth, trying his best to play the role of Adam, the divine avatar, doing his utmost to resist the erosion of the divine kingdom by the Lord of Storms and the eternal blazing sun. But at the same time, a tiny soul fragment, following the flow of memory, disappeared into a magical place. Backland, Sarin Restaurant. Bernadette, exuding an undeniable sense of authority, sat on the sofa as if on a throne. In front of her, Rosal and Bonneva bowed their heads with awkward expressions. In the heavy atmosphere, Rosal spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Bébé, your advancement seems to have been very successful. Bernadette, hearing her father speak, couldn't get angry, so she just glared fiercely at her younger brother, then sighed helplessly. That's right, I originally came to tell you that you could revive. But who knew you would give me a sister? That's the god of bound. This was an agreement made before. He helped me bear the curse of the cosmos, and I lent him my true god status for reincarnation. Who would have thought that the pregnancy curse would target females? Rosal almost immediately retorted loudly. Bernadette's expression softened slightly, and then she said in a calm tone. What about the cat? The cat was also raised by Snow. Rosal muttered softly, but Bernadette said with a booming voice. When Snow raised the assassin cat, he was only sequence 9 and needed a powerful helper, and he himself also had Deander abilities similar to the Beast Tamer pathway. Do I need to tell you why you two raised a cat? Sister, father still needs to revive, and you should have other things to do too, right? Bonneva looked at his sister with a fawning smile, but Bernadette suddenly nodded. All right, father, go prepare for your revival. This cannot be delayed, but remember to seize the right moment. Okay, I've been calculating the time, Rosal said, immediately emerging from his puppet body, and with a leap, he plunged into the spirit world. Seeing his father escape, Bonneva immediately said, sister, I still have to deal with the machinery church. Bang! Bonneva hadn't finished speaking when he fell to the ground. It wasn't any attack, but simply knowledge. This king of angels from the Paragon pathway was crushed by the weight of the knowledge in his mind. You still know I'm your sister. You just regained your humanity before, so I didn't restrain you too much, but you and father actually messed around. Now the whole world knows that the King of Angels of the Machinery Church likes to visit the entertainment district. Are you even planning to spread rumors that father and son visit together in the future? Listening to his sister's incessant scolding, Bonneva, lying on the ground, thought that they had already visited together long ago, but he obviously didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only lie on the ground and silently endure the criticism. Suddenly, his ears fell silent, and he realized that Bernadette had left without a sound. Sister, let me go before you leave. Bonneva called out twice, but noticed the 3 pig-headed men building a wall around the house, and immediately gave up on calling for help. He directly entered his mythical creature form, but unfortunately, even in his mythical creature form, he was still of the knowledge pathway, and under the power of knowledge, he still had to lie firmly on the ground. What sin have I committed? Oh, right, little sister. The mutated one with a self-bound body, the evil karma bearing a curse, the rebellious son of the Black Emperor, your brother is in big trouble now, hurry and save me. Chapter 595, Shameful. Bernadette Gustave, having left Backland, found a secluded corner and began to chant the fool's honorific name, but received no response. Already possessing the relevant information, she took out the djinn and quietly waited for a change. Indeed, after not too long, a grayish-white mist suddenly appeared before her eyes. Immediately after, the mist was tinged with gold, as if coated with a layer of sticky syrup. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient, mottled palace, beside the fool's chair, the prayer light spot belonging to Bernadette, which had swollen to the size of a human head, was instantly occupied by a distorted and blurry pale gold figure. Its gaze penetrated the light spot, pierced through the grayish-white mist, and looked towards the swirling vortex that seemed capable of destroying everything around it. His voice immediately echoed within Saphira Castle, majestic and grand. It actually lost control. A mocking tone echoed through the palace, but just then, above the now disintegrated fool's chair, a strange gate of light composed of countless light orbs emerged. It flickered in and out of existence, casting light and outlining a complex symbol in midair. This was precisely the symbol located behind the fool's chair, formed by half a pupil-less eye and half a twisted line. As it formed, the strange light grew fainter and fainter. The next second, Klein's voice came from within that symbol. Jin, I want to make a deal with you. The blurry and distorted pale gold figure immediately laughed aloud. Haha, I told you, you would agree eventually. But then, he asked, as if casually. Aren't you afraid I'll temporarily raise the price? For me, this is just one preparation, but for you, it might be the only chance. Of course, you can also wait, or try to propose a price increase that I can accept. Quote. The Jinn's figure swayed in silence, and his grand voice then resounded. My conditions are the same as last time, lift the seal and let me out. I will return to the cosmos with my portion, and the rest will be yours. Moreover, I can grant you 3 wishes. Of course, given your current situation, I don't mind advancing a portion of the payment. Klein's voice once again sounded from the fool's symbol. I need 2 wishes. Then what about the promise? The Jinn seemed to smell something bad, and his previous mockery disappeared. Klein, however, said unhurriedly. My promise is that I will not hand you over to the ancient chaos. Oh, damn it. You and that guy are actually in cahoots. Hell, this is impossible. The djinn let out an exasperated sound, but Klein didn't seem to mind, embodying the ancient wisdom of first proposing to tear down the house if one wants to open a window, and continued. Of course, I can also promise to lift your seal, but as for where exactly to lift it. All right, you win. I knew that anyone who could inherit the celestial venerable's position would never be anything good. But merely not handing me over to him isn't enough. I want you to promise me protection. Also, the wishes I can fulfill while sealed are very limited. Once they exceed a certain level, they become very distorted. You can fulfill the 2 wishes I need right now. As for protection, Klein's voice paused briefly, and only when the djinn's flame began to tremble did it sound again. All right. While the djinn was signing the unequal treaty, in the primeval forest of Byam, Verdu, the conservative faction of the Abraham family who insisted on welcoming back their ancestor, was preparing a special altar according to the instructions of the god of war. As symbol after symbol and magical mark were inscribed, he finally relaxed a great deal. Although the 3 demigod-level monsters were in a coma, the fear of them waking up at any moment urged him to endure his physical discomfort and continue his actions. Fortunately, until the wriggling mass of flesh, the deformed star bird, and the black-eyed white crow were placed in their correct positions, they remained in a comatose state, offering no resistance. Verdu took a deep breath, lit the only candle on the altar, then stepped back a few paces, and with extreme solemnity, chanted in giant language. Great door of all doors. Guide of the boundless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. I implore you to respond, I implore you to descend upon this world. Before he finished speaking, 3 thudding sounds successively came from within the altar. The 3 demigod-level monsters, corresponding to the 3 families, were crushed as if by a hydraulic press, directly turning into fine minced meat, shimmering with clusters of light spots of different colors. Under the guidance of an indescribable power, these flesh and blood gathered in midair, outlining one evil and foul symbol after another. Countless symbols combined, slowly forming a large door of flesh and blood that still seemed to be wriggling. As the candle flame surged, the door of flesh and blood also lit up, and one weak starlight condensed orb of light after another, like strange insects with bent bodies, gathered together to form a giant arm. This arm, clearly not belonging to a human, pressed against the altar, pushing outwards forcefully, causing the entire Blue Mountain Island to tremble. As the executor of all this, Verdu had just revealed a look of joy when his vision suddenly blurred, and his entire body, with a bang, disintegrated into countless collapsing pieces of flesh and blood. But his death did not affect anything. A giant figure composed of pure light orbs slowly passed through the door of flesh and blood, then began to collapse and overlap. In a bizarre qualitative change, one dark void rift after another appeared in the forest. Door after door opened abruptly. Whether ordinary doors or seals formed by mysterious power, all were flung open at this moment. At the same time, Klein finally reached an agreement with the aggrieved djinn, making a wish in exchange for providing him protection. My first wish, transfer Bernadette Gustave's previous 2 wishes to my name. This should be very simple for you. The djinn instantly understood Klein's thoughts, but he did not mock. Instead, he lowered his posture and said with a hint of flattery. You're right, making 3 wishes can indeed lead to your painful death. This is based on my own Beander characteristic and is not difficult. Klein ignored the djinn's overtures and continued. My second wish, let my utopia have a corresponding area in the spirit world. This does not involve sequence advancement, nor is it related to higher-level Beander characteristics. You can certainly do it. The pale gold figure swayed slightly and said with a touch of helplessness. No problem, your wishes will be granted. Inside the corpse cathedral, Klein touched the wooden stake in his chest, seemingly considering how to pull it out. But before he could say anything more, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed from his body. Watching Klein die with a smile, Adam's silent gaze showed a hint of, as it should be. His pale gold eyes pierced through the distance of death, meeting Klein's gaze for an instant. In that moment, Klein, for some reason, thought of Mr. Devil. No, Adam might have given me some kind of psychological suggestion. I must disinfect. Chapter 596, becoming a god also gathers together. Countless doors opened automatically, and a large number of sealed artifacts fell into an uncontrolled state, as if everything foretold the imminent revival of a certain existence. At the same time, the struggle between Zeratul and Klein had reached a stalemate. Historical images intersected in midair, and Zeratul finally summoned his most trusted historical image. The so-called Battle of a Scholar of Yore was essentially a contest of connections, and Zeratul's trump card was naturally Rosal Gustav, who once had a deep friendship with him. As soon as the crown-wearing figure appeared, it transformed into a torrent of information, instantly suppressing the projection of Miss Coconut Tree summoned by Klein. Zeratul took a step forward, using the Beander ability of the Attendant of Mysteries to connect with the raging other island he had pre-positioned. But just then, Zeratul discovered that Rosal, who should have been unconscious and only manipulable by him, suddenly moved on his own. Not only that, as Rosal's historical image detached from the data torrent and transformed into a majestic emperor wearing a crown, a voice suddenly echoed in Zeratul's mind. The voice was solemn and magnificent, like a king ruling all order in the world, and the name it pointed to was Rosal Gustav. Boom! A strange impact force exploded in Zeratul's mind. Rosal's decrees and secret anecdotes all transformed into real images, constantly expanding in his mind. When the Black Emperor revives, the voices of the Black Emperor will appear in the minds of all his subjects, recalling the Black Emperor's past. Under normal circumstances, this is just a momentary distraction with no significant impact, but Zeratul was somewhat different. As an attendant of mysteries, his connection with Rosal was simply too extensive. It could be said that from the moment Rosal first showed his prowess, he had been entangled with Rosal. In other words, the entire life of this Black Emperor was within his sight. It was precisely because of this that the ripples echoing in his mind grew stronger, causing him to make an uncontrollable mistake, one that an archangel should not make. Klein, above the gray fog, accurately seized the opportunity. The ancient, modeled palace suddenly appeared in reality. Under the escort of the gray fog, a peculiar door composed of countless orbs of light quickly materialized, emitting an invisible and terrifying suction force. This was a trick Klein learned from old Mr. Pales, using Beander characteristic aggregation to forcibly drag Zeratul over. The confrontation between Klein and Zeratul should have been watched by high-ranking Beanders all over the world, but at this moment, their gazes uncontrollably began to disperse. In Intis, people began to unconsciously shout the name Rosal Gustav. The Black Emperor characteristic and uniqueness, which should have been divided by the Church of Steam, Storm, and Night Church after George III's death, suddenly broke free from control and entered the spirit world, taking advantage of the seal's failure. All of this seemed to indicate that the Black Emperor, who was very likely to have been corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity, was reviving. However, this was not the only terrifying thing. In the Rorstad archipelago, on Blue Mountain Island, in that primeval forest, the door, already enveloped in flesh and blood, was explored and condensed layer by layer, as if forming a series of overlapping doors, constructing an illusory figure. That figure wore robes of crimson tide, its form constantly twisting and changing, reflecting the landscapes of different planets and regions. At this very moment, an impenetrable night fell from the astral world, attempting to engulf Sequence Zero, Beetle Abraham, who was seeking advancement. The ground where the altar stood also vibrated in sync, violent shaking creating terrifying fissures, as if to drag the door of flesh and blood and Beetle Abraham together into the depths of the Earth's core, all the way to that chaotic sea that encompassed all colors. A bolt of lightning also struck down, its azure power, as if carrying divine wrath, fiercely impacting the door of flesh and blood. Immediately following, a faint glimmer emerged from the void, enveloping this forest, decomposing all covered matter into its most basic particles. At the same time, the god of knowledge and wisdom, who had been silent for a while, even tacitly allowing the followers of his mortal enemy to preach in his own stronghold, finally stopped concealing his existence. His brass-colored eyes emerged from the haze. Where his gaze focused, Beetle Abraham suddenly let out a terrifying roar. The crimson robe he wore suddenly flew up, connecting with the surging evil tide behind the door of flesh and blood, and streaks of crimson moonlight spread outwards. The power of the gods suddenly gained vitality under this moonlight, transforming into human forms of various appearances. The momentary stagnation and chaos gave Mr. Door a chance to breathe. He seized the opportunity to enter the final step of becoming a god, but just then, the door of flesh and blood suddenly collapsed, covering Mr. Door's body, making him seem to transform into another person. It's time. Just as the mother goddess of depravity's power invaded, and three existences stepped towards godhood, the true creator suddenly spoke, and a colossal aura surged skyward, directly dispersing the attacks that had shown a flaw due to shifting attention to stop Mr. Door from becoming a god. To not even act at a time like this, Osekis, you've done well. The last shred of mercy in the true creator's heart was discarded, and Snow nimbly tossed the quill, the orange-yellow light cluster, and the brass book, which had already automatically renamed itself, into a large pot he pulled out from who knows where. His ritual of becoming a god began at this moment. Sequence 0, Paradox. Main ingredients. Any three Beander characteristics of Omniscient I, Author, Knowledge Emperor, Hand of Order, Hand of God, Prince of Abolition, including the one used by Sequence 1 plus 1 foot rod. Auxiliary ingredient. 1 uniqueness of any pathway. Ritual. Drink the potion in the state of Sequence 0. The content of the ritual was extremely simple, but the difficulty was also obvious. This Sequence 0 was not a rank, but a state. In other words, Snow had to become a god first before he could drink the potion. This made him think of a very classic meme from his previous life. I want to become a god. Then go drink the potion. I must become a god to drink the potion. Then go become a god. I must drink the potion to become a god. Then drink it. How can I drink the potion without becoming a god? Become a god. ... Well, that was roughly it. Fortunately, Snow had accumulated quite a few backup plans during his actions over the past few years. So, when the potion in the pot began to melt, turning into a liquid emitting a warm yellow glow, obviously indicative of excessive radiation, he suddenly pulled out a monocle from his pocket and put it on his right eye. The shadows beneath his feet spread wildly, and an eye with a dial-like iris suddenly opened. Snow showed an Aemon-style smile, enough to trigger Klein's PTSD, and, holding the large pot, poured the potion into his mouth. Chapter 595 Paradox. Although Snow could disguise himself as many deities, Aemon was the most suitable choice, because Rosal himself needed a resurrection process, and Klein needed some time. But besides that, the most important point was that Snow could not obtain the authority and power of the Fool or the Black Emperor. The state of Sequence 0 sounds vague, but upon careful analysis, there is still a definable interpretation. Setting aside the idle baggage of a true god and dissecting Sequence 0 as a powerful Beander existence, it can ultimately be explained as 3 parts. Status, power, authority. If an existence simultaneously possesses the Sequence 0 status, Sequence 0 power, and Sequence 0 authority, then he is undoubtedly Sequence 0. Among these 3 conditions, the easiest to solve was undoubtedly status. Snow, possessing a Sephira and a uniqueness, had the status of Sequence 0 from the very beginning. As for power, the combination of a 1-foot rod plus Maxwell's demon was enough to provide Sequence 0 level spiritual output. The only problem was authority. This was not something he could obtain by disguising himself as a deity using Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly, a fact already proven when he impersonated Adam. Even if the other party wanted to lend him authority, Snow might not truly be able to use it as his own. So, according to his plan when he first transmigrated, he was actually to become a king of angels, and then wait for Klein to become an outer deity, after which he would ask him to graft the authority of the Fool, Door, or Marauder onto him, thereby becoming a true god. But as time passed and events unfolded, he gradually developed a new plan, and this plan was to leverage Amon's authority. Therefore, after acquiring the Chaos Aura, he intentionally maintained the persona of an Aemon clone. To this day, many people on this land already regard him as Amon's clone, even including Truncest, an angel with Sequence 0 status. Under the influence of the 3-person tiger effect, even Amon's first reaction upon seeing Snow was to wonder when he had acquired such a clone. At the same time, Snow also kept a true Aemon clone, and through stealing the sky and switching the sun, he completed the replacement of himself with the Aemon clone, truly achieving the state of, I am Aemon. However, after resolving the identity issue, there was still a problem: how to get the authority into his hands. Although Eamon appeared to be a psychopath, if one truly believed he didn't even know how many clones he had, that would absolutely be courting death. Previously, Snow could impersonate Eamon, firstly because the chaos aura blocked Amon's perception of him, and secondly because he was only impersonating, not actually invoking power. But now, what he was about to do was use Sequence Zero authority. This is like impersonating a prominent figure. If you only do it in a remote village and merely borrow their name, you naturally won't be discovered by the person themselves. But if you want to directly use the other party's bank deposits, make decisions for companies under their name, or even move into their home, it would be strange if you weren't exposed. However, all of this was no longer a problem now, not because Eamon was busy becoming a god and didn't intend to bother with him, but because Amon's risky act of becoming a dual-pathway true god would inevitably require a psychiatrist to help him stabilize his state, and Amon's most trusted psychiatrist was on Snow's side. Once Adam implanted the backdoor of Snow being Amon's clone during the treatment process, it became natural for Snow to borrow Amon's authority and complete the ritual as a Sequence Zero clone. Under the authority of Error, 3 vastly different Sequence 1 Beyonder potions and the uniqueness, which had been renamed Paindrax's Book of Rules, constantly flowed within Snow's body, undergoing bizarre changes. Originally, the Brass Book, as the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway, should have interacted with the Beyonder characteristic belonging to the Hand of Order within Snow's body, but when Snow advanced, the Hand of Order had already been replaced by the Beyonder characteristic of the Paradox pathway. The 3 Beyonder characteristics continuously clashed with the Brass Book, enveloped by the power of the 1-foot rod, and through the inseparable connection between White Horse's Not Horse and Ancient Chaos, the sacrifice and replacement were completed. At the same time, all mechanical creations in this world based on mathematical principles malfunctioned. Mechanical gears suddenly slipped inexplicably, labor-saving levers and pulleys mysteriously became laborious, reflections in mirrors were blurred and distorted, and in the lecture halls of various universities, both students and instructors were astonished to find that they could not arrive at the correct answers no matter what. Snow was unaware of the anomalies caused by his own advancement. At this moment, he was experiencing the changes occurring in his body and soul. During this process, Snow suddenly realized the meaning of the side effects he had experienced along the way. Whether it was the splitting of will, belief, and soul, the choice of self, or the state of being both alive and dead, the concept existing between existence and non-existence, all were for this very moment. If he hadn't had multiple personalities, if he hadn't had a will that absolutely believed in his own existence, if he hadn't been in a state of being both alive and dead, even for the sake of replacement, the moment several conflicting Beyonder characteristics were integrated into his body, he would have uncontrollably lost control without exception. As his body was enveloped by white mist, Snow's body was undergoing bizarre changes. Every inch of his flesh began to disintegrate into countless particles, each particle possessing an independent consciousness. These consciousnesses split and merged, then recombined under a unified consciousness, forming a brand new self that was identical to the original. This was the advancement of Shakespeare's ape, but it was also what Snow had experienced during his thousands of years suspended in the spirit world. He had always thought his soul split when he advanced to Zeno's turtle, but in reality, it had shattered countless times even before he became Snow. And it was in these countless divisions and reconstructions, under a miraculous coincidence, that he washed away the pollution. No, perhaps it cannot be said to have been washed away. In fact, from a certain perspective, he is still in a mad state, except that his personality after madness coincidentally perfectly aligns with his rational state. Simply put, a Beyander's sanity is like a meticulous jigsaw puzzle. After going mad, the puzzle is scrambled and randomly reassembled. Snow, in countless cycles of scrambling and reassembling, just happened to put together a picture that was exactly the same as the original. And now, having finally advanced to Sequence Zero, under the influence of the 1-foot rod and White Horse's Not Horse, he was truly breaking free from pollution. Only after this step would he be qualified to face the blind and foolish ancient chaos. Fortunately, the authority of Error had a considerable advantage in this state. By using the power borrowed from Eamon, Snow quickly screened for inconsistencies, bugs, in his mind and then corrected and purified them. Although this seemed like a tedious process, when every particle had its own independent will, everything was completed almost in an instant. Snow's figure was reconstructed under the sky of the forsaken land of the gods, which was covered by lightning and flames, yet dispersed by shadows. However, this time, it was neither Adam nor Snow, but the form often summoned by Klein. The advancement process was but a fleeting moment. When he stood upon the earth again, Osekis and Leodoro had already fallen into a disadvantage. Seeing that Adam was actually a fake, Osekis almost unhesitatingly abandoned Leodoro. However, the moment Osekis realized Adam was Snow in disguise, Snow's impression appeared in Osekis's mind. And in that instant, that partial impression in Osekis's consciousness suddenly swelled, transforming into a figure that threw a seemingly ridiculous punch at his magnificent, temple-like subconscious island. A golden figure burning like flames materialized in the astral world. The divine body, which should not have been revealed, seemed to suffer an unimaginable heavy blow, plummeting directly from the astral world towards the human world. Only existences with a status above that of a true god could clearly see a massive cross, composed of multiple mixed colors with red, green, and black as the main hues, like a giant sword, nailed behind the golden figure. The true creator, standing on the earth, had long been prepared. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a lead-black cyclops. The giant hung upside down on a huge and magnificent cross that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Dark shadows spread outwards, even swallowing the sunlight. In that instant, the entire world lost its light. Chapter 598, The Fall of Light, the Bow of Wind. The eternal blazing sun, suppressed by multiple high-level curses, fell from the sky in a human-like body. Endless shadows, carrying mental curses, enveloped him from all directions. The entire forsaken land of the gods had long been assimilated into the true creator's domain over 1,000 years. Falling to the ground was equivalent to fighting him in the true creator's divine kingdom. Layers of shadows, like a bottomless swamp, continuously piled upon the eternal blazing sun's body, which glowed as intensely as a star, gradually enveloping the last of his light and pouring into the body of the inverted Cyclops. Terrifying high temperatures and energy constantly clashed within the shadows. Horrifying light spots and scorching smoke occasionally erupted from the giant's body. Such explosive power and lingering force made even the true creator, a true god of two pathways, hesitant to claim a quick victory. However, at this very moment, in the Lindbergh United Empire on another continent, the doors of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, which had just dealt with a sealed artifact rampage, suddenly swung open. Then, the deity, who had been hidden for a long time, finally issued a divine oracle to his followers. Annihilate Sun believers nationwide. The Sun Church believers, who had just settled down and were recuperating using economic means, had already relaxed due to the Lindbergh United Empire's laissez-faire attitude. Over half a year, they had accumulated considerable public resentment in Lindbergh. Beyonders of the Sun pathway were caught and executed by the already prepared church high-ranking officials. However, for the lower-level believers, a different strategy was employed. Beyonders of the White Towern pathway lacked self-protection methods at lower sequences. While the higher-ups apprehended Sun Church Beyonders, they found it difficult to act against wealthy ordinary believers. Thus, Iron-Blooded Knight Anderson, who had just returned to his hometown, was entrusted with a critical mission, and a nationwide purge commenced. In just half a day, the core strength of the eternal blazing sun was greatly diminished, and Osekis's previously vibrant struggle immediately weakened significantly. The inverted Cyclops reverted to a black-haired youth. His eyes seemed to contain two stars, and as he looked up, a voice emerged from his mouth. Let there be light. The voice that illuminated humanity's path thousands of years ago resounded once more across this land. At the top of the sky, which had been devoid of light for half a day, a shining star reignited. Seeing the sun rise again, Snow, who stood in the astral world, confronting Leodoro, who wanted to flee but dared not move, revealed a chilling smile. The boss said, in consideration of your previous distraction in fighting the mother goddess of depravity, hand over your uniqueness and a Beyonder characteristic, and he will spare your life. A hint of struggle appeared on Leodoro's majestic face. His authority as a tyrant would not allow him to make such a humiliating compromise, yet the storm pathway's inherent sensitivity to superiors made him clearly realize that he had absolutely no chance of winning. As for defecting to the cosmos, he might as well die. Finally, he raised the spear formed by lightning in his hand, looked directly at Snow, and said in a tone that seemed to carry both compromise and his last shred of dignity. "Defeat me. As you wish." Snow's body suddenly expanded, transforming into a white mist. Yet, within this white mist, countless forces were transmitted and refracted, then continuously accumulated in a completely unscientific manner. Leodoro, having made up his mind, no longer hesitated. His body suddenly transformed into a burst of electric light, rushing into the white mist at nearly the speed of light. However, before he could begin to wreak havoc, his speed suddenly decreased. No, this was not a deceleration, rather, the speed at which light itself could travel within the range of this white mist had decreased. Although Leodoro, who found his speed slowing after transforming into electric light, could not understand the underlying principle, he clearly recognized that this must be the authority of the true god of the pathway the opponent belonged to. Supreme rule. A submissive aura erupted from Leodoro, who had returned to human form. The true god's ascension ritual would affect their power. As a tyrant, who achieved his ritual by challenging White Creator, a quasi-outer deity, he possessed the authority of the supreme rule characteristic. Snow's adjustment of the speed of light propagation was crushed by the immense aura, but he showed no fear. The authority of paradox was based on knowledge and order, yet it was completely contrary to both. It was a cognition that transcended cognition, a logic that defied logic. For example, crack. Leodoro was still waiting for Snow's next move, but the piercing sound of shattering made him stand frozen, because he had actually crushed his own authority. Including the supreme rule he used to crush other authorities. While it seemed incredible, this was essentially the unfolding of the classic Russell's paradox. If the supreme rule authority can crush the authority of a sequence 0, and the supreme rule authority itself is a sequence 0 authority, then will it crush itself? If not, then it cannot crush all sequence 0 authorities, and Snow's authority could evade being crushed by classifying itself in the set of cannot be crushed. But if it can, then it is obvious that it crushed itself. At this moment, Leodoro and Snow simultaneously lost the ability to use their authority. Although this could not last for too long, in a true God's war, it didn't need to last long anyway. However, Leodoro recovered from his brief astonishment, because for him, this didn't seem to be a disadvantage, as the tyrant pathway was inherently extremely strong in direct combat. Turbulent air currents, capable of instantly destroying a planet, carrying plasma generated by the friction of high-speed gas, this world-ending calamity like lightning storm suddenly appeared in the astral world, completely enveloping the white mist that Snow had transformed into. Streaks of electricity transformed into electromagnetic pulses exploding in the air. Although he didn't fully understand what the paradox pathway truly meant, Leodoro, as an old-timer from the Second Epoch, had witnessed the power of ancient chaos. In his impression, the Beander potions of the two knowledge families and the two order families only appeared on this land hundreds of years after the Lord vanquished the ancient chaos. This meant that this existence, with the aura of ancient chaos, likely possessed characteristics of the knowledge pathway. And the tyrant pathway just happened to possess Beander abilities capable of destroying all information structures. Under the interference of the electromagnetic pulse, the white mist that Snow had transformed into immediately began to collapse. However, Leodoro would not understand one problem. Although the paradox pathway had always been used by Snow as a mage, it was essentially an assassin profession. As his figure solidified, Snow directly activated the useless use, evading the direct damage from the thundercloud storm while also preparing a point at a deer and call at a horse. The next moment, his body once again shifted from illusory to real, appearing beside Leodoro as if by teleportation. The lightning-constructed spear pierced his body almost simultaneously. Amidst a full-power discharge, Snow's body suddenly burst into a bubble. The illusion, indistinguishable from reality, collapsed, but the embedded three men make a tiger was triggered at the same time. Leodoro's attack affirmed the reality of the illusion, so Snow truly appeared at the location of the illusion. Leodoro, having just completed a full-power discharge, fell into a brief moment of recovery. But no matter how brief it was, it couldn't be faster than Snow, whose movement was based on the dispersion of Leodoro's thoughts. The combat power granted by the Beander characteristic swapped out by the hand of God was displayed at this moment. A fist enveloped in twilight-like light, even without the blessing of authority, was enough to smash through the earth and unleash telluric fire. Leodoro hastily met the attack, but a sharp pain shot through his mind. Although it was the real Snow, he was ultimately an imitation constructed by three men make a tiger. The true Snow had leapt into Leodoro's memories. Unpleasant memories suddenly began to attack me, truly. Is this enough? Snow, who had simultaneously completed both mental and physical suppression from within and without, cracked a smile. Before him was no longer the tyrant, but the Angel of Wind, whose head was already bowed. Chapter 599, Facing Myself. Chapter 599. The battle with the Lord of Storms was fleeting. After a brief exchange, both had returned to the ground. Although the Lord of Storms had still not separated his uniqueness and Buridan characteristic, his true body's descent into the true Creator's divine kingdom already signified his submission. However, just as the Lord of Storms thought he was about to be forcibly stripped of his characteristics, he saw two incredibly familiar objects suddenly appear in the true Creator's hand. One was a constantly breathing, dark cloud, with streaks of lightning flashing within it, and the other was a scepter the length of a forearm. Utilizing the authority of half an outer deity, the true Creator conceptualized the uniqueness and sequence one characteristic of the storm pathway. Snow, seeing this, understood his plan. He reached out and took the two items. As the god level stealing the sky and switching the sun was cast, the Lord of Storms felt his long-digested characteristics become chaotic again. Then, he realized that his current uniqueness and Buridan characteristics were merely conceptualized by the true Creator. I still need some time. Before that, continue to fulfill your role on the divine throne. The true Creator's voice carried no special majesty, yet the Lord of Storms unconsciously showed a humble expression. He bent his back, just as he had thousands of years ago, and said with utmost reverence, "Praise be to you, merciful Lord." The true Creator reached out and took the thunder god characteristic and tyrant uniqueness handed over by Snow, then waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to speak further with the Lord of Storms. The Lord of Storms, who was somewhat able to read the atmosphere, did not linger. Having successfully preserved his true divine rank, he immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and returned to his divine kingdom. He did not know how long the characteristics conceptualized by a quasi-outer deity could exist, but before they vanished, he had to stand his last post. Watching the lightning disappear, the true Creator sighed softly and turned to Snow, asking, "Are you ready? I don't have that much time. After all, I still have to rush to the fool's side." Snow spread his hands, completely devoid of the tension one might expect when facing the ancient chaos. The true Creator nodded, seemingly pondering for a moment, then threw the multicolored cross that had previously pinned down the eternal blazing sun back to Snow. Snow, however, did not take it. Instead, he took out 001, sealed in a box made from Hariburgen's dragon scales. "Could you please help me upgrade this?" Snow grinned at the true Creator, confident that the true Creator understood his meaning. "Are you sure?" The true Creator looked at Snow, completely stunned. He had long known that this kid was daring in thought and action, but he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. "I want a future where everyone can be happy. You understand what I mean." Snow offered no further explanation, but the true Creator understood his thoughts. The space beneath their feet shifted, and in the next moment, a familiar yet strange, super-ancient building solidified by pale power appeared before them. "Chernobyl. You suppressed the ancient chaos here." Snow was slightly taken aback, a little surprised, because Klein had been inside before, but he hadn't encountered anything like the ancient chaos. "Not inside, but right here." The true Creator uncharacteristically showed a faint smile and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. A crack split the gray-white earth, revealing a chasm that extended into the earth like the abyss. Subsequently, a wisp of black mist slowly drifted out. Though very faint, it made Snow feel a strong sense of unease. "You really need to keep an eye on your foolish son," Snow mumbled without turning his head. Just as he was about to step into the pit, he heard the true Creator's voice from behind him. "Remember, you are you." "Oh, but I have the ship of Theseus." Snow waved his hand, but unexpectedly, the true Creator gave an answer he hadn't anticipated. Not in the mystical sense, but in the ordinary human sense. The true Creator slowly stated in a steady voice, "Just as I, existing as the true Creator for these years, have done many things that even I found unacceptable, as the completely insane ancient chaos, you will likely have to bear even more." If it were a native god, I wouldn't worry, but I know very well that you possess more humanity than any other existence. I'll take that as a compliment. Snow waved his hand with his back to the true creator, and his body transformed into a wisp of white mist, plummeting straight down the pit. The true creator watched Snow disappear from sight, shook his head slightly, and then shifted his attention back to the colorful cross. This truly presents a challenge for me. However, for someone omniscient and omnipotent like me, it's not impossible. Underground, yet not reaching the mantle region of the Earth's core where the Chaos Sea lies, Snow saw the black sphere, compressed into a mass, yet still appearing extremely vast. It looked like Snow's former incomplete mythical creature form, with a pitch-black core, floating and seemingly ethereal tentacles, and an eye-like flowing magma. So, it seems my demigod stage was actually the black mist pathway. For the first time since his transmigration, Snow felt a sense of coincidence, because he had used a tiny bit of the ordination system mentioned by the squids, combined with the true creator's corrupted authority, to create a stand. And his stand, compared to the current white mist paradox, was clearly more compatible with the black mist. This playful act, however, provided Snow with a reliable intermediary when facing the ancient chaos, instead of him rushing headlong into it. Shadows with countless mouths and eyes continuously spread, forming an indistinct bridge between the black mist and white mist. Through the never-noticed yet ever-present sacrificial bridge of white horses not horse, Snow continuously activated the division paradox, authority he had only initially gained after becoming a god, converting the infinite energy provided by the 1-foot rod into white mist, expanding the quantity of characteristics possessed by the white mist. At the same time, the Three Sages system, slumbering within the ancient chaos, was also awakened upon Snow's arrival. Under the influence of the permissions the true creator had granted Snow, the ancient chaos, instead, continuously spewed out characteristics. These were the Beyonder characteristics Snow had consumed during his advancement, used to exchange for paradox characteristics. Although they had more or less affinity with the paradox pathway, with the assistance of the Three Sages system, these characteristics could only be completely separated, just as they had been thousands of years ago. The originally disparate black mist and white mist gradually became evenly matched. When their magnitudes approached each other, Snow slowed down his expansion rate. The surging Beyonder characteristics, while allowing him to gain the upper hand against the ancient chaos, also affected his state. After all, the characteristics divided by the division paradox were pure characteristics. For Snow, who had just become a god, he hadn't undergone enough acting to control more characteristics. An unknown number of expanded paradox characteristics clashed within the white mist, constantly pounding at Snow's nerves. Mad whispers and murmurs echoed in his ears, and faint traces, whether illusions or memories, began to surface from the depths of his memory. It was a stretch of Cosmos. Chapter 600, How the Ancient Chaos Was Formed. An image of a completely unfamiliar cosmos, not belonging to any part of Earth observable in Snow's memory, appeared before Snow's eyes, accompanied by a terrifying pain that almost melted Snow's consciousness, and a golden light receding at an alarming speed at the edge of his perception. After he achieved a balance in mass with the ancient chaos, his memories slowly flowed into the ancient chaos, retaking control of the body suppressed by the Three Sages, while the ancient memories remaining within the ancient chaos slowly flowed into his consciousness. Two masses of mist, one black and one white, intertwined in the air, but due to the previously erratic pathway jumps, they were not pure black and pure white, rather, there was white within the black, and black within the white. As the two masses of mist chased and merged with each other, they seemed to transform into an abstract and illusory Taiji symbol, slowly rotating within this mantle space. Snow had initially expected to see barren lands, a pitch-black sky, or perhaps a crimson moon and brass-colored lightning, but what truly appeared before him was only a beautiful cosmos, and an intense, bone-deep, heart-wrenching, soul-piercing, unspeakable agony. As the information, which he wasn't sure could even be called memory, flooded his consciousness, his vision, or rather, his perception, also recovered. He began to see his own body, which was an amorphous, constantly twisting, changing, expanding and contracting mass of variegated mist. He gradually began to understand everything that had happened to him, and to understand his current state. Uncertain mist. This was the essence of the body he now occupied. Although the information transmitted from the ancient chaos was so chaotic and distorted, he had the stand as a buffer. Just as he had entrusted his main consciousness to his stand after advancing to Zeno's turtle, he now made the same move, observing these chaotic memories from the stand's perspective, almost like a third-person view. So, I directly transmigrated into the cosmos. And became the uncertain mist. The previous pain wasn't due to memory infusion, but the feelings from the uncertain mist's memory when the jinn and the two pathways were torn away. Snow's consciousness was slightly adrift, but the memories entering his consciousness became increasingly chaotic and frenzied. However, this was not strange. In fact, being nearly frenzied was already very fortunate. His transmigration coincided perfectly with the moment the son of chaos's mind was torn off due to the initial sit-up. The eternal, which was the jinn, the main consciousness of the son of chaos, had detached, and the uncertain mist's consciousness had not yet been born. If it had been any later, once the uncertain mist had developed its own consciousness, his tiny human soul would probably have been instantly devoured by the uncertain mist. However, even though he caught a lucky timing, his fate wasn't much better. Almost immediately upon merging with the body, the residual sephira of the uncertain mist, and the mental imprint of the son of chaos preserved in the Beander characteristic, began to torment his soul fiercely. Then, he saw something that surprised him. 1-foot rod. In this stream of memories, the 1-foot rod was not a power of the uncertain mist itself, but a golden finger that had transmigrated with his soul. It continuously provided his soul with massive amounts of spirituality to suppress the residual son of chaos imprint in the sephira and characteristic, lest a new personality or divinity revive. However, even with such a uniquely advantageous golden finger, the human soul was ultimately weak. In this period of integration, which would last for an unknown number of years, it was almost always in an extreme state of emptiness. Only by thinking of nothing could it pass through this integration period. No reason, no thought, everything followed instinct. This was Snow's state in the early stages of his transmigration. It was precisely because of this blind and foolish state that the uncertain mist instinctively flew towards Earth, because it wanted to reunite with the eternal. After an unknown amount of time, Snow's soul completely merged with the uncertain mist's body, and the sephira within the uncertain mist had also healed, making it a complete above the sequence. And above the sequence without any reason, merely following the instinct to converge. It flew towards Earth at a terrifying speed, wanting to reclaim the other half of the son of chaos to make itself more complete. So that's it, the ancient chaos is actually the uncertain mist. No wonder it's mist-like, I should have thought of it sooner. Snow, residing in his stand, scrutinized this memory, but then new doubts arose. The uncertain mist is part of the son of chaos, so why is it related to the two knowledge families? Could the knowledge more actually be a sephira adjacent to the son of chaos, available for absorption? Snow recalled that the mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree of desire seemed capable of accommodating each other's sephira, and there were also many outer gods in the cosmos coveting the sephira on earth, such as the circle of inevitability, which sounded like it could devour the key of light. But before he could ponder whether there was some inherent rule in this, the unchanging interstellar journey in his memory suddenly changed again. The uncertain mist had a traffic accident in the cosmos. That's right, it was a traffic accident. However, this was initially nothing to worry about. After all, the uncertain mist, acting entirely on instinct, was hurtling through the cosmos at the highest speed it could achieve, smashing countless planets along the way. But this time, the accident was completely different, because it collided with another outer god. Then, just like the great war between the celestial worthy and God Almighty that once occurred on Earth, the uncertain mist and this outer god began a process of mutual devouring. FCK. Snow, browsing the memories, couldn't help but curse, because in the exchange of information, he roughly understood the name of the outer god that was hit. High-dimensional observer. The battle between the two outer gods was not like the celestial worthy and God Almighty, fighting to the end of the great Tao, but from the very beginning, entered a rhythm of mutual devouring and mutual accommodation. Who told the two of them to have a traffic accident? They crashed directly into each other, how could they tell who was who? Thus began another protracted period of mutual devouring. Although, overall, the high-dimensional observer, possessing the ability to think, gained the upper hand, with the almost rogue-like infinite spirituality of the 1-foot rod, the high-dimensional observer was never able to completely devour the uncertain mist, and was even forced to yield a portion of its own sephira and characteristic. The high-dimensional observer, possessing the ability to think, realized that if this continued, the other party might occupy more characteristics within its body. To cut its losses in time, the high-dimensional observer ended this protracted mutual torment, eventually separating on its own. After exchanging a portion of sephira and characteristic, the two went their separate ways again. After exchanging a portion of the high-dimensional observer's characteristic, the uncertain mist became increasingly chaotic. At this point, only about 1/3 of the Son of Chaos's sephira, 1/3 of the high-dimensional observer's sephira, and 2 authorities remained within its body. Chaos, belonging to the Son of Chaos, and truth, belonging to the high-dimensional observer. And it was the mixture of these two pathways that constituted the current paradox. I knew there was a big difference in style between the Dragon of Cal and Schrödinger's cat. So, these two come from the truth pathway.